Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Chapter 1. Prologue. There were a few rules that Yagi Toshinori was still struggling to instill into his students, rules that seemed so trivial and mundane that it seemed a bit ludicrous that heroes had to learn it in the first place. The first was to take every task seriously, no matter how trivial it may have seemed. Young Bakugo especially struggled with that one, giving up on a task once it was completed to his satisfaction, or if it was deemed trivial, he often would make matters worse. The second rule was to be mindful of your stamina. This was a bittersweet lesson for Toshinori, because it was his disregard for this rule that left him with only an hour of hero time each day. He saw the same tendencies in a few of his students, such as young Kirishima and young Satoa. Finally, the third and most important rule was to always be aware of your surroundings. Ashido probably struggled the most with this, and Toshinori was struggling to find a way to teach the girl the rule before someone else had to pay the price of her inattention. These rules were cycling through Toshinori's mind when he woke up. After enough years of dealing with crime, a person gets almost a sixth sense for it. When Toshinori woke up that day, he could feel it in his bones that something bad was going to happen. He was already calculating how much hero work he would be able to accomplish, but a lot of it depended on luck. Toshinori just hoped that he would have time left when it was needed. Distracted by his worrying, Toshinori didn't notice the dip in the sidewalk. He barely managed to catch himself from falling, but the papers in his hands were not nearly as lucky. Cursing under his breath, Toshinori moved to gather the papers, but a pair of freckled hands were already collecting them for him. Toshinori looked up to see a pair of bright green eyes that looked vaguely familiar, eyes that held far too much recognition for Toshinori's comfort. Wordlessly, the boy shoved the papers into the hero's hands and scrambled away, giving Toshinori a better view of the retreating figure. He was short, and clearly still a teenager, wearing a dirty hoodie over ripped jeans. Everything about him screamed that he was a hoodlum. The boy's appearance combined with Toshinori's uneasiness put the man on even higher alert. Something told him that that boy would have a hand in whatever was going to unfold. Throughout the day, he would have described the anxiety plaguing him as a pit in his stomach if he still had a stomach. His teaching suffered because of it, and young Bakugo wasn't shy about telling him so. Luckily, it wasn't just Toshinori, however, that felt off. No, a sense of looming danger hung over all the students in the hero course, one that the teachers felt even more acutely. Toshinori was making a lot of the same mistakes he'd made his first year of teaching. Luckily, his students had grown immensely since then and there weren't any incidents. They were in the middle of an exercise dealing with rescuing hostages when his phone rang. Seeing who was calling, Toshinori answered immediately. "What is it, Tsukochi?" "We've got a huge fight, Toshinori," the detective's terse voice informed him. "I've got an undercover detective in the middle of it all, so I need you and whichever heroes you think are best for the job, now. This isn't a job for your students." With that, Tsukochi hung up, only for a text message with an address to come through. Swallowing thickly, the hero called Nedzu. Before the principal could even really answer, All Might said, "I need you to watch my class. There's a situation that I was called into." After a few moments he added, "And Midnight and Eraserhead are needed as well." "Very well. I shall inform the other two and be there momentarily," Nedzu responded. And sure enough, before Toshinori could do more than explain the situation to his class, Nedzu was already strolling into the room. The pro-hero rushed to the parking lot where his truck waited, along with Aizawa and Nemurai. Luckily the two were okay with Toshinori's breakneck pace, and Aizawa was a good navigator. All Might knew he'd found the place when they drove up to a warehouse positively swarmed by police cars. Tsukochi was pacing outside the warehouse looking more stressed than All Might had ever seen him. Still in the truck, Toshinori transformed into his hero persona. Looking at Aizawa and Nemurai respectively, he could tell that all three heroes were ready for whatever came. They moved towards Tsukochi uniformly, ready to be debriefed. Toshinori tried to keep his surprise from showing. The man was fretting. Turning to the heroes, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 said, "We have no idea what the situation is inside. We lost contact with our undercover detective. There's over 50 people inside, most if not all with extensive criminal records. Be vigilant. Don't get my boy killed." All Might shivered at the emotions in the detective's voice before accepting an earpiece from Aizawa. "I'll go in first," he was saying. "I'll keep you all updated on the situation so we don't just make it worse." The other two nodded and Aizawa was gone, disappearing into the warehouse. Toshinori stationed himself by one of the doors, fully prepared to burst in at a moment's notice. Then, he listened. "Okay, I'm getting close to the main fight. It doesn't sound as violent as I expected," crackled Aizawa's voice. "I'll have a visual soon." All Might whispered the update to 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲, whose stress was palpable. Both men stood at attention, not daring to speak. "They're at a ceasefire," Aizawa said. "The two leaders are already talking things over to end it all without bloodshed. It's all because of some kid with green hair." Upon hearing that information, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 breathed in a sigh of relief. "I don't know how the kid does it. I'm guessing the kid is our undercover detective. He's amazing, he's gotten everyone to stop fighting but he still hasn't blown his cover," came Aizawa's voice. All Might couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The two were going on 3 years of teaching together, and he had never heard the man give such high praise to anyone. "I take it his. One of yours?" All Might asked 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 in a low voice. "Our youngest detective yet," the man said proudly. "Midoriya is the best analytical mind we have. It's a good thing his mother doesn't want to move, or he would have been poached by some other district already. Offers are still pouring in for him." "What kind of quirk does he have? He seems to have handled this all incredibly smoothly," All Might said curiously. "He's actually quirkless," 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 said blandly. "Years ago he had his heart set on being a hero but apparently he was involved in an incident. He tried to help out, but the pros just berated him and one even told him to keep his dreams attainable. It honestly almost broke the kid. But whoever that hero was made one of the biggest mistakes of their lives. Midoriya may be quirkless, but he's one of the most determined and skilled people I've ever met." A chill ran down All Might's spine as he remembered an incident years ago with a scrawny green-haired boy. Was it his words that had nearly broken the child? Surely that couldn't have been the boy that had just impressed Eraserhead so deeply. He was far too young to be a detective, if All Might remembered correctly. Where was that child? Toshinori probably should have kept better tabs on the boy who knew his secret. Aizawa's voice broke All Might from his ponderings. "Send in Midnight. If she's stealthy enough we should get this resolved with minimal injury." "Got it. I'm coming in," Midnight said into the earpiece. Shortly after, however, Aizawa gasped. "What's going on, Eraserhead?" Toshinori demanded. "Someone's using their quirk. I can't find them," and the audio was overtaken by static, confirming the feeling in Toshinori's gut that everything was going too well. "Eraserhead. Eraserhead. Midnight." All Might could feel his heart slamming in his chest. When neither hero answered him, Toshinori said, "Someone's using their quirk in there, I'm going in." 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 moved to protest, but All Might was already barreling through the doors with his signature laugh and catchphrase. It was just then that the earpiece started working again. "A mighty All Might, we almost had it," Eraserhead was hissing. All Might didn't know what all the fuss was about as the situation seemed to be in hand. Thanks to Midnight's quirk almost all the men were unconscious, and those that weren't were swiftly rendered useless by Eraserhead. "A job well done, fellow heroes," All Might said with a booming laugh, a laugh loud enough to cover the sound of a gun being paired. "Move." A young voice called before something collided into Toshinori, jolting the man before a gunshot rang across the warehouse. Static seemed to fill Toshinori's ears as he felt time slow down. The thing, or person, rather, who had collided with Toshinori collapsed onto the hero, something warm and wet seeping onto him. Looking down, Toshinori found a head of green hair that contrasted with the BLD that was beginning to cover both him and the boy who had just taken a bullet for the #1 hero. Coughing wetly, the boy almost fell to the ground before Toshinori remembered himself and caught the boy, gently lowering him to the ground. In the background he heard the telltale sounds of midnight taking care of the gunman. But right now, the boy's life depended on Toshinori's assistance. For the first time in years, Toshinori wished that he had his cape, any loose fabric he could rip off to staunch the bleeding. As it was, he had no option but to use his massive hands to press down on the boy's abdomen, praying to some higher power that he was helping. But the boy's breath was still coming out as violent gasps of air, his green eyes darting around, unseeing. All Might's stomach sank as he recognized those same green eyes and freckles he'd been wary of that same morning. What was that gunshot? 𝐤𝐭𝐞𝐲 demanded, rushing in after Toshinori. Seeing the boy on the ground, the man froze before growling, "I want restraints on every person in here that isn't one of us. We need an ambulance now." All Might flinched at the ferocity in his old friend's voice. Police officers poured in, complying with the man's every order, though many hardened upon seeing the boy in Toshinori's arms. Orders given, 𝐤𝐭𝐞𝐲 collapsed beside the boy, ripping off his jacket to try and staunch the bleeding, which was infinitely more helpful than Toshinori's hands. "Midoriya, stay with me," the detective begged. "Just keep breathing." Finally those green eyes found something to focus on as the boy looked up, latching onto the form of the older detective. When he did speak, the wheezes were barely recognizable as words. "Trying to, sir," the boy said, pausing to cough. To their horror, drops of blood sprayed out with each cough. "Just, in case, tell Mom, love her." "Kid, I order you not to die," 𝐤𝐭𝐞𝐲 said seriously, pressing even harder on his jacket. "I will not explain this to your mother. You have to keep fighting. You know, always follow orders," Midoriya rasped, quirking his lips into the barest trace of a smile before his eyelids fluttered shut. Toshinori swallowed thickly, feeling like this was somehow his fault. The bullet had been meant for him, he knew, and this child had intercepted it, and based on their interaction, this child was 𝐤𝐭𝐞𝐲's detective. There were fundamental rules that are so logical that one wouldn't think that heroes needed to learn them. The third and most important rule pounded through his head, and he could practically hear the voices of his students critiquing him the same way that they would critique one another in an exercise. Why was there anyone still awake to attack? Aizawa would ask in that steely voice. Ida and Yororozu would fight to analyze the situation first, but in the end Yororozu would win. There hadn't been sufficient time for Midnight's quirk to fully spread throughout the room, and All Might's entrance brought in more airflow to disperse her quirk, allowing the villains to further resist. When he mistakenly thought the situation was taken care of, he made enough noise to allow the villains the element of surprise. And which rule was broken? Aizawa would ask, staring Toshinori down so he would know exactly what he had done. "Ooh, I know." Ashido would shout, jumping up and down. "It's my rule, the third and most important rule." Toshinori had let his guard down, foolishly unaware of his surroundings. And just as he always warned his students, All Might was not the one who paid the price. Indeed, instead it was paid by his closest friend's protégé. 3 years ago it only took a matter of minutes for Midoriya Izuku's dream and entire plan for his future to be shattered. He had spent the first 12 years of his life surrounding himself with everything he could find about heroes, devising various ways to become one without a quirk. Izuku's dream was the dream of many, but his motivation was considerably more pure. Rather than seeking fame and fortune, Midoriya Izuku merely wanted to help people, to use his smile to reassure people in the darkest of times, remind them that the world still held light. But in the boy's darkest time, his hero failed him, offering neither verbal reassurance nor the smile he was famed for. Midoriya Izuku did not die that day, but his sense of purpose did. The boy stumbled away from the rooftop, silently wondering if he should heed his classmate and stumble off of it instead. Tears he didn't realize he'd shed coursed down his cheeks as he pondered the truth of his hero's identity, as well as all that All Might had told him. Without realizing, the boy's legs had carried him to yet another crowd, a villain fight. It didn't seem like much of a fight though, and it felt empty to him. Then he took in the details of the fight, the villain who was all too familiar and the red eyes pleading for help, red eyes that Izuku could never forget. The sludge villain had 𝐒𝐽𝐽. Before Izuku knew what he was doing, his legs carried him forward, slinging his bag at the sludge villain's eye, his one vulnerable spot. The villain recoiled, giving Izuku just enough leeway to start pulling his classmate out of the sludge. For the second time that day, a single punch from All Might took down the sludge villain, bringing immense relief to the crowd. People murmured amongst themselves, acting as judge and jury over what had just happened. What was that scrawny kid trying to accomplish? He just made more work for the heroes, a particularly venomous woman asked. I think he just wanted attention, another woman said. Some kids are so pathetic. Every instinct was telling Izuku to run, leave this place, but the cruel words froze him in place. What do you think you're doing? A rough voice asked, an equally rough hand grabbing the boy by the arm. Looking up, Izuku was peering into the face of Death Arms. The man was a passable hero, but Izuku could have told him numerous ways the man could maximize his quirk. Unfortunately, the man was held back by his idolization of All Might. I just wanted to help, Izuku stammered. If you're going to interfere, you better have the quirk to back it up, Death Arms growled, shaking Izuku a bit. For real, kid, Mount Lady interrupted. I'm just starting out. Do you want my career to be ruined because of you? Mount Lady, Death Arms, stand down, said a much more logical voice. Izuku raised his eyes to see none other than Kamu Woods, who gently put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Listen, kid, your intentions were noble today. I understand that you were just trying to help out your friend, and that's admirable. But it was incredibly dangerous. We've trained for this for years, we're the experts, so until you have the training to joining us, trust us to handle it, okay? The hero's words were kind, but more than anything Izuku wanted to go home. Disgustingly enough, he could still feel a layer of slime coating his esophagus, and part of him wanted to cry even though he didn't have any tears left. A part of his mind whispered that he should ask Kamu Woods if he could become a hero, but All Might himself had already counseled him against his dream. It was generally unwise to blatantly ignore advice from the world's top hero. The image of his mother apologizing to him flashed through his mind. He'd been told it was an impossible dream his entire life, but it was finally starting to sink in. Izuku Midoriya really was just a useless Deku. Mind numb, Deku stumbled away from the scene, aware of the heroes still yelling at him, but not caring. His legs started on the way home, everything in him screaming to go home, go to where it was safe. He was stopped on his way by the last person in the world he wanted to see. The other heroes already lectured me, Izuku said before All Might could say anything. Thank you for saving me and Kaken. It's clear now that I'll never be a hero. All Might was taken aback. The change in the child was drastic enough that for a moment he wondered if this was the same boy. Young man, Deku said quietly, green eyes dull. Your secret. It's safe, I swear I won't tell anyone. Izuku shuffled on, leaving a shocked All Might in his wake. Gone was the determined young man that had impressed All Might, and the pro-hero couldn't help but feel that he had had a hand in it. The hero debated with himself for a moment before deciding it was best to just leave. He wasn't equipped to deal with the boy's emotions, after all. At least, that was what he told himself. His second, or did that count as third, encounter with All Might barely even registered in Deku's mind. Almost nothing registered in his mind, though. He was nearly home when he heard pounding footsteps on the sidewalk beside him. Deku. Bakugo howled, fury emanating from him. When Izuku turned around to face the irate blonde, it was an explosion that greeted the boy. It was the biggest explosion Bakugo had used on him yet, burning his face and chest as well as throwing the boy to the ground. What was that? Bakugo seethed. Do you think you're better than me or something? When Izuku didn't respond, the blonde kicked the fallen boy. Answer me. Izuku opened his mouth to say something, but another voice rang out. Katsuki Bakugo. Step away from my son, now, Izuku Midoriya. Yelled, exiting her house looking like the embodiment of rage itself. The blonde boy stiffened, unused to being caught or reprimanded. Red eyes glaring at the smaller boy, he spat, You better watch yourself, Deku. Remember you're worthless. I know, the boy said faintly, finally glancing up at his former friend. Bakugo stared for a moment, shocked by how dead the boy's eyes were. Before, they always held that stupid, inextinguishable shine to them. But now Izuku Midoriya sat before him, broken. It wasn't nearly as satisfying as he thought it would be. 𝐒𝐭 caught Katsuki by surprise, bodily shoving him away from her son. "Stay away from Izuku," she snarled, collecting her dazed and injured child into her arms. "Come on Izuku, you need to go to the hospital." "I'm sorry, Mom," the green-haired boy mumbled, but he was promptly shushed. "No Izuku," 𝐒𝐭 said. "I'm sorry you've been dealing with this alone until now. You shouldn't have hidden it from me, but it's in the past and it's time to move forward." The mother and son shared plenty of tears as they took a cab to the hospital. The cab driver discreetly wiped away a few tears himself when he heard the boy begin recounting the day's events. When they reached the hospital, he waved away 𝐒𝐭's payment, instead wishing Izuku a quick recovery. Luckily inside the hospital they weren't kept waiting for very long. A kind female doctor came into the waiting room only minutes after they had signed in, calling Izuku Midoriya. Izuku pushed himself to standing, feeling close to fainting from the pain. Following the doctor, a host of worries plagued his mind, the foremost being the explanation he would have to give to yet another person. He was exhausted in all aspects of the word, wanting nothing more than to collapse into his bed and sleep for days. Thankfully the doctor was kind, listening attentively and only asking the questions she absolutely had to before beginning her examination. Other than an unpleasant throat swab, the procedures were quick and painless. The kind woman gave 𝐒𝐭 very detailed instructions on what to do, which was good because Izuku retained none of it. The mother and son decided to walk home, and Izuku kept shooting discreet, worried glanced at Izuku. Most of the walk passed by in relative silence until 𝐒𝐭 asked, "How long has this been happening? The bullying, I mean." Izuku merely shrugged, which only served to make 𝐒𝐭 more worried. The two trudged in silence once more. "We're going to move," 𝐒𝐭 blurted out. "And we can enroll you in online school if you want. You're smart enough you could probably finish early. I'm sorry I didn't see it until now, Izuku, but you've been living the wrong life. I know my son, and he's not meant to waste away being bullied. My son is the kindest, bravest person in the world and he's meant for a life where his smile makes other people feel better. Whatever you decide to do, Izuku, I fully support you." Tears were slipping down the woman's cheeks as she made her bold declaration. He didn't know when it had happened, but tears were slipping down Izuku's cheeks as well. The first emotion he'd felt in hours sparked in his mind, and then he was flinging himself at his mother, sobbing. "I'm never going to be a hero," Izuku sobbed, clutching 𝐒𝐭 even tighter. "You're already a hero," 𝐒𝐭 said, though tears of her own. "You're my hero and so much more. One day you'll see what I see." True to 𝐒𝐭's word, the family of two soon moved to a modest house on the other side of town. It was closer to where 𝐒𝐭 worked, a quieter neighborhood, and most importantly it was free of one Bakugo Katsuki. Once Izuku had recovered mentally and physically, he began online school and found that he enjoyed it immensely. Izuku had always loved learning, but it was indescribably better when it was unhindered by classmates who didn't feel he belonged. It was also an online school that allowed the students to set their own pace, and as such Izuku blew through it in record time. Now he could fixate on any given subject he wished and learn absolutely everything that the school's database had to offer, all without being called a freak. For once, life was peaceful. Any issues with 𝐭𝐿 had been buried definitely unresolved, but stamped down until they couldn't bother Izuku. 𝐒𝐭 had wanted to take the Bakugo family to court, but Izuku had talked her out of it. He had never told his mother the full extent of the bullying, so he was able to downplay a lot of it. Strangely enough, he had forgiven the boy for everything, and he just couldn't shake the feeling that 𝐭𝐿 had the potential to be a great hero one day. Even if that wasn't Izuku's future, he didn't want to take the chance away from his former friend. As much as Izuku knew that 𝐭𝐿 could be good, he didn't trust it to just happen. Izuku would be watching his hero career closely. If 𝐭𝐿 didn't improve himself, he would have Izuku to answer to, one way or another. Izuku enjoyed his new life, at least for now. He knew the charm of it would likely fade sooner rather than later, and that such a solitary lifestyle would only hurt him in the long run. He had accepted that heroism wasn't a possibility for him, but nothing had diminished the longing to help people. He still felt the overwhelming need to prove the world to be a safe place. It had been a tough pill to swallow, but now Izuku saw that everything that All Might had said was for the boy's safety in the long run. A part of Izuku's mind whispered that he could have been a hero regardless, but maybe finding a different path wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. He would just have to do some exploration before he decided what that path would be. As he settled into his new life, Izuku quickly found that if he didn't force himself into some sort of schedule, he forgot to eat and sleep. He also figured that blowing through an entire semester of schoolwork in 3 weeks might not be the healthiest option. With this in mind, Izuku began working towards being healthier. He had never been very athletically inclined, but he realized that if he were stronger, faster, it would be easier for him to help people in the future. It began with the boy going on runs. At the beginning, Izuku felt like he was going to die, but each day he ran a bit farther than the last, and a bit quicker as well. On one of these runs, he came across a dojo that advertised several different fighting styles. Remembering all the times Izuku had felt completely defenseless in his life, the idea of the dojo stuck in his mind. He hesitantly brought it up to his mother, who agreed more readily than Izuku had expected. A few days later, the two Midoriyas walked into the dojo to find the owner cleaning up after the latest lesson. He was an older man who wore his scars and his wrinkles with equal amounts of pride, a lifetime of fighting evident in his every movement. Izuku gasped before immediately throwing himself into a bow. "You're the former pro hero Valiant. It's an honor to meet you, sir." The man chuckled, a bit surprised. "It's rare that I meet anyone your age that has even heard of me, let alone recognizes me not in costume. What can I do for you, boy?" At Inko's nudge, Izuku eased out of his bow, admiration still clear on his face. "I'm Midoriya Izuku, Valiant, sir. I would like to be trained at your dojo if you're okay with that. That is. If not, I'm sure I could find somewhere eventually. But this really is my first." The torrent of words calmed when Valiant placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Well, young Midoriya, I'd like to get to know you a bit, and then we can decide if my dojo would be a good fit for you." Gesturing for the two to follow him, Valiant led the way to a small office, where the former pro hero listened to Izuku stammer about himself, offering complete, if somewhat rambling answers. Overall, though, Valiant couldn't help but be impressed with this boy's character and determination, as well as his mind. "I would love to take you on as one of my students, young Midoriya. For training purposes, though, I need to know what your quirk is," Valiant said, absent-mindedly beginning paperwork for the boy. At the man's words, though, both Midoriyas froze in place, afraid of the reaction their answer would provoke. In a small, quivering voice, Izuku nearly whispered, "I'm quirkless." Valiant's years of training as a pro had taught the man how to disguise his emotions, so there was no surprise on his face when Izuku spoke up. He had fully expected a mental quirk of some kind with how perceptive the child was, but if anything he was more intrigued after learning that Izuku was quirkless. Clearing his throat, he said, "That makes my job easier. It can be difficult to find a fighting style to suit a certain quirk, but this means that you have an entire world of possibilities before you." It warmed Valiant's heart to see his newest student straighten up, beaming brighter than the sun itself. But the image of Izuku's tragic resignation to his fate made the retired pro feel like his heart was in a vice grip, squeezing tighter than he thought possible. When a knock sounded at the door, Valiant abruptly realized what time it was. His interview with Midoriya had taken longer than necessary, and now his next student was here for his private lesson. Rising from his seat, Valiant opened the door to his office. "Thank you for being patient, Ojiro. I would like you to meet my newest student, Midoriya Izuku." Izuku craned his neck to see the boy around the teacher, a blonde boy that looked overwhelmingly kind. He would have been a bit plain looking if it weren't for his massive tail. He immediately smiled at Izuku. "It's nice to meet you, Midoriya. Is this your first time in martial arts?" At Izuku's nod, the boy said, "Well, I look forward to sparring with you." The smaller boy nodded, inwardly lamenting that Ojiro would likely refuse to talk to him once he found out that Izuku was quirkless. Until that day, however, he planned to bask in the boy's kindness as long as it lasted. Soon enough, Izuku's martial arts lessons became a bright spot in his weeks. Valiant's quirk was a slight enhancement of his physical abilities. He was stronger, more flexible, and dexterous than the average human being, but it was just barely beyond what a quirkless person could achieve. Valiant had never been in the top few heroes, but he had been successful, and Izuku had always respected the man. He had also followed Valiant's hero career closely, as the man was as close to a quirkless hero as Izuku had ever found. Just as Izuku respected his teacher, the man grew to respect the boy in return. He had instantly been drawn in by how bright and genuine Midoriya was. However, Valiant was consistently impressed by how the boy managed to excel at everything he was shown, not through some innate ability, but because the boy tirelessly practiced everything he was shown. Midoriya had a whole host of others who he impressed as well. In order to give his students variety, Valiant often brought in other instructors to introduce different fighting styles. Many of these were pro-heroes who Valiant had helped train years ago, and almost every instructor asked about Midoriya. Gunhead was especially impressed by the boy. That was not to mention the other students, who were inspired by the boy's determination and drawn in by his kindness. And so it was in Valiant's dojo that Izuku slowly found a place to be comfortable, a place to belong. The day that Izuku had dreaded came and passed without incident, the other students barely reacting to the fact that Izuku was quirkless. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲, Izuku's closest new friend, especially didn't care. He had merely shrugged and said, "I hope you don't expect me to go easy on you, because I won't." And true to his words, 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲 had held nothing back, leading to a particularly spectacular loss. The new neighborhood also quickly adopted the mother and son. 𝐒𝐽𝐾 made the best food and gave freely, and Izuku could usually be found offering help of some kind, be it weeding Mrs. Tachibana's flower beds or watching Mrs. Kyoto's children when she needed to run to the grocery store. But Izuku wanted more. He felt like there was something he needed to be working towards, and the feeling haunted him day and night. One day a few weeks into his new training, the feeling was almost tangible within Izuku, distracting him as he sparred with 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲, and the distraction was enough that Izuku didn't see the tail coming, leaving the green-haired boy sprawled on the floor, staring at the ceiling. The amicable blonde immediately dropped his fighting stance. "Are you okay, Midoriya? You normally see that move coming from a mile away." Izuku stoved himself to his feet with a groan. "I'm fine, just a little distracted." "Is everything all right?" "Yeah, it's fine. I'm actually happy lately, like happier than I've ever been. Things are really good right now." Izuku smiled bitterly. The UA entrance exams are soon, right? When I was younger that was my dream." "Midoriya, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. But you could probably still." "I'm fine, 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲. That dream is officially dead. I just miss the sense of purpose it gave me, you know. I know I want to do something in life that helps people, I just don't know what." After thinking a moment, 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲 said, "You know, Midoriya, I saw something about EMT classes being offered a few blocks away. It's probably not what you want to do with the rest of your life, but you would be learning valuable skills that would make you more equipped to help people." As Izuku pondered his friend's words, he visibly brightened. "That's a great idea, 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲. I'll have to look into that tonight. And I probably won't see you again until after it's over, so good luck on UA's entrance exam. I know you'll do fantastic." Valiant shook his head as his two favorite students parted ways. Those boys were good for one another. They each balanced the other out. Somehow 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲 was able to slow Midoriya's hectic mind so that others could understand what the boy was trying to say to others, and Midoriya brought 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲 further out of his shell than ever before. The two were on different paths in life, but Valiant could feel that they were both pursuing greatness. That night Izuku brought up the possibility of EMT classes to 𝐒𝐽𝐾, and once more the mother was easily persuaded. It was rare enough that Izuku asked for anything, so when he did 𝐒𝐽𝐾 always found a way to make things happen. Besides, medical knowledge was always a good thing to have. The two decided that they would go to get the necessary paperwork and such tomorrow afternoon, once 𝐒𝐽𝐾 was off of work. The next morning as Izuku was on his run, he contemplated how much life could change in 10 months. He had slowed down his studies to a more casual pace, and as such he was almost finished with the schoolwork for his first year of high school. Once Izuku had a little more direction on what he wanted to do as a career, he calculated that he could have at least one college degree finished by the time that most kids his age were graduating high school. His prospects were infinitely better than they had during his time in middle school, and Izuku was starting to believe that he might be able to make something of himself after all, with or without a quirk. The biggest change, however, was that he was happy. Every step that he took was a step closer to helping people. He had friends now, and teachers that legitimately cared about him. Izuku's happy train of thought was not to last, however. He was first alerted by a tiny cry of distress that he almost didn't notice. Cautiously halting, Izuku monitored the area around him. He was in a less familiar part of town, an old neighborhood that was largely abandoned. In fact, aside from the distress call, Izuku didn't see any evidence of any other life. Trying to get his breathing under control, Izuku heard yet another sharp cry, making it easier to trace the sound. As Izuku crept towards the alleyway he suspected was the source of the sound, a rough voice growled, "Shut up. You know this is your home now." A child's wailing nearly stopped Izuku's heart, but it also covered the sound of his approach. Peering around the corner, Izuku found a large cardboard box that hosted a multitude of stained rags that resembled a sort of nest. Cans and plastic food packaging littered the ground, and a man with matted hair stood with his back to Izuku, looming over an only marginally cleaner child. "I want to go home," the girl cried, her tears making tracks in the dirt that was caked on her face. Izuku started in surprise. He recognized the girl. She had been a hot topic on the news for the past 2 days because she had mysteriously gone missing, suspected to be kidnapped. There were no witnesses to it and no leads on the disappearance. The news had proclaimed that the search for the child was beginning to look hopeless that very morning. But here she was, living in an alleyway in an abandoned part of town. His mind was running 1,000,000 miles per minute. Izuku knew he should call the police, but he couldn't be overheard, and he refused to take his eyes off of the child. She had suffered enough already. All of Izuku's hastily thought-up plans were for naught, however, as the captor, enraged with the girl's crying, moved to slap the girl. Unable to stop himself, almost unaware he had even moved, Izuku jolted forward, catching the man's hand before it was able to make contact. In a practiced gesture, Izuku twisted the man's hand behind his back with as much force as the boy could muster. Initially the man yelped in pain, but it didn't take him long to recover. While Izuku had been training conscientiously, form lost out to sheer strength when the man brutally slammed Izuku into the brick wall of the alley. Stars dotted his vision as he let go of the man's arm solely from pain, and Izuku barely registered the meaty fingers that wrapped around his throat. "Listen here, kid," the man growled. "You're going to leave and forget that you ever saw us if you want to live. Got it?" Izuku's eyes focused on the little girl, who was sobbing now, pleading, "Please, I promise I'll be good. I just want to see Mama again." He was aware that his breathing was becoming more and more shallow as those fingers pressed harder and harder on his throat. Feeling faint, Izuku realized that he may have had technique on his side, but the man undeniably had size, experience, and strength on his side. "So, are you going to walk away?" the man demanded, his fingers seemingly prepared to crush Izuku's esophagus. Out of desperation, Izuku nodded frantically, his fingers clawing at the man's hands. When they did loosen, Izuku gasped, drawing in all the air he could take in. Falling limply to the ground, the small boy coughed, every movement causing more pain. "Consider yourself lucky," the man said, roughly grasping the girl by her forearm. "And don't bother looking for me. With my quirk I can easily crush your skinny neck, and I won't hesitate. Besides, by now disappearing is my specialty. No one can find me unless I want them to." Part of Izuku wanted to doubt the man, but he had been able to abduct a child without a single eyewitness. He was shaking, and he knew he couldn't take the man in a real fight. Izuku practiced diligently, but 9 months of training could only lend him so much help. If he fought and lost, it would only end up worse for the girl, and possibly with him dead. He only hoped the man wasn't very fast. Struggling to his feet, Izuku was grateful when the man didn't look back. Taking a deep breath, Izuku geared himself up before pushing himself to run at full speed, ducking down lower to the ground to catch the little girl by her torso, relatively easily ripping her from the man's grasp. The man shouted in indignant surprise, but Izuku was already sprinting with the girl cradled close to his chest, adrenaline pushing his exhausted legs faster than he'd ever run before. He felt like he couldn't breathe deeply enough and he was feeling a bit lightheaded, but still Izuku murmured comforting phrases to the child as he held her even closer, fully aware that the man was gaining on them every second. 3 more blocks. That was all Izuku had to make it. 3 more blocks and they would be safe. Ironically, this was the most deserted Izuku had ever seen this part of the city. He had quickly left the abandoned neighborhood behind. Now he was only half a block away from his destination, and there was no one to hear the man's enraged yells or Izuku's cries of help. It was then, when he had momentarily slowed down to turn a corner, that he felt a grasping hand barely brush the collar of his shirt. Yelping at the closeness of the man, Izuku threw himself forward, grateful that the enraged man was too intent on Izuku to realize where they were going. His arms ached from the weight of the child when Izuku crashed through the doors of the local police station. Once in their safe haven, Izuku immediately set the child on the ground for fear of dropping her. It was for the best, as milliseconds later he was tackled to the ground by her captor. Those same crushing hands wrapped around Izuku's neck, and the boy's last fuzzy thoughts were an apology to his mother. His vision swam in and out of focus as a veritable legion of police officers were surrounding him, taking the man away in HNDCFFS. Somewhere the girl was crying and the man was yelling and his throat hurt and all the officers were trying to talk to him and quiet. An authoritative voice rang out, reaching even Izuku. Then someone was helping him into a chair, and the little girl who he had carried was clinging to him, more tears trailing down her cheeks. Then someone else was talking to Izuku, and then the pain lessened. It was still there, but Izuku no longer felt like he was going to pass out, and his mind resumed a fraction of its normal function. A man in a trench coat was looking at Izuku, concerned. "I'm Detective Tsukochi. I apologize about the chaos, but would you like to tell us what's going on?" Izuku blinked a few times, his vision still slightly fuzzy. "I'm Midoriya Izuku. I was on a run when I heard a child in an abandoned part of town. I saw this girl with that man that was attacking me, and she seemed really scared. Then I recognized her as the girl on the news, the one who went missing a few days ago." Detective Tsukochi looked up sharply from his notes, and Izuku idly observed that the man would likely have been described as plain-looking, just like Izuku himself. But then the man was talking, and Izuku had to remind himself to listen. "You mean the girl that disappeared without a trace, Tanaka Kimiko?" "That's my name," a quivering voice piped up, and every eye turned to the child in Izuku's arms. "I couldn't remember her name," Izuku said. "But her captor noticed me and attacked, telling me to forget I saw anything. I knew I couldn't fight him, so I grabbed her and ran here." He smiled down at the child that was holding on to him with a death grip. "I know I'm probably in trouble, and it was kind of a stupid move, but I regret nothing." The detective shut his notebook with a snap. "On the contrary, Midoriya, I want to commend you. You were a hero today, and you should be proud. You exercised your best judgment, and because of that I get to call a distraught mother and tell her that Kimiko is okay. And it's all due to a teenage boy." When the man's words sank in, Izuku's eyes filled with tears. "Really?" "Absolutely. I need to give your mother a call as well, but before I forget, did you use your quirk at all? I'd hate to have to write you up for illegal quirk use," Tsukochi said with regret. "No," Izuku said slowly. "I'm quirkless." As the words left his mouth, Izuku found himself looking down. He couldn't stomach the thought of seeing the detective's look of pride turn to disappointment as he realized that Izuku was defective, a waste of space. "That makes things easier, then. Chin up, kid. That just makes what you've done even more amazing. If you ever had the inclination, I think you would make an amazing detective." The last part was added just before Tsukochi swept out of the room, unaware that he left behind a wide-eyed boy with a growing sense of hope and a new dream blossoming in his hazy mind. Kimiko gradually calmed down, flashes of her personality shining out from under her fear and confusion. She listened to the officers and for the most part she did as they asked, but she absolutely refused to move very far from Izuku, who was still dazed, but happy nonetheless. She was a cute child underneath the dirt, with wide brown eyes that still held too many tears. From what the officers could ascertain, she wasn't very injured, only a handful of scrapes and bruises. Izuku felt an odd protectiveness towards her, but he supposed it made sense that the feeling was foreign. He'd never been able to protect people other than replacing them as a target before. So when a grubby hand anchored itself in Izuku's, he couldn't help but melt a little inside. Apparently 𝐤𝐽𝐽 loved stories, and so at his prompting she started telling him a rambling tale that could vaguely be recognized as Cinderella. She was in the middle of telling Izuku the details on Cinderella's carriage when the door swung open. "Where is she? Where's 𝐤𝐽𝐽?" A frantic voice rang out. Eyes wide, 𝐤𝐽𝐽 snapped to attention. "Mama." A small smile settled on Izuku's lips as he carefully set the child on the ground. He observed as the two rushed towards each other, meeting in the middle of the station in a flurry of hugs and tears, each almost disbelieving that the other was there. All present police personnel watched, smiling witnesses to the reunion. Many of the officers nodded to Izuku, acknowledging what he had done. Despite the pounding in his head, Izuku couldn't help but grin widely, tears streaming down his face. Matching tears on her cheeks, 𝐤𝐽𝐽's mother clutched her daughter with desperation. "Where was she? How did you find my baby?" Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 smiled. "You have that boy over there to thank. His name is Midoriya Izuku, and he's the one that found and saved 𝐤𝐽𝐽." A gasp came from the doorway. My Izuku did what? It might have all been in his head, but Izuku would have sworn that all of his pain dulled slightly when his mother walked in. 𝐤𝐽𝐽 immediately rushed to her son, worry etched on every line of her face. "How are you feeling, Izuku? Do you need anything?" The battered boy shoved himself to his feet, throwing his arms around his mother. "Mom, I can still help people. I want to be a detective." 𝐤𝐽𝐽 was clearly surprised, but she merely patted her son's back. "You'll be an amazing detective." 𝐤𝐽𝐽's mother walked over to the Midoriyas, 𝐤𝐽𝐽 still tight in her grasp. "I'm so sorry you got hurt, but thank you for protecting my baby. I can never. The woman promptly burst into tears, losing any semblance of composure. "The police near my house told me to prepare to have her brought back in a body bag. You saved me from planning my daughter's funeral alone." Unable to help herself, 𝐤𝐽𝐽 gently embraced the other mother. "It's okay now. Your daughter is safe now. I don't know how you've been able to function. I can only imagine how I would feel if my Izuku had been taken." 𝐤𝐽𝐽 took the opportunity to latch once more onto Izuku's leg, giggling when he ruffled her hair. He turned his attention to her mother once his own mom finally released the emotional woman. "I'm Tanaka Amaya," 𝐤𝐽𝐽's mother said with a wobbly smile. "I can never thank you enough for bringing my daughter back to me. I just need to know where and how you found her." He had the full attention of both mothers, as 𝐤𝐽𝐽 clearly needed to know what had happened as well. Swallowing, Izuku once more tried to focus his hazy mind. Where to start? I was on a run, and I went farther than usual. I wandered into an abandoned neighborhood when I heard a little kid. I thought that didn't seem right, so I went to investigate. I saw 𝐤𝐽𝐽 and a man that seemed really suspicious, and it was obvious that they had been kind of living in this alleyway. After a minute I recognized 𝐤𝐽𝐽 as a missing child, so I knew I had to do something. The man saw me, and we fought. He won, and left me there, but I couldn't just leave her. I'm pretty sure it was all adrenaline, but I got up and grabbed her before he noticed I was there, and then I ran as fast as I could to the police station. I barely made it in the doors and set 𝐤𝐽𝐽 down when he caught up to me. 𝐤𝐽𝐽 gently touched the angry bruise marks on Izuku's throat, anger burning in her normally sedate green eyes. In a steely voice, she asked, "Did the police catch the man?" "They pulled him off of me and cuffed him right then and there." Amaya bit her lip. "I'm truly sorry that you got hurt, but I'm even more grateful that you saved my daughter. How can I ever repay you?" Izuku immediately began shaking his head. "You don't need to repay me. I just wanted her to be safe. It must have been so scary for 𝐤𝐽𝐽, I can't even imagine." As he dissolved into a fit of mumbling, 𝐤𝐽𝐽 and Amaya traded contact information, each promising to keep in touch with the other. 𝐤𝐽𝐽, however, still hugging Izuku's leg, tugged on the material of his breathes to catch his attention. "Big brother." Nearly choking, Izuku weakly said, "Yes. Will you visit me? I want to see you again." Looking into those wide brown eyes, Izuku found himself crouching down next to her and saying, "Yes, of course I will." And with those words, it was inevitable. Both of these small families were inextricably tied together. It wasn't long after that Kimiko had to be questioned herself, now that she was calm enough to be questioned, and the Tanokas left after a last embrace filled with tears. Both Midoriyas were holding back tears of their own, but Izuku felt like he was going to pass out. 𝐭𝐽 noticed and pulled the nearest police officer aside. "My son needs to see a doctor. Can we leave yet? I believe Detective Tsukochi already got his testimony, and we have his contact information. He should be good to go," the police officer said. "In fact, I'll take you myself, if you would like." "Oh, we would hate to be a bother," 𝐭𝐽 said nervously. "It's no trouble at all. In fact, you'll be doing me a favor. I get bragging rights for helping the local hero," the officer said with a bright smile. "I'm Officer Saito, by the way. It's a privilege to meet you, Midoriya." Izuku started to follow his mother and the officer to the car, but something was bothering his hazy mind. Hospital. Medicine. Then he gasped. "Mom, today's the last day to sign up for those EMT classes. They're only open till 5. You want to take EMT classes, kid?" Officer Saito asked curiously. Izuku nodded vehemently. "I want to be able to help as many people as I can." "Well, you're in luck. They had to relocate those classes to our spare room here at the station because the normal building is getting renovated. If you leave the paperwork with us, we'll make sure it gets where it needs to be," Saito said with another bright smile. She disappeared into the precinct and reappeared with the necessary form and a pen. It barely took a minute for Izuku and 𝐭𝐽 to fill everything out, and then Saito rushed into what Izuku suspected was Detective Tsukochi's office. Days later, Izuku would be thrilled to receive an email accepting him into the course. What he would never know, however, was that he had been accepted under duress the instructor had hesitated allowing in a 15-year-old. But a smiling detective had kindly informed her that if Izuku was denied, they would have to find somewhere else to hold the class. Izuku had been smiling, excited at the prospect of EMT training when his eyes rolled in the back of his head and his knees buckled. He was only saved from hitting the ground hard when Officer Saito stepped in at the last moment, catching his limp body thanks to her stellar reflexes. Saito cursed. He must have some internal bleeding. "Let's go." 𝐭𝐽 helped load her son into the police car, with barely enough time for her to climb in herself before it sped off. The sound of sirens filled the air as Saito tore across the city in record time. Izuku drifted in and out of consciousness, vaguely aware of being carried. Then he was on a bed with a familiar doctor talking to his mom and Officer Saito. Pieces of the conversation made it through the haze of his mind, but he didn't have the mental clarity to piece it into a clear scenario that would come later. "No, if this is from bullying again. He's been in the hospital for bullying. Do you have names? Fractured ribs and nasty concussion. He passed out because stay awake. Exhaustion, I think." Make sure then even the voices faded to nothingness, and for once Izuku didn't even dream. Sleep was a comforting absence of everything until he woke naturally, immediately greeted by each and every one of his aches and pains. He had no way of knowing how much time had passed, or even what year it currently was. When he groaned, there was a series of frantic footsteps before his bedroom door burst open. "Izuku, baby, how are you feeling?" "Like I got hit by a bus," he said, cracking a small smile. "But pretty good, all things considered." Grunting, the boy sat up, swinging his legs out of the bed. "Luckily there was a nurse with a minor healing quirk working yesterday. She was able to shorten your recovery time to a few days instead of a few weeks. Oh, and Valiant still wants you to come to the dojo today. He said you could work on meditation," 𝐭𝐽 said. "Do you want me to stay home with you? I can call in to work." "No, I'll be fine, Mom," Izuku promised. "I do feel a lot better." He refused to make her guilty over his guilt at the prospect of making her miss work. "If you're sure, Izuku." "Oh, the doctor's orders are that you're not allowed to do anything more physically demanding than walk a few blocks at a time. I will find out if you push yourself, and I will let Valiant decide what to do with you," 𝐭𝐽 warned before kissing his forehead. "I love you and I'm proud of you." Taking his mother's words to heart, Izuku didn't do anything to push himself. After feeling how his body protested every movement, he knew it wasn't wise to tempt fate. Instead, he pushed his brain to the limit. Izuku calculated that if he really worked hard, he could finish high school in a little under a year. If he started now, he could have a couple degrees in a little over 2. Maybe less, if the degrees he had in mind had enough shared classes. In the meantime, he would continue his work at Valiant's dojo and EMT training. He itched to go back and research a multitude of police cases that he had briefly heard of when he was younger, but ultimately ignored because they didn't involve heroes. Now Izuku wanted to know everything, all in the pursuit of becoming the best detective he could. Plan in place, Izuku lost himself in his schoolwork, only remembering to eat and leave for martial arts because of the alarms he had set on his phone. When it was time, Izuku walked leisurely to Valiant's dojo, enjoying the summer day around him. Stepping into the dojo, however, Izuku hadn't expected the chorus of shouts that surrounded him. "Little Midoriya. It's our hero. Hey kid, can I have your autograph?" Izuku felt his face blush bright red as he was surrounded by his friends. Hey, everyone. Give Midoriya space, a gruff voice said. The crowd of boys parted to show Valiant smiling down at this student. "Welcome back, my boy. As the others warm up, I would like to speak with you." Almost magically, the other boys fell into their spots, running through the actions that were second nature to them by now. Izuku followed Valiant to his office, sitting down at the man's insistence. The former pro-hero smiled at him fondly. "Young Midoriya, do you know why I accepted you as my student? I can see that you don't. When I first met you, I could sense a deep despair, as well as a deep hope. I don't know the full reason for your despair, but I don't need to. You've begun finding yourself, finding your purpose as well as your worth." "Thank you, sensei," Izuku said, trying with all of his might not to cry. "Your longing to help others is a noble one, Midoriya. But be careful to help yourself as well. Keep improving so you don't have to be hurt in the process of sparing others. Sometimes wounds are inevitable, but I won't have you destroy yourself." "Yes, sensei." "Today you meditate," Valiant said seriously. "I sense you still hold on to an incomplete image of yourself. Come to terms with who Midoriya Izuku is. You are quirkless, yes, but you are so much more." Now Izuku nodded, tears finally escaping. "Yes, sensei." "Midoriya, wait." Izuku stopped, turning to find a friendly face pursuing him. "Oh, Ojiro. I forgot to ask you how the entrance exam went." The quiet blonde moved in next to Izuku with a smile. "It went better than I expected. Now I just have to wait for my results." "I'm sure you got in, you're amazing." Izuku exclaimed. "I don't know, there were some amazing quirks. I thought I was doing okay, but there was this kid with an explosion quirk that took out so many robots that the rest of us almost couldn't find any to fight." Ojiro smiled a little sadly. "I knew I wasn't going to be the best, I just hope I did well enough to get in." "What's done is done, young Ojiro. I'm sure you conducted yourself with honor," Valiant said, appearing in the doorway of the dojo. "You as well, young Midoriya. Both of you go home, rest. You've earned it." As the two boys walked home, a few blocks away one Detective Tsukochi sat in his office, rubbing his eyes from the mound of paperwork that sat in front of him. With a sigh, he set down the paperwork and started clicking through the news, looking for the latest events All Might had been involved in. The announcement that the #1 hero was going to be a teacher at UA had overshadowed all other news, including the recent kidnapping and recovery of Tanaka Kimiko. Toshinori's face filled the screen again and again, similar stories of the blonde's bravery and heroism filtering through. It was paranoia that led Naomasa to periodically check the news to see that his good friend's secret was secure. He wanted to protect Toshinori, yes, but it was also a matter of national security. He didn't know what made him do it, but something possessed Naomasa to click on a video from months ago. It was a video of Toshinori saving a boy from a sludge villain. Tsukochi had been particularly busy with a case at that time, so he hadn't watched the video very closely. The video opened with the image of a blonde kid struggling in the grasp of the sludge villain while a number of pro-heroes hung back, looking helpless. Somewhere behind the camera there was a scuffle and then a flash of green darted towards the villain, a scrawny boy flinging an oversized backpack directly into the villain's face. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 paused the video with shaking hands, staring at the screen. Slowly standing, he slipped out of his office. "Saito, Nakamura, I need an opinion on something." "What you got, boss?" Saito asked, immediately snapping to attention. "Just come watch this." The two officers shuffled in, crowding around the computer where the detective had started the video over. "I remember this," Nakamura said. "All Might saves the kid, but wasn't there another?" "No." "You're kidding," Saito whispered. "It can't be." "Thank goodness, I'm not crazy. You see Midoriya too?" Tsukochi asked. "We need to train that kid and give him a badge," Nakamura said. "He's going to be amazing." "Why don't we?" Saito said playfully. "They let baby heroes have provisional licenses, why not us too?" She had asked the question in jest, but Tsukochi froze in place, his mind racing. "A provisional officer. I have some paperwork to do," he said, shooing the other two away. Picking up the phone, once the other person answered, he said, "It's Detective Tsukochi. Who would I have to talk to about potentially begin a new program?" Days later found the Midoriya family in Izuku's room at an hour yet untouched by the sun. However, both Midoriyas were wide awake, and 𝐒𝐽𝐽 stared intently at the screen of her son's laptop. "And you swear you didn't pull any all-nighters?" "Just the one," Izuku swore, his smile blinding. "And you haven't missed your martial arts of your EMT classes?" "Not a single one," he chirped. "Oh, by the way, tomorrow Gunhead is teaching the class, and Valiant told me that he wanted me to have a session with just Gunhead and Ojiro, so I'll probably be home late." His mother's green eyes were still fixed on the computer screen where two emails were displayed side by side. One was a notification of Izuku's completion of his first year in high school, barely a week into what would have been his first semester. The second was an acceptance letter to Japan's most prestigious college as well as a full scholarship. They had been particularly impressed by Izuku's quirk analysis, and when they had learned his age, the head of the quirk studies department had demanded that the school accept Izuku and made sure he attended, whatever the cost. They would let Izuku have as many majors as he wanted, provided that one of them was quirk studies. He could complete almost all of his work online. He just had to visit the actual campus every few weeks. The university would even pay for his commute to Hosu. With this, another piece fell into Izuku's plan. He was finished with EMT training. Today was just a ceremony of sorts to celebrate their completion. He had to admit he was a little sad it would be over. He had started off on the wrong foot with his instructor for some reason, but after enough time the two came to a mutual respect. However, the worst part of his class being over was that he no longer had a reason to stop by the police station. Maybe he could bring taiyaki for the entire station as a thank you for so man things. He could then casually bring up the idea of observing the job of a police officer. After all, he couldn't make a habit of showing up at crime scenes like he had with villain fights. At this point all of the police officers knew him, and they would reprimand him for not taking his safety into account. For the first time in years, Izuku was genuinely excited about his future. "So can I do it, Mom? Can I start going to college?" Finally pulling her eyes away from the emails, she smiled. "It would be a waste to refuse. Just don't push yourself too hard. Send me that professor's email, I'll set up a meeting with him so we can get paperwork done and talk over all the details." Izuku beamed, thrilled beyond words. "Today is your EMT training certification, isn't it? My little boy, a certified EMT at 15 years old. Izuku, I'm so proud." 𝐒𝐽𝐽 said, tears filling her eyes. "I wish I could make it to the ceremony. I could take off work if you wanted." "No, it's fine. I have people to support me now, and I already know that you support me. Today is a really important day at work for you, so good luck." "It's my turn to support you," Izuku said, hugging his mother tightly. "Have a good day at work." Kissing his forehead, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 left, letting his door quietly close behind her. He waited a few moments before Izuku closed both emails, opening a folder on his laptop, a nagging feeling plaguing him. It was early, really early. He had already been on a run, and the sun had yet to rise. Dialing a number that was becoming more and more familiar, anxiety fluttered in his stomach. The police officers had been nothing but kind to him, but he didn't know if he could handle having his new dream crushed just like his old one. Musutafu Police Station. Officer Sasaki speaking. What can I do for you today? Swallowing thickly, Izuku stammered. Hi, this is Midoriya Izuku. Little Midoriya. How are you? Fine, I was looking at some old news articles and I noticed a pattern. There are 3 villains that have escaped being caught until now, and based on their old patterns, I think they're going to strike today. That said, Izuku held his breath, terrified of how Saito was going to react. He held a deep respect for the officer, and he knew he couldn't take it if she laughed him off. Explain further, little Midoriya. Wait, let me get the detective on the line. Fainter, as if Sasaki was holding the phone away from her mouth, he heard, Naomasa. Your son is on the line with important information. What are you talking about? I don't have. Midoriya is waiting. Almost immediately the other line picked up. Detective Tsukochi speaking. And so Izuku blurted out all of his suspicions and evidence, including who the villains were, where they were most likely to be, and the best way to detain them. Which heroes would you recommend us calling in? The detective asked. Izuku thought for a moment. Kamu Woods for the first, then Mount Lady for the second, and for the last. Midnight. They're villains that work together, so even though their attacks would be separate, they would be coordinated with one another. It's best to have heroes that can capture them quickly. Thanks for calling in, Midoriya. You've been a huge help, the detective said, before hanging up. While Izuku buried himself in schoolwork, Detective Tsukochi had been busy single-handedly setting up a course and test for provisional police badges. Hearing the boy's deductions validated Tsukochi's efforts. Looking at the evidence Midoriya had laid out, Tsukochi could kick himself for how obvious it all was. Except it wasn't. Even with years of experience and a degree in criminology, Tsukochi didn't think he could have put all of this together. Contact the heroes he mentioned, Sasaki, Tsukochi ordered. I'll contact the police stations in charge of those areas. When you're done, call in Kondo and set up a surveillance of the 3rd area, Midoriya suggested. You're really trusting of the imaginings of a 14-year-old boy. Officer Mori asked with a sneer. Mori had slowly been alienating himself from the rest of the police station with his open dislike of Midoriya. He's 15, Sasaki hissed, jabbing his ribs with an elbow. Besides, you have to see this kid. He's different than anything you've ever seen. You've always been a bleeding heart, Sasaki, he said, slightly glaring at the petite woman. No, she's right. Whatever he ends up doing, Midoriya is going to change the world, and I want to watch it happen, Tsukochi said, an unusual gleam in his eye. Now go, our time is limited. The 2 officers saluted before leaving, and as Tsukochi made the phone calls he needed to, he couldn't help but smile to himself. No one would realize the full ramifications of that day. Detective Tsukochi had no way of knowing that with those 3 villains in police custody, his good friend Yagi Toshinori would not expend all of his energy before arriving to the school. In fact, he had enough time to teach Class 1A, and still time to spare. There was no way to know of the untold fear and injuries that Class 1A was spared from, all because the number 1 hero was at the USJ from the very beginning. The main villains escaped, yes, but the whole incident was minuscule compared to what it could have been. Although slightly shaken, the class walked away almost virtually unscathed, and Izuku's new dream seemed all the more closer. Despite everything that could not be known, there were 2 irrefutable things. The first was that on that day, Midoriya Izuku began to truly accept himself for who and what he was. The second was that this day was the first time Midoriya Izuku met Uraraka Okiko. Okiko took another shuddering breath. It was over. Why was she still trembling? Class 1A was spread out in front of the USJ while police officers and medical personnel milled around, assessing wounds and taking statements. A sense of chaos still reigned among the students despite Ida's efforts to get them into some semblance of organization. Briefly Uraraka pondered that he would make a good class representative. But that was the only thing that really registered in Okiko's mind. She could barely hear over her racing heart and ragged breathing. She was startled into awareness, though, when something dropped onto her shoulders, not alarming, but unexpected. She blinked at the orange blanket that now covered her shoulders, then at the boy who stood in front of her. "I'm sorry to startle you. I tried talking to you earlier, but you weren't responding. You were going into shock." He smiled slightly, running a hand through a forest of green hair. Off in the distance an explosion sounded, a sure sign that Bakugo was fine. The boy in front of her flinched, but he wore an expression of recognition. Okiko's mind was too addled to properly decipher the boy in front of her. "You need to sit down, let's go over to the shade," the boy suggested, pointing to the right direction. It was a little cluster of trees that would simultaneously provide shade and block her from the sight of others. It was also still within the boundaries of where they could go, making it the perfect haven. Maybe the boy had ulterior motives, but Okiko got the sense he was giving her privacy to deal with her emotions, and she was grateful beyond words. It was also hard to believe that this boy could have anything but the best intentions. At first glance he was around her age, and pretty plain-looking. His hair was messy, and freckles were liberally sprinkled across his skin, but his eyes were a deep green that for whatever reason felt incredibly comfortable to Okiko. She found herself looking into them, blaming it all on the shock. He situated her comfortable on the ground, seemingly not noticing her attention. "Does anything hurt?" Thinking for a moment, Okiko shakily raised her right arm. "I did something to my wrist. I don't know if it's broken." The boy gently took the appendage in his hands, gently rolling back her sleeve. "I'm an EMT, by the way. I'm not just some random kid. Your wrist isn't broken, it's just a pretty nasty sprain. Give me a second and I'll..." The boy trailed off, his eyebrows furrowed in concentration as he procured a fabric bandage, expertly wrapping her fingers with nimble fingers, his lips silently moving. Okiko once again found herself fixated on him, fascinated. As he worked, his face grew more animated, more defined, and it was like she was looking at a completely different person. When he was finished, Okiko gingerly moved her wrist. "Wow, it almost doesn't hurt at all. Thank you." "It's no problem. It was also probably unnecessary. Someone like Recovery Girl will probably heal it in a matter of seconds," the boy mumbled. "Does anything else hurt?" Okiko smiled with a false brightness. "I'm fine." She expected that to be the end of things, but it wasn't. Midoriya ped his head to the side, looking at her intently. "But you're not." That made her reel in shock. Most of the time when Okiko's world was falling apart and she insisted everything was fine, everyone believed her, including her parents. She was always fine, that was how she dealt with life. "I know it seems easier to pretend everything is okay and just deal with it alone, but it's not. That's actually something I just learned recently. You just went through something traumatic. You can admit that you're not okay. I don't think any less of you," he said, that kind smile laced with untold emotion. Against her will, Okiko's eyes filled with tears. Before her mind could stop her, she threw herself at the boy, needing to be near someone that was alive. "They wanted to kill us," she sobbed, wiping her tears with the orange blanket. It was only slightly scratchy against her skin. "There were so many of them, and they were all ready to kill us." "You're safe now," the boy murmured. "They're gone now and your whole class is safe." The two stayed like that for a while longer, Okiko sobbing to a total stranger. Finally she pulled away, once again wiping away her tears. He smiled at her, a kind smile that he clearly had no idea of how appealing it was. "Little Midoriya, stop flirting back there," an energetic voice called before a police officer appeared between the trees. She was tall with long dark hair pulled into a ponytail and piercing orange eyes. The boy immediately shoved himself backwards, his face instantly burning bright red. "Saito, I wasn't flirting," he stammered. "She sprained her wrist." Saito's lips quirked up in amusement. She had observed little Midoriya for a while before she announced her presence. The whole time he had been totally concentrated, probably not even noticing that the person he'd been helping was a girl. He had handled her emotions like a pro, Better than some seasoned cops, Saito knew. But now that the poor boy was done, it had registered that a cute girl was sitting in front of him, and little Midoriya was about to mentally shut down. Taking pity on him, Saito said, "Go on, little Midoriya. I need to get her statement, so you can go." And no, the girl nearly shouted, grabbing the boy's arm unconsciously. "I mean, can he stay? He's comforting." Izuku obediently sat down next to the girl, face still warm. He studiously didn't look at her. He didn't think he could meet her eyes ever again, especially not after Saito's comment. "Remember, this is all confidential, Midoriya," Saito said seriously. "Okay, let's start with you telling me your name, and then you can tell me what happened today." "My name is Uraraka Okiko," she said, swallowing thickly. It was a surprise. We came to the USJ for rescue training with Mr. Aizawa, 13, and All Might. Saito noticed how Midoriya winced at the mention of the number one hero, and filed the information away for further investigation in the future. Before the teachers could tell us what to do, there was this weird black mist, and then villains came out of nowhere. There were so many of them. All Might and Mr. Aizawa held off most of them while 13 tried to get us out, but the Warp Gate villain got us and sent us to all different parts of the USJ. I got sent to the earthquake simulation, and there were so many villains. I was there with Tokoyami and Ojiro. Together we stayed alive until All Might took care of the big black thing and we were all saved. The hand guy and the mist guy got away though," she said with a frown. "I wasn't very close to the action, so I don't have anything very helpful to say." "Everything is helpful," Officer Saito said with a kind smile. "I think I'll go find this Ojiro and Tokoyami so I can have all of your statements together. Come along and assess their injuries, little Midoriya. If they're who I think they are, then they haven't been seen to yet." When he checked her over one more time, Okiko assured the boy that she was mostly fine now, and she was. But for whatever reason when he left, she found her eyes following the boy instinctively, feeling the slightest bit bereft. Something about the boy fascinated her, and she didn't even know his name. He chattered about Ojiro to the police officer. Apparently the strange EMT knew one of her classmates. Okiko herself didn't know Ojiro very well. He was one of the more quiet members of the class. He was kind and respectful, but quiet. Sure enough, the strange boy spoke with Ojiro comfortably as he disinfected a few scrapes, even drawing a laugh out of the other boy. Okiko hadn't known Ojiro very long, but she didn't think she'd ever seen him laugh. What had the police officer called him? Little Midori. It fit, with eyes and hair, but Okiko doubted it would be helpful in finding the boy again. After seeing to Ojiro and Tokoyami, from what she could gather, the boy left to report back to Mr. Aizawa. Okiko would never have been able to pick him out if she hadn't been following Midori's destination. He was only briefly slowed when All Might laughed, flinching at the sudden sound. He ducked out of sight, to Okiko's sadness. "Do you want me to take a look at that arm, dear?" Recovery Girl asked, startling Okiko out of her observations. The girl unconsciously clutched the wrist to her chest, taking comfort in the bandage wrapped around it. "The EMT cleared me. If it bothers me tomorrow, I'll come see you. Right now I'm sure that others need you more." Recovery Girl nodded, glancing at the bandage wrapped around her wrist. "He's a capable one, it seems, efficient too. I'm of half a mind to give him some medical field training. A highly unusual boy." Ojiro smiled at his friend. "Thanks, Midoriya. You're a lifesaver. Just remember what Sensei said about using your tail like that," Izuku said firmly. "It's flexible, but you have to be careful not to overextend it." "I know," the blonde groaned. "I just got caught up in the moment." "Do you have any injuries?" Izuku asked the bird-headed boy. "Naught affects my immortal soul," he intoned. A bird-like shadow burst from the boy. He's too embarrassed to tell you that he tripped on some rubble and scraped his hands and knees really badly. "Dark shadow," the boy hissed in betrayal, but Izuku was already pulling out bandages and disinfectant. "Don't worry. I promise I've done things 100 times more embarrassing. Just ask Ojiro." "It's true." Tokoyami allowed Izuku to begin treating his scrapes, glancing between Ojiro and Izuku. "You said your name is Midoriya." Yep. You're quite the interesting character. It's rare to find certified medical personnel at such a young age. Yet on top of that, you seem to have already fostered a relationship with the police officers present. I feel that you have quite the tale to tell, Midoriya. Oh, it's nothing too interesting, nothing compared to your quirk, Izuku said, watching Dark Shadow with bright eyes. I've never seen anything like it. Does little Midoriya? One of the officers interrupted, looking incredibly weary. The detective wants to see you once you're finished here. He nodded at the officer, an older gentleman with a twinkle in his eye despite how tired he seemed. I'll go find him, thanks Officer Soma. Placing the last bandage on Tokoyami's knee, the boy smiled ruefully. I need to remember I'm here for a job. It was a pleasure meeting you, Tokoyami. If we ever meet when I'm not on duty, I would love to ask you about your quirk. Ojiro, see you tomorrow. Bye. Ojiro and Tokoyami watched silently as Midoriya left to seek out the detective, pausing only to hunt down a blanket so 𝐒𝐻𝐈 had something to wear other than her gloves and shoes. He was making a beeline for the detective when he spotted Todoroki attempting to dress his own wounds. What an interesting specimen of light, the bird-headed boy said, red eyes fixed on the green-haired one. Yeah, you could say that, Ojiro said, his lips upturned as he watched his friend. What do you think you're doing? Izuku nearly screeched at Todoroki. I'm applying bandages, the boy said with no emotion whatsoever. By yourself. You just went through a traumatic experience and you're surrounded by trained medical personnel, Izuku lectured, taking the bandages out of the boy's hand. He carefully unraveled what had already been wrapped. Wrapping something like this properly is almost impossible to do on your own. I'll be fine either way. I'm going to see Recovery Girl any minute now. You can't always rely on healing quirks. Recovery Girl won't always be there, you need to, Izuku trailed off, examining the boy's arms. You're covered in burns and bruises, but there's no way these happen today unless you have some sort of self-healing quirk. I never said I got wounded today. The smaller boy looked into the different colored eyes, a deep sadness shining in his green ones. He unconsciously patted Todoroki's arm as some sort of gesture of comfort before hardening his mouth in a line. These are never going to heal properly if you keep wrapping them like this. I'll show you how to do it on yourself, but if you can't do it right, you have to find someone to help you. Then Izuku was running, finally making it to the detective. He wove around students that were calming down for the most part. Luckily Detective Tsukochi was out of sight of both All Might and 𝐒𝐻𝐈. Izuku didn't want to keep his presence a secret necessarily, but it was a big day for him. He had just gotten his EMT certification and he was putting it to use for the first time. He didn't want today to be spoiled by either of them. Detective Tsukochi was talking to a man with long, wild black hair, apparently almost finished with taking his statement. Izuku found himself staring at the man he seemed familiar. He was also favoring one of his arms heavily. The man stopped telling his story, pausing when he noticed Izuku. Who's the kid? I'm Midoriya Izuku, he said before Tsukochi could respond for him. Then he caught the barest glimpse of something nestled underneath the man's scarves. I'm a certified EMT, and you're Eraserhead, aren't you? I hadn't heard you were teaching at UA. I'm a huge fan, if I weren't on duty I would have probably fainted at this point. Midoriya is trustworthy, Aizawa, Tsukochi promised. The kid who found the Tanaka girl. If you insist he's trustworthy, I'll believe you. But that's the extent of my story, the tired teacher said. If you'll excuse me, wait. Izuku said. You need someone to see to your arm. I understand if you don't want me to, but it needs attention. Eraserhead stared Izuku down. My arm. Yeah, it looks like some sort of disintegration quirk. You look dead on your feet, so Recovery Girl can't heal it all right now, but if you don't have something to compress the damaged portion, your nerves may never fully recover. The pro-hero blinked at the deluge of information before offering his arm. Go for it, kid. Izuku procured a small roll of gauze, nimble fingers wrapping the man's wounded elbow with just the right amount of tension. While the teen worked, Eraserhead was contemplative. How did you know it was a disintegration quirk? What? Oh, the damage pattern of your sleeve. Fabric doesn't just do that. I couldn't see your elbow because of the shadow your sleeve cast, but you gestured awkwardly, so, he trailed off, physically forcing himself not to mutter in front of Eraserhead. All finished, but see recovery girl after getting some rest. Eraserhead was staring at him intently. Have you ever thought about becoming a hero? The boy smiled bittersweetly. It was all I dreamed about when I was younger. But I am quirkless, and I was told by a certain pro that it was impossible. His smile quivered, the hurt obviously still fresh. I'm aiming to become a detective instead. I've found that they help people even more than heroes sometimes, and they don't deal with all of the attention, which is really appealing. Aizawa looked Izuku up and down, mentally evaluating him. Kid, you could have done it. If you ever change your mind, let me know. You've got a good head on your shoulders and dedication. Izuku sniffed, swiping at some stray tears. That means a lot, Eraserhead. But for now I'm more than happy with the path I'm on. Maybe we'll even work together in the future. Also, one of your students, the short boy with purple hair. I noticed he was stuck to Officer Sasaki. If you want your student alive, you'll want to take care of the situation. Tsukochi paled. Sasaki has a reputation for breaking limbs for unwanted advances. Eraserhead sighed, a deep, bone-weary sigh. I'll be back. Wide green eyes turned to Tsukochi. What did you need, detective? You know you can just call me 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Midoriya, he said, pausing briefly. You still want to be a detective, don't you? Izuku was practically bouncing. Absolutely. I've got an opportunity for you, the detective said carefully. We're beginning a new program, a provisional police officer system. It's a bit like the provisional hero licenses. You would go through the police academy and afterward you would have the same authority as a rookie police officer. Really? I hadn't heard of this. It was just barely approved, Tsukochi said, suddenly nervous for some reason. And if you're willing, we'd like you to be our first provisional police officer. The boy's mouth fell open and stayed that way until more voices broke into the conversation. You already told him. Dang it, Tsukochi. We agreed you would wait until we were all here. No, you agreed to that, Saito. You knew there was a good chance that Midoriya would leave before we gathered everyone together. I think you broke our boy, detective. Izuku finally closed his mouth, looking around at all of the police officers surrounding him. Tears were already streaming down his face. I can really be one of you. Saito ruffled his hair. You were already one of us, little Midoriya. We were all panicking a bit. We didn't know when we would be able to see you once your EMT class finished. Just to be clear, they worried. I wanted you gone, Mori said sourly. That's true. I apologize for briefly forgetting that you're the worst, Mori, Saito said with a smile. But you still have one more statement to get, right? You were in charge of getting it from that kid with the electric quirk. What? He's mentally gone, there's no way you two should get along famously then. Saito said, bodily shoving the man away. Izuku, still crying, smiled at the officers surrounding him. Thank you. Thank you all. Sasaki coalesced on the group, muttering, stupid grape kid, next time I'll. Wait, little Midoriya is crying. You told him without me. I thought we were going to wait. What Inko had feared would be a lonely, isolated life for her son turned out to be more full than she could have ever imagined. Izuku seemed to make friends daily, coming home with excited exhaustion and stories upon stories to tell. Unsurprisingly, Izuku currently sat at the top of his class in the police academy. He was still working through high school at an absurd pace, actually ahead of schedule, leaving him more time to work on his college classes. He still always made time for martial arts. The dojo was essentially another family to Izuku, just like the police station. Inko couldn't be more glad that they had chosen this rather unconventional lifestyle. Her baby was happy again, and he was surrounded by people who saw more than his quirklessness. And more were coming every day. It seemed that Izuku was always asking permission to help someone with something, or someone wanted to give him additional training of some sort. She'd already gotten phone calls from Recovery Girl and Eraserhead separately asking her permission for training. It seemed Recovery Girl had her heart set on training Izuku to be a field medic, while Eraserhead had only met Izuku briefly, but had been vastly impressed. He wanted to supplement Izuku's martial arts training, apparently horrified at the thought of his potential being wasted. She was grateful to the two beyond words, especially as they had each promised to train Izuku's self-sacrificing streak out of him, whatever Tsukochi didn't manage to. She hadn't told him about the offers yet. She wanted it to be a surprise for her boy. He deserved all of the happiness life could afford him. Everyone wanted a hand in helping Izuku, and it blindsided the little Midoriya family. "Mom," Izuku called from another room. It sounded like he was on the phone. "Gunhead wonders if I can help him train the hero students with him on Monday." "Aren't you leaving for Hosu on Monday?" "This would be Monday morning. I could catch the train to Hosu right afterwards," Izuku explained. "Oh, and Detective Tsukochi wanted me to ask you if it would be okay if I spend some of my spare time with the Hosu police. Apparently that's where the police chief that approved the provisional program is based. Is it okay with Dr. Meiji? He said as long as he gets me in the mornings that's fine. He teaches in the afternoon, so that's when I would be with the police." Inko considered it for a moment. "It's fine with me as long as you promise not to burn yourself out." "I promise." "Make sure to go to bed early tonight," Inko warned. "Your week is going to be extra busy." "Of course." He mumbled something into the phone, probably telling Gunhead that he could help out, then he hung up. "I'm going for a run now, Mom." Running was becoming one of Izuku's favorite pastimes. It was one of the few things that could clear his head and help him begin to make sense of the madness that was his life. He hadn't been running for long when he realized he wasn't alone. A few blocks down was a familiar-looking boy huffing and puffing much the same way he had when he first started running. Despite the sweat running down the boy's face, however, his purple hair still managed to stand almost straight up. Izuku slowed, trying to place the boy, then it clicked. "You're one of the finalists from the UA Sports Festival. Your matches were fascinating." The boy stopped, breathing heavily. However, he still managed to look supremely unimpressed. "Nice joke." No, it's not a joke," Izuku said frantically. "I know some people might find your quirk unsettling, but the police station and I think it's perfect for heroism. It's discreet, swift, and it will prevent so much damage." The boy raised an eyebrow. "The police station?" "Oh, I'm Midoriya Izuku, and I'm currently training to get a provisional police badge. I spend a lot of time at the police station because of that, so I know the police officers pretty well," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. Catching his breath, the boy regarded Izuku critically. "You're strange." "I get that a lot. I'm curious, did you have a plan of what to do if someone had figured out your quirk?" "Not really. But one of the teachers reached out to me and offered to train me in hand-to-hand combat." "Awesome. If you ever want to spar, I go to Valiant's dojo a few blocks that way. I've already learned a lot from him." The boy considered for a moment before breaking back into a light jog. Izuku took this as an invitation to join the boy and began to jog beside him. He couldn't tell if he was being annoying or not until the boy stopped. "This is my house," he said abruptly enough that Izuku could feel the dismissal. The boy was emotionless as he turned away, but at the door of his house, he paused. "You can call me Shinsu," he said before disappearing through the door. A grin spread across Izuku's face, and there was a spring in his step during the rest of his run. Apparently this was evident when he walked into the police station. Tamakawa was at the front desk that day, and the serious officer inclined his head to Izuku. "You're looking more excited than usual, Midoriya." "I just met one of the finalists from the UA Sports Festival," he said excitedly. "His name is Shinsu and he seems really nice. You might want to wait to get to know him before you show him your analysis of his quirk," the cat-headed officer counseled. "In fact, that's a good rule of thumb for most people." Izuku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "I guess I do get ahead of myself sometimes." "Don't worry, little Midoriya, we find it endearing," Officer Saito said, materializing to ruffle his hair. "And amazing. Your analysis of my quirk was fascinating to read. I can see why that college professor of yours wants to steal you away from us." Nakamura smiled. You're going to be fascinated when Detective Kimura comes back from maternity leave. Her quirk is fascinating. Saito chuckled darkly. I've got my welcome back for Kimura all planned. She'll never see it coming. She just had a baby, you're not doing anything to Kimura, Nakamura told his partner sternly. Besides, if you start another prank war in the station, I'm requesting to be transferred. But you saw what she did to me before she left. Saito protested indignantly. My desk hasn't been the same since. There's another detective at this station. Izuku asked. Oh, no one has told you about Kimura. She's the best homicide detective in the city, possibly in all of Japan, Saito said. Combined with Detective Tsukochi, our precinct is the best in Musutafu. We were all stationed here because it's one of the safest places in the city. That way it's not so bad when Kimura and Tsukochi get called to outside cases. The longer Saito spoke, the brighter grew the stars in Izuku's eyes. Really? That's amazing. Hey, don't underestimate us, little Midoriya, Officer Soma warned as he passed, grey eyes playful. The detectives handpicked the officers except Mori. The police chief forced him on us to straighten him out. Mori glared at his partner, pouting. I was top of my class in the police academy, old man. So were the rest of us, Nakamura warned. And we didn't have such poor scores on cooperation, Saito taunted. We have jobs to do, Mori huffed. We shouldn't be wasting time on some quirkless kid who's probably not going to make it through the program anyway. Izuku froze along with everyone else, no longer used to his quirklessness being held against him. The other officers reacted more violently, though it was all halted by a sudden burst of cold wind whipping through the room. Officer Soma was using his quirk, Icy Gale, to get everyone's attention. Mori, you're off duty today. Instead you'll be the meter maid. Mori squawked in indignation. I'm above jobs like no, you aren't, Soma interrupted, his voice as cold as his quirk. You are a servant of the public, and that means you respect them. Midoriya didn't choose to be quirkless, but he's accomplished amazing things. You were born with some advantages and all you've accomplished today is unsuccessfully bullying a teenager. Think about that while you write tickets. All present officers glared at Mori as he slunk away, some shame on his face. Saito as usual was the first to speak. Don't listen to anything he says, little Midoriya. You're going to be the best of us all. A small smile worked its way onto Izuku's face. You know, I'm actually okay. It didn't really bother me. And it was true. Izuku knew his mom had informed a few of the officers about why they had moved, at least as much information as she had. He had no doubt that if any of them knew the full scope of Kacchan's bullying, a headhunt would ensue. It was heartwarming. In fact, Izuku's eyes were watering now he was officially crying. Chaos erupted in the station. It's okay, little Midoriya. Don't cry. I'll go punch Mori out for you. Will that make you feel better? Wait, are these happy tears? What's going on, little Midoriya? I'm fine, I promise, Izuku sniffed, swiping at his tears. Thank you all for helping and caring. I've never had that before. Silence fell over the officers as the full implications of his statement sank in. Tsukochi's office door swung open. What is going on out here? Why is Midoriya crying? The detective demanded. He claims these are happy tears, but the chaos was because Mori was being his usual charming self. The detective scowled. If he was insulting Midoriya, give him meter-maid duties for the week. No cases. Soma, Tamakawa will be your partner for now instead. Understood. Finally exhaling, Tsukochi relaxed, smiling at Midoriya. Come on kid, Tsuramagi wanted me to give you a more detailed idea of what to expect in Hosu. So I heard whispers about a provisional police officer, Gunhead said as casually as one could in the middle of an intensive sparring session. Izuku huffed a laugh, barely audible over his breathing. You're not going to distract me. Lightning quick, he blocked the killer strike that would have felled most men. But I'm not an officer yet, I'm just going through the police academy. Taking a step back, the two fighters circled one another, something predatory in their stances. I noticed Ojiro wasn't on your list of interns. In the blink of an eye, Izuku lunged for Gunhead, hoping to throw the man off guard. He should have known it would never work. The pro-hero saw it coming a mile away, catching Izuku's arm and using it to fling him onto the mat, his back making an impressively loud slapping noise. A squeak sounded from the doorway, making both fighters look. A group of kids that Izuku recognized as some of Gunhead's dojo students stood with a few hero students. It was hard to tell since Izuku was looking at them upside down. He narrowed his eyes. The girl in front looked familiar. It was the girl Saito and Sasaki had teasingly been calling his girlfriend since the USJ incident. He had made the mistake of watching the sports festival with the police station, and whenever she did anything, the two extolled the virtues of strong women to a degree that made Izuku want to die. Surprisingly, in those moments the most bearable officer was Mori, as he just shushed everyone else. Izuku wondered whether or not he would be able to convince Gunhead to keep quiet about all of this. If Izuku didn't interfere, Gunhead would tell Valiant, who would tell Officer Soma, as the two had a history of working together in the prime of their careers. Soma would gush about it to the rest of the officers, which would be an absolute nightmare. Sasaki and Saito were already practically engraving wedding invitations for Izuku and the girl, based on their short interaction after the USJ incident. Once Detective Tsukochi heard, he would take it upon himself to have an awkward conversation with Izuku about girls and the proper way to approach such situations, which Izuku was definitely not ready for. When Tsukochi had learned about Izuku's total lack of paternal direction, he had taken it upon himself to give him the lessons that men needed most. Then somehow in the midst of it all his mom would find out, which would lead to a lot of tears and an even more awkward conversation. Gunhead had to be stopped at all costs. Not that Izuku didn't like her based off of their short interaction. She was actually a really cute girl. Was it offensive to call an aspiring hero cute? The point was that the girl had likely been in shock when they had met, and he had been nervous over his first EMT call, and Midoriya, Gunhead interrupted in a murmur, low enough that only Izuku could hear, holding out a hand to help the boy up. Are you okay? You're muttering, you haven't done that in a while. As he clambered to his feet, all of his BLD rushed to Izuku's face, which was turning a bright red color that tomatoes would be jealous of. Oh my gosh, you didn't actually hear what I said, did you? Did they? Oh no, you can't tell anyone at the station about this. Please, Gunhead. After a moment, the pro-hero realized just what was going on, somehow blushing through his mask. Is it the hero in turn? Do you think she's pretty? Izuku squeaked, burying his face in his hands while the students filed in, taking their places. Okiko hadn't caught any of what was being said, but it took everything in her not to react to how Gunhead and the boy he'd been sparring with were standing their poses were just too cute. The boy looked familiar for some reason, though it was hard to pinpoint where Okiko might have known him from when his face was so red. Gunhead stopped whispering to the boy, straightening up. As you all know, you're here to become better fighters, to be more prepared to help people in any situation. Those of you that are training to become heroes, pay attention. Too many heroes are overly dependent on their quirks, but as pros we should have other means of resolving situations at our disposal. Some quirks, like my own, are too risky to use in many situations. So learn well, it will literally save lives. A weighty silence fell over the room, each participant contemplating the gravity of the situation. Gunhead continued, but we can still enjoy our time together. In fact, I expect it. Today we have a special guest to help you learn. This is Midoriya Izuku. Okiko's head snapped up at the name Midoriya. That's where she knew him from. He was the EMT who helped her after the USJ. But why was he here? Was Gunhead expecting them to get hurt that badly? All eyes were on the two at the front until Gunhead nudged Izuku. You're supposed to introduce yourself. Oh, he stammered. Like Gunhead said, I'm Midoriya Izuku. I've been practicing martial arts for just about a year now, so I'm by no means an expert, but I look forward to helping each of you. Midoriya's nervous habits were confusing to Okiko. He had been so confident after the USJ, but now he could barely form a full sentence. Regardless, Okiko felt strangely compelled to get to know him better. We only have Midoriya for today, unfortunately, So he is going to help me demonstrate the most important things you need to know, Gunhead said. Remember to only use Gunhead martial arts, Midoriya. We don't want to confuse them with all of your fancy techniques. Got it. You can be the attacker first, Izuku offered. Are you sure? Izuku stretched. I need to work on my defense against knives. Let's do it. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 tensed as Gunhead produced a knife that certainly looked real and rushed Midoriya. However, in a blur of green motion, Midoriya held the knife in one hand, and with the other he held Gunhead at arm's length. One of the boys blinked. Wait, what just happened? This is what we're going to show you, Gunhead said. Midoriya is going to come at me a lot more slowly than I came at him, and we'll go through every movement. They continued like that for some time, demonstrating the most vital moves. When he thought it was sufficient, Gunhead said, "Okay, pair up and let's practice." Immediately all of the attention in the room snapped to Midoriya with the same desperation of people who wanted, nay, needed, the smart kid in their group for a school project. However, for whatever reason, Gunhead pushed the boy forward. "You're going to work with 𝐎𝐽𝐽𝐽." Izuku flushed, nodding. He shuffled over to the girl, not daring to meet her eyes. That didn't stop 𝐒𝐿𝐽, though. "You're that boy that helped me after the USJ. I thought you were an EMT, what are you doing here?" "The whole EMT thing is just a hobby, kind of like martial arts," Izuku said, awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck. Internally, though, he was celebrating. He was successfully talking to a girl. Awkwardly, he offered her the knife. "You try attacking first, so you can get a feel for the motions." As the two practiced the motions again and again, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 couldn't help but wonder about this boy. Before he took the knife from her, she was awed at his easy, fluid movements. After, she was fascinated and thankful by his control. Every movement was deliberate, and his eyes held mass amounts of intelligence. It was when they were taking a quick breather that 𝐒𝐿𝐽 finally worked up the courage to ask him the question that had been haunting her. "Why? What do you want to do if being an EMT is just a hobby?" "Well, I originally wanted to be a hero," he said, slowly hunching in on himself. "I wanted to be one for as long as I can remember. But that's just not possible for me." "What? You're really talented, Midoriya. Why would you think you couldn't be a hero?" 𝐒𝐿𝐽 asked. "I'm quirkless," he said, smiling bitterly. "I had plans, ways to become a hero without one. But a certain pro told me it just wasn't possible. But I wanted to be a hero to help people, to save them. Heroism isn't the only way to do that, so I'm learning all of the things I can that might help someone one day. My goal now is actually to be a detective." 𝐒𝐿𝐽 couldn't help but smile at how bright the boy in front of her was. She was sad to hear his story, true, but she could already tell he was going to be a great detective. However, she felt conflicted. Before today, if someone had asked if a quirkless person could be a hero, 𝐒𝐿𝐽 would have probably said no. But something told her Midoriya could have done it. After all, she had classmates that probably wouldn't stand a chance against him sparring. After all, quirks weren't everything. Throughout this conversation, neither teenager noticed that Gunhead was listening in, taking note of every word. He wanted nothing more than to find whatever hero had hurt Midoriya so deeply and shake them. He had no doubt that Valiant would feel the same way. Izuku and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 continued practicing, casually talking throughout. "I never got the chance to ask you, what's your quirk?" "It's called zero gravity," she said. "I'm sure you can guess what it does." 𝐒𝐿𝐽 liked her quirk, but it was nowhere near as impressive as Bakugo's or Todoroki's. But Midoriya had stars in his eyes. He opened his mouth, 1,000 questions dancing on his lips when he saw a clock. "Oh no, I'm going to be late. I have to catch a train, but I would love to hear about your quirk. I have so many questions." Suddenly Gunhead was there. "Why don't you give her your number?" The boy startled at the sudden presence of the hero, emitting a little squeak. "Gunhead, what are you? You're going to be late, Midoriya, just give her your number," the hero said, pressing pen and paper into his hand. Nodding, Izuku hurriedly scribbled his number and pressed it into 𝐎𝐽𝐽𝐽's hands before yelling his goodbyes and sprinting out the door. As he ran, it fully registered what he'd just done. He'd just given away his number. A cute girl had his number. He thought about that almost the whole train ride to Hosu, but once he was there he had to really concentrate. Izuku found himself on the college campus with little recollection of how he had gotten there, excitement building every second he stood there. Maybe he was being overly dramatic, but Izuku couldn't help but feel that this was the true beginning of a new portion of his life. Even more than starting the police academy, Izuku felt like this was what would get him where he wanted to be. He had always pictured going to UA as the next step to his future, but somehow this felt right. He couldn't wait to meet Dr. Meiji in person and really start his college career in earnest. Izuku stepped forward eagerly, clutching his backpack and duffel bag, once more incredibly grateful for how lucky he'd been thus far in life. But it seemed that the boy's life could never be easy, nor simple. He had no idea what the rest of the week held in store for him. Debatably, the worst misfortune of all was that Izuku had forgotten to talk to Gunhead about not sharing sensitive information. Whoops! Stepping onto campus was practically a religious experience. Izuku clutched his tattered yellow backpack tightly as he adjusted his new, equally yellow fanny pack, anxiety plaguing him. Part of him whispered that it was some sort of elaborate prank, and his scholarship was going to be yanked out of his hands. But he couldn't think that way, he had to live in the moment. At least, that was what Sasaki kept insisting. He slowly found his way towards what he hoped was the correct building. Today alone he was supposed to sit in on one of Meiji's classes, to see the classroom firsthand. Izuku picked what he hoped was the correct hallway, scanning room numbers. There was the right classroom. Luckily he had only made it a few minutes late. He was going to sneak in and do his best to avoid attention, but that plan was aborted when he stumbled upon entering the room. He managed to catch himself, but the noise he made turned all eyes on him. He swallowed thickly, internally hoping for the sweet release of death. Is this foundational quirk studies? The professor, a composed older gentleman, turned around. Midoriya, you made it. Come, sit. Class, I want to introduce you to the author of Analysis 18. All students immediately snapped their attention to him. There's no way, said a girl with magenta hair. He's like 12. I'm 15, Izuku mumbled. Sitting down in one of the only seats left naturally, it was right in the front. Midoriya is undeniably the author of Analysis 18, Dr. Meiji said. He's here today as a guest, so be respectful. Someone in the back snorted. He's probably got some analysis quirk. Izuku bit his lip, unsure whether or not to speak up. He settled on simply listening, taking notes on everything Dr. Meiji was saying. He could feel the other students staring at him, he just hoped it wouldn't get as violent as middle school had been. As it was, Izuku desperately wanted to participate in the class, but old habits die hard. Besides, he didn't even want to think about what kind of retaliation college students would be capable of. Izuku managed to stay silent until Dr. Meiji asked him point-blank, Midoriya, based on this picture, what would you say these two people's quirks are? He studied the picture, a scene from a high school hallway. It featured two students, a boy with barely visible fangs and slitted pupils and a girl with downcast eyes. The boy has a minor snake quirk. I would guess he produces a weak venom, but nothing that has changed his physiology too much. Class. The student with magenta hair from earlier scoffed. It could also be something like a cat quirk. Yes, it could be if it weren't the faint scale pattern peeking out from his shirt collar, Izuku pointed out. And what of the girl? Meiji asked. It could be some kind of emitter type, one student hesitantly ventured. Or some mental quirk. Meiji listened to several more suggestions before asking, what do you think, Midoriya? She's quirkless, he said simply. What? That's not very likely. Dr. Meiji quieted them down before saying, now tell us why you think this, Midoriya. Well, there's no evidence of a quirk, but most of all it's about her body language. The way she's junched in on herself, and it looks like she's nervously moving her fingers. It all screams quirkless. She could have a quirk people bully her for, though. Or she could just be anxious, someone said. Izuku shrugged. There's an unspoken connection between quirkless people, we just recognize each other on sight. I can't explain it. The class stared at him in stunned silence until Meiji clapped his hands. Unfortunately, class is over now. Remember, your third analysis is due on Wednesday. Now get out of here. Izuku began gathering up his things when he noticed the magenta-haired student quietly approached his desk. It's Midoriya, right? He looked up sharply before cautiously nodding. I'm Utani. I just wanted to apologize for earlier. I assumed you had an analysis quirk. That doesn't make it right, and I'm sorry. I'm just a little jaded about people deciding how to live their lives based on their quirks. People do tend to judge people's capabilities and intelligence on their quirks, Izuku acknowledged. It's something that really needs to be addressed. Utani nodded furiously. I actually want to compile biographies of people who live life unconventionally in terms of their quirks. I'd love to read it someday. She smiled wickedly. Maybe I'll have to write a sequel about quirkless people and feature you. Oh, my story isn't really interesting, Izuku mumbled. Somehow I doubt that. The author of Analysis 18 clearly has something to say, Utani said, eyes gleaming. What is Analysis 18? He asked, a little exasperated. Everyone keeps referencing it. It's an analysis of present MIC that Dr. Meiji read to the class to show us that our analyses are lacking, Utani explained. He kind of held it over our heads, telling us that the author had the same amount of formal training as we did. You did what? Izuku yelped, looking at the professor with utter betrayal. I wrote that when I was 13, it's basically 5 pages of me being a fanboy. It's brilliant, Dr. Meiji argued. Truly, a work of art. Izuku groaned before standing to join. The professor, waving Utani goodbye. When he turned to continue his complaint, he found Meiji staring at him with a brow raised. You didn't strike me as a fanny pack type man, Midoriya. In truth, Izuku liked the fanny pack. It was a bright yellow that almost matched his backpack. He was just a little embarrassed about the context of the fanny pack. When he had last been at the station, Tsukochi did give him more information about what to expect in Hosu. However, he wouldn't let Izuku leave. Instead, he called Officer Kondo in, who walked in, fanny pack in hand. Kondo sat directly opposite Izuku, placing the thing on the desk between them. As you are going to a larger, unfamiliar city and you get into more trouble than should be statistically possible, the station all pitched in to get you this. Saito and Sasaki have dubbed it the Don't Arp Me kit. It currently consists of a whistle, pepper spray, a knife with a sheath that can be worn in multiple discrete places, and a flashlight taser. All of these items are legal to use in self-defense when the need arises. Izuku had choked, cheeks burning with embarrassment. It's called what? The Don't RP Me kit. Officer Nakamura proposed we call it the Save My Fanny Pack, but Sasaki and Saito vetoed it. The rest of us didn't care what we called it, as long as it keeps you alive. He had stared at Kondo for a long while, silently willing her to claim it was all a joke, but no such claim came. It was very real, and apparently he was not allowed to go to Hosu without it. Izuku had half wondered if they put a tracking device in it because the officers kept ominously insisting they would know if he didn't have it with him. But they were probably just joking. That would be ridiculous. Snapping back to the present, Izuku stammered, "It was a gift." The professor looked a little more closely at Izuku's shirt. It was his favorite t-shirt. Actually, the more that I think on it, the fanny pack seems to me exactly something you would wear. Thanks. They wound through campus to a set of dorms. Meiji handed Izuku a key card. If you go through these doors, your room is the first on the left. You're welcome to stay here anytime, but especially when you come to visit me. Izuku bit his lip. I didn't know I needed to bring things to furnish the room. Would he even have a blanket to use tonight? Oh, don't worry about that. Go see, the professor urged. When Izuku swiped the key card, the door opened easily. It was easily recognizable as a college dorm room, but softer, toned down. It was inviting, the bed covered in a fluffy blue comforter and overstuffed pillows. A desk was already stocked with notebooks, paper, and writing utensils. A mini fridge hummed in the corner, and a shiny TV hung on the wall. Izuku flushed. This is too much. You really didn't have to do this. Just a bed would have been fine. Midoriya, Dr. Meiji said, you're one of the most brilliant students I've ever taught, but you're also 15 years old. I want to put your mind at ease, but I also want to assure your mother that you are being taken care of. Settle in, relax. Call your mother. I have another class to teach, but tonight I'll treat you to dinner outside of campus as this is the only night I can. I admire your dedication to become a police officer, but I can't help but resent that Saragami gets to steal you away. Izuku nodded faintly, a little overwhelmed. He faintly remembered Dr. Meiji mentioning that he did occasionally work with the police. He idly wondered if the professor knew Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐲. It seemed like 𝐒𝐭𝐲 could be called across the country for a difficult case at a moment's notice. He felt like Meiji might have mentioned something about it, but it was hard to remember when his interactions with the man had only been over email and the occasional video chat to discuss a particular analysis. His phone buzzed with a text. It was from Saito. He was always at least the tiniest bit hesitant to open her texts. She was just so unpredictable. Don't let Chief Dogface talk you into moving to Hosu. You belong with our station. Attached was a picture of whoever happened to be on duty at the moment. Saito had an arm slung around Nakamura's shoulders, Tamakawa and Soma idly waving, and Mori was in the background, looking miserable in the meter-maid vest. Izuku smiled. He was nervous to meet Chief Saragami tomorrow, but if he was half as welcoming as Izuku's station, Izuku would be in good hands. Izuku soon found that his conversations with Dr. Meiji fell into the same pattern most of the time. It was nice communicating with him in person rather than solely over email. But no matter the topic, the two would talk so animatedly and extensively that their analysis was so complex and involved that they barely understood it, let alone anyone else. During one of their sessions, a grad student had walked into Meiji's office with a question. He had only listened for a few seconds, eyes wide until he scuttled away, claiming that he would be back later. Dr. Meiji noticed this as well. He was deep in thought one morning when he said, Midoriya, I have a new challenge for you. I want you to start doing a brief analysis on the people close to you. Your strength lies in the way that you can discern so much about a person from idle observation, but that's not always practical. If you're helping a hero or the police force, they won't always have time to read a 20-page analysis. Your challenge is to make these no longer than a single page, but with all of the most important information. Izuku thought it over a minute before nodding. That makes sense. The professor smiled, ruffling the boy's hair. I have a class soon, and you've got patrol this evening with the police, don't you? You don't want to be late. They parted ways, and Izuku only paused at his room long enough to grab his EMT pack before running out to the waiting police car. It wasn't really necessary for patrol, but Izuku liked to carry it. It gave him peace of mind knowing that he was better prepared to help someone should the need arise. Between the EMT pack and the don't RPE me kit, Izuku felt prepared for whatever may come. He had no idea how wrong he was. The officers waiting for him were ones he'd met before. Mao was in his mid-20s with a quirk that made his teeth razor-sharp, and his partner Ashia was cool-headed with a stamina enhancement quirk. Ashia reminded Izuku a little bit of Kondo, but his glare didn't have nearly the same impact as hers did. The two greeted Izuku as he climbed into the car, genuinely happy to see him. Ashia said, You get to pick where we're patrolling tonight. We're extraneous, so we can patrol anywhere within our zone. Izuku thought of the news he'd been analyzing that very morning. He was sure the hero killer, Stain, was still in Hosu. The man likely didn't fight well against groups of people, so it would probably be safe enough to go. Can we patrol this area of town? Izuku asked, pointing to a specific area on the paper map Mao held. It's a pretty quiet area, but whatever you want, Midoriya, Mao said. For whatever reason, Izuku felt a deep sense of foreboding, but it also came with the sense that someone needed his help. To distract himself, Izuku instead thought about his EMT pack. It would be too cumbersome to carry when he became a fully-fledged police officer, but if he could compress it to, say, a fanny pack. Mao broke him from his ponderings. We know how much you like heroes, so if you wanted to see him, we could probably catch Native on his patrol. This is his part of town. I would love to meet him. I have some questions about his quirk. Smiling fondly at the boy's excitement, Mao told Ashia to pull over. The three piled out of the car. They had been together for patrols the past few days, and the officers were growing ever fonder of the kid. Both found themselves shaking their heads at Izuku's insistence to bring his EMT pack. Mao raised an eyebrow. "I appreciate how prepared you're trying to be, Midoriya, but it seems just as excessive tonight as it has the other nights." "Well, I can't do much to help with police work until I finish at the academy, so I'll help this way," Izuku said brightly. Making sure his equipment was in place, 𝐡hia said, "I was doubtful when I heard Tsukochi's plan to make a teenager an officer, but now I see his reasoning. We're glad to have you, Midoriya." Izuku stammered an awkward thanks, but all three froze at the sound of a pained groan. Luckily, the police had been marginally successful in training Izuku not to run into potentially dangerous situations. Instead, it was a brisk walk. The kid very nearly managed to leave Mao and 𝐡hia in his dust. "Call for backup," Izuku commanded before disappearing around the corner. "Should we?" Mao asked hesitantly. "Do what the kid says. I'm going to follow, you stay here unless you're needed. If it gets bad, pull Midoriya out. I don't want to explain to Tsukochi how we let his son get murdered." Izuku had immediately made his way to Native as quietly as possible. The whole scene was a mess. Just as he had thought, here was the hero killer Stain, but someone had distracted him from his prey. While Native slowly bled out in the alleyway, Stain was busy injuring someone in silver armor. Izuku was fairly sure he had seen that same armor on one of the Class 1A students after the USJ incident, and the boy's resemblance to 𝐒𝐲𝐽 was undeniable. So this was a revenge mission. But now was not the time to analyze motives and quirks. Izuku had to see to Native's injuries. The hero was conscious, but paralyzed from Stain's quirk. Native hissed for him to leave, get pros, but if his injuries weren't seen to immediately, Native would likely be permanently paralyzed like 𝐒𝐲𝐽. He needed an ambulance, now. Izuku felt slightly guilty doing this, but he stuffed a wad of gauze into the man's mouth to hopefully shut him up. He felt when the hero killer's eyes fell on him. Chills ran down Izuku's spine, and his heart sank when he saw that the hero student was unmoving on the ground. His helmet was off, and Izuku recognized him from the sports festival. Now the resemblance to 𝐒𝐲𝐽 was undeniable. The two were likely brothers. But Stain's eyes were on Izuku, and his sword dripped BLD onto the pavement, the same BLD that the hero student was loosing too quickly. "Hosu police. Put your weapon down. Hero killer Stain." 𝐡hia stalked into the alleyway, placing himself between Izuku and Stain, gun drawn. "Ah, the public defenders that don't masquerade as heroes. I have no qualms with you, but I won't allow you to keep me from my prey," Stain said in a voice that sounded like the night itself. The hero killer sprang forward, nimbly avoiding the bullet 𝐡hia shot. While the man was partially distracted, Izuku finished bandaging Native as quickly as possible before scuttling over to the hero student, ripping open high EMT pack. "What are you doing? Get out of here, this isn't your fight," the boy wheezed. "It shouldn't be yours either," Izuku hissed, pressing gauze down onto the wound. He almost immediately felt BLD soak through. "You're training to be a hero, aren't you? I thought heroes were agents of protection, not revenge." "Midoriya, get out of here," came a strangled cry. 𝐡hia was collapsed on the ground, BLD slowly staining his shirt. Izuku frantically searched the alleyway. Stain was he managed to raise his EMT pack in front of him like a shield, a few daggers sinking into it. Stain was advancing, his sword glinting in the moonlight. "Once his quirk wears off, press on that gauze," Izuku instructed the hero student before putting the "Don't Arp Me" whistle between his lips, blowing with the full capacity of his lungs. "You test my patience, child." Stain growled, lunging forward. Izuku knew he couldn't even begin to match the man in martial arts. His technique really was a thing of beauty. He also knew that everyone who cared about him was going to hate this plan. But Stain's quirk required him to ingest his victim's BLD, which meant that he had to get close to said victim for even a moment, which was when Izuku would strike. The sword sliced through the EMT pack like it was nothing, but Izuku managed to avoid the blade. He was still kneeling near the hero student, and he threw the remnants of the pack at the hero killer. "You behave like a true hero, child. But don't hold back, I'm curious to see what manner of quirk you have. Stain chuckled darkly before bringing his sword down in a wicked arc. Izuku cried out as it was buried in his thigh, but now was his time. One hand lashed out, desperately grabbing the blade and pulling, causing the hero killer to stumble closer. Spitting out the whistle, Izuku said, "I don't have one," before using his other hand to WHP out the taser, pressing it to the soft skin of the hero killer's neck. The sheer power of the thing jolted Izuku a bit, but he held it there probably longer than necessary until it was clear that the man wasn't getting up. In the distance he heard sirens. Good. That was good. Where had his whistle landed? No matter. Taking a deep breath, Izuku howled, "Mo!" The man came running, freezing for only a moment upon seeing all of the BLD in the alleyway. He was clearly terrified that someone was dead, which Izuku understood, but he was also acutely aware of every second as it ticked by. "Mao, get cuffs on this man now. Use everything you can to restrain him. I don't know when he's going to wake up." "Is that the hero killer Stain?" the younger officer choked. "Get cuffs on him, now," 𝐎𝐲𝐽 growled from the ground. "Right. And backup is coming, but there's some kind of chaos in another part of the city. We don't know how long it will take," Mao said, firmly handcuffing Stain. "Midoriya, you still have a sword in your thigh. It's the only thing keeping me from passing out from BLD loss," Izuku said calmly. "Thank goodness for adrenaline because I can't feel a thing." The hero student slowly sat up, putting pressure on his wound like Izuku had instructed. Stain's quirk had released when the man passed out, but he was the only one fit enough to move. Mao was tending to 𝐎𝐲𝐽's wounds now that Stain had a pair of HNDSIFFs around his wrists and another around his ankles. But no one was going to die this night. Izuku was fairly confident in that. "You're quirkless?" the boy asked, pale from BLD loss. "Why would you run in like that?" "I'm morally opposed to letting people die," Izuku said. "I'm Midoriya Izuku, by the way. Ida Tenya. I must give my sincerest apologies, Midoriya. You were correct in your estimation of me. I was acting out of revenge. It was you, not I, that showed true heroism tonight. I think that's a bit much, but I appreciate the sentiment. Oh, the ambulances are almost here, perfect." From the ground, 𝐎𝐲𝐽 groaned. "Mao, you're the one who has to explain this situation to Tsukochi." "What? Why me?" Mao yelped. "You're the only one who didn't get stabbed," 𝐎𝐲𝐽 accused. "You can tell Tsuragami first if you want, but you're calling Tsukochi." It was only moments later that a whole host of police officers and EMTs appeared. The first officer to get to Izuku looked down and swore, "Is that the hero killer Stain?" "Please take him," Izuku said. Before he could observe or say anything more, a gaggle of medical personnel were transferring him to a stretcher. The inside of the ambulance was sterile, and it felt familiar to him after his training, but his adrenaline was beginning to wear off, and the pain was what he would describe as all-consuming. He was pretty sure he asked someone to call his mom, and then he was at the hospital and people kept saying something about surgery. Then, mercifully, the world drifted away and the pain was gone. But it seemed no sooner than he had comfortably fallen asleep when someone was urging him awake, insistently shoving a spoon in his mouth. "You need to wake up and eat," someone was saying, shoving the thick, butterscotch pudding into his mouth. Izuku's eyes fluttered open to see he was in a hospital room, his mom standing along with so many people. His head was fuzzy and thinking was just so hard. "You just got out of surgery for your leg. How do you feel?" the person force-feeding him pudding asked. Izuku attempted to force his mind to cooperate, but it was a struggle. He intended to answer the question, but when he opened his mouth, what came out was, "Do I get to keep the sword?" "It's evidence for now," Tsuragami said with his usual gravity. "But we'll see." "I should tell Stain thank you," Izuku mumbled, eyes unfocused. "He gave me a sword and called me a hero. I always wanted to be a hero. Why don't you become a hero?" Ida asked from the bed next to Izuku's. He hadn't noticed the hero student was there. "He told me I couldn't, too dangerous for quirkless. He would know, he's a hero. Made me even sadder than what Kaken said. But I'm happy now," Izuku mumbled, yawning. "The station is nice. Oh, wait. Chief Tsurage. Tsurama. Chief. Is Ida going to be in trouble? They have graciously extended mercy so long as we never tell anyone of my involvement, the student in question said. I'm glad you're not in trouble, Izuku said excitedly. Mom. I missed you. Why are you crying? Unable to hold herself back anymore, 𝐭𝐽 flung herself at her son. Izuku, you're okay. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Izuku merely hummed, grateful for his mother's presence. Tsurage left, claiming he would be back later to get his statement. Mom. Yes, sweetie. What time is it? 𝐭𝐽 checked her watch. Around 2 in the morning. You should be sleeping. Oh, I'm fine, Izuku. But Izuku could see how exhausted 𝐭𝐽 was, and he was tired himself. Go to my dorm room, you can sleep there. That way you can grab my stuff in the morning before we leave. Besides, Dr. Meiji will want to see me, so he can come here with you. It took a lot more convincing, but finally 𝐭𝐽 agreed to take a cab to the university, leaving Izuku alone with Ida. Izuku was drowsy, but his mind was fully functional once more. The painkillers were starting to wear off, but for now it was bearable. I sincerely apologize, Midoriya, Ida said, breaking the silence. I was a selfish fool. I could only recognize the injustice done to my brother, and if it weren't for your intervention, I would likely be dead. The two boys quietly conversed, while in the hallway, 𝐭𝐽 happened upon one frazzled detective. She paused. Tsukochi. The man came screeching to a halt. 𝐭𝐽. Is he okay? He had to have surgery on his leg, but he's fine. He should make a full recovery, 𝐭𝐽 said, glad to see the detective. She hesitated before continuing, but he was saying some concerning things when he was recovering from the anesthesia. Like what? Like he should thank Stain because he called Izuku a hero. I hadn't heard anything about this before, but apparently Izuku had a pro-hero tell him he couldn't be a hero, and it hurt worse than everything his bullies told him. Izuku hadn't told me anything about all of this, and I doubt he's going to remember telling me. It worries me, because before your station found him, heroes were Izuku's life. Everything was about finding a way to become one. Tsukochi's eyes were steel. Do you know what hero told him this? 𝐭𝐽 thought briefly back to when they moved and Izuku had donated the entirety of his All Might collection. It was highly unusual, but it was probably just Izuku trying to move on from his former dream. Besides, the day of the sludge villain there were a lot of heroes on scene, and there was no guarantee that it was any of them. No. The detective nodded. Thanks for telling me, 𝐭𝐽. Now go get some sleep. You too, she said with a wry smile. Izuku and Ida were deep in conversation when the door slammed open and Detective Tsukochi stormed in, the picture of fury in a trench coat. Midoriya Izuku. I know you didn't just happen to be in the same area of Hosu as Stain. What on earth possessed you to intervene with nothing but 2 police officers and a fanny pack? I also had my EMT pack. Izuku said nervously. Tsukochi collapsed into a chair at his bedside. We're getting you a gun. Really? The hero killer. I'll tell someone my suspicions next time. I was just worried they wouldn't believe me or that we would get there too late, Izuku said. Well, I don't think you have to worry about that in the future. There's already a whole host of police officers that want to steal you from me, Tsukochi said. Once Mao told me, somehow the entirety of Japan's police force found out that you were the one who took down Stain. Izuku found himself blushing. It's too much. You're well on your way to becoming Japan's favorite police officer, and you're not even officially one yet. But you need to trust in us, kid. We're here to help you, and if you don't start trusting us you're going to keep getting hurt like this. I'm sorry, Izuku said sincerely, ducking his head. Good, I better not be seeing you in the hospital anytime soon, Tsukochi said seriously. Now I am commandeering this armchair for a few hours, and in the morning I'm going to pay Mao and Ashia a visit. Izuku yawned. Please don't kill them. I make no promises. Now go to sleep, little Midoriya. I'm sorry, Mrs. Midoriya, but we can't release your son just yet. What? He's okay, isn't he? 𝐭𝐽 asked, eyes wide. Yes, he's healing wonderfully, the doctor assured her. But this injury was no small wound. We're lucky that there wasn't more damage done to him. As it stands, I just want to keep an eye on him to make sure that there are no complications. 𝐭𝐽 wrung her hands. I understand that, but I can't afford to take any more time off from my job. I can't just leave Izuku alone. And I don't know if I can afford the hospital bills. Izuku bit his lip, trying not to cry as he listened to his mother fret like this. He hated that he was such a burden. He had been the reason that they moved, and she wouldn't tell him how much his online schooling and Valiant's dojo cost, but it couldn't be cheap. Until he became part of the police force, Izuku couldn't contribute. He was merely a drain on his mother. Now here he was, costing more money that they didn't have, and the guilt was eating him alive. Izuku swallowed, wondering if he could work in a part-time job, at least until "Don't worry about that, Mrs. Midoriya," Detective Tsukochi cut in, placing a hand on her shoulder. "The police take care of their own. Our insurance policy will cover the costs completely. You can return home if you need to. I know that almost everyone in the station was planning on dropping by here at one point or another, so we can arrange shifts so that your son is never alone. Besides, I am being retained as well," Ida said from his own hospital bed, chopping at the air with his good arm. "I shall keep him company as best I can." "I'll be checking up on your son as well," Dr. Meiji interrupted quickly. Izuku blinked, completely stunned. They were helping. Just like that. Was this what having more than a two-person family felt like? Or were they helping because they felt guilty? That's not necessary. You shouldn't feel like you have to. Tsukochi put a hand on his head. Reckless teenagers don't get any say in the matter. Izuku squawked in protest, but in actuality, his chest was warmer than he could ever recall it being before. Soon after that, the adults fell into a conversation that wasn't so much exclusive as it was boring, so Izuku took advantage of their distraction and stretched as far as his body would allow, finally able to snag his shon that had been tantalizingly out of reach. Tsukochi had stolen it last night, claiming that he needed rest, not a distraction. He was marginally impressed that his phone had any battery left at all, and that it hadn't just malfunctioned from all of the notifications. There were roughly 200 text messages from Officer Saito alone, ranging from berating him for his stupidity to pleading for him to be okay. There were also texts from everyone else on the force excluding Mori, a handful from various people he knew from the dojo, a dozen emails from various teachers, and a few voicemails. One was from Ojiro, one was from Valiant, and there were two from the same unknown number. Curious, Izuku picked the first one from the unknown number. Holding the phone up to his ear, a vaguely familiar voice began speaking. "Hi, I was just calling to say thank you for my first day of training. You helped a lot and you were super cool. I hope I see you again sometime soon, Midoriya. Oh, this is Uraraka Okako, by the way." Izuku hadn't been aware that his phone slipped out of his hand until it clattered to the floor. The noise alerted everyone else in the room, causing some concern while an utterly smitten smile spread across his face. "Midoriya, are you all right? Do we need to call the doctor? Talk to us, kid." "Izuku, honey, why are you smiling like that? Should I be worried?" He instinctively turned to the most familiar voice. "A girl, Mom. A girl." "What about a girl, Izuku?" 𝐭𝐽 asked, worry creasing her face even more. "What girl?" The door to the hospital room slammed open and none other than Officer Saito stomped in, waving a picture around. "It's this girl, isn't it, Izuku? One Uraraka Okako, a hero student in UA's Class 1A. You helped her after the USJ incident and then again on Monday at Gunhead's dojo where you gave her your phone number." Izuku whimpered, feeling like a guilty man on trial even though he had done nothing. "No, it's not what you think. Don't you lie to me, little Midoriya. Gunhead told me everything," Saito said, dramatically jabbing a finger at him. "But I'm not angry about the girl, little Midoriya. If anything comes of this, I'll have to instill the fear of the station in her. But she's cute and hopefully smart enough not to hurt you. No, I came all the way to Hosu to address your blatant betrayal." It was then that Officer Nakamura appeared in the doorway, breathing. "Sorry, little Midoriya. I tried to rein her in, but she locked me in a janitor's closet and made it here before me." "Betrayal?" Ida asked, scandalized. You lost our Snapchat streak. Saito declared, seemingly near tears. And then you didn't confirm your crush to me. You're supposed to divulge your secrets to me. And then you had to get yourself hurt on top of it all. Nakamura wheezed, producing an inhaler and taking a few puffs before snarling. You need to get your priorities straight. We were almost to 50 days. If I can snap him in the middle of a drag bust to keep the thing alive, then Saito, what have I said about using your phone on the job? She cursed quietly under her breath. I forgot that detective was here. Nakamura, why didn't you warn me? You dug your grave, Nakamura wheezed, starting to get his breathing under control. The doctor cleared his throat. I was letting this slide before, but with this many people we should really only have family in the room. I really should get going anyway. Office hours are starting soon, Dr. Meiji said regretfully. Heal quickly, Midoriya. I look forward to your next visit. Once Meiji had departed, the doctor looked expectantly at the others in the room, though mainly Saito. Looking him dead in the eyes with a completely straight face, she said, Here's my brother, can't you see the resemblance? How are you, Mom? She asked, giving 𝐒𝐽𝐽 a wooden hug. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 patted the woman who was obviously too old to be her daughter on the back. Normally she would have protested the lie, but it was true in all but BLD. The police station were more like family to Izuku than anyone but 𝐒𝐽𝐽 herself. And him, the doctor asked, pointedly looking at Nakamura. He's our great uncle, she said without missing a beat. The doctor sighed in resignation. Just don't get too rowdy. It was then that Ida chose to lean over and whisper, Are you truly smitten with Uraraka? Unfortunately Ida was terrible at whispering, and the entire room heard him. Izuku paled as every eye present came to rest on him. It was his mother of all people that asked, Izuku, who is this Uraraka Okako? Izuku flailed, unsure of how to answer and praying for deliverance. It seemed just then that he had apparently done something right in his life, because it actually came. A nurse stepped in to collect Ida and Izuku to get them out of their room and visit some other patients. At that point Izuku was ready to fling himself off the bed, but he settled for nodding vigorously while Ida agreed as well. The two were transferred into wheelchairs while Izuku insisted that he and Ida went alone with the nurses until finally they were pushed away from prying eyes. Once out of earshot, Ida said, I must beg your forgiveness, Midoriya. I was not nearly discreet enough. Don't worry about it, Ida. And yeah, I think I do like Uraraka. She's one of the first girls I've ever met that didn't care I was quirkless. She is indeed a person of the highest caliber, as are you, Ida said almost proudly, like a mother hen talking about her chicks. We're at the first room, one of the nurses announced before pushing the door open. The room was nearly identical to theirs, but only one of the beds was taken, and this room was littered with candy wrappers and the like. From his armchair next to the occupied bed, still chewing on a candy bar, Officer Mao languidly poked Officer Ashia awake while Izuku excitedly said, It's great to see you both. I'm glad you're healing well, Officer Ashia. It took a minute for Ashia's eyes to focus enough to see the boys before a smile spread across his face. Hey, Midoriya. You haven't tried to take down any homicidal maniacs since I last saw you, have you? Not yet, but it's not quite lunchtime, Izuku said with a smile. That was amazing, kid, but a little warning next time. Mao asked. I know you probably have experience being doubted because you're a quirkless teenager, but that's not going to be the case anymore. You're the golden child of the police department. What? Both officers stared at him. Haven't you seen the news? I made the news. Oh, geez, Mao said, picking up the remote and flipping through a few channels. Izuku only caught snippets from each, but it was enough. Hero killer stain stopped by a quirkless 15-year-old. Some question the legitimacy of the story and whether or not it was all a ploy to raise the public opinion of quirkless individuals. Midoriya Izuku, a quirkless 15-year-old, reportedly accomplished what an abundance of pro-heroes have been unable to. This begs the question, are quirks really helpful, or have we become too reliant on them? Here we have taser sales have skyrocketed overnight. More on was just a fluke, a lucky coincidence, Endeavor was saying, staring into the camera. Children, especially defenseless children, should keep out of hero work. Mao turned off the TV. You're everywhere. Some people love you, some people hate you. Endeavor is cessed beyond belief, and so he's been attempting to downplay your fight and talk up the strength of those Nomu things. I think he's really just jealous that you took down such a high-profile villain without a quirk. Jealous? Izuku squeaked. For better or for worse, you're making a name for yourself. Your face is being plastered everywhere, both of you. The police as a whole are getting the most positive publicity than we've gotten since the institution of public heroes. This is probably going to be a fleeting thing. In a month you might seem vaguely familiar to someone in the grocery store, but people are going to remember that it was a quirkless kid that took down Stain, Ashia said gravely. But kid, from what I know of you, this is only the start of one of the brightest careers I've ever seen. I look forward to what you do next. As long as you warn your partners, Mao said immediately and sternly. Now get out of here. If Ashia doesn't get more rest, his wife will kill both of us. Izuku and Ida bid the two farewell as their nurses pushed them out of the room and further down the hallway. Neither boy asked any questions when they were pushed into a room a few doors down where Native was being visited by Manuel. Both heroes were happy to see the boys, but wasted no time telling them that they were reckless and stupid that night. But Native ended by saying, "If it weren't for you two though, I'd be dead, so I have to say thank you." Manuel smiled. "I think you've learned your lesson, Tenya. But thank you, Midoriya. You kept him alive when I couldn't. I hear you want to be a detective, and I think I speak for many heroes when I say that I look forward to working with you." Izuku managed to hold back his tears, but only just. "Me too." He sniffled as they were pushed from the room. He was still trying not to cry when Ida said, "Our room is in the opposite direction, and surely there are no more patients. Have you forgotten about me so easily, Tenya?" Ida froze at the sound of the newcomer's voice. "Brother." Izuku glanced around to find a man who looked remarkably like Ida wheeling up in a wheelchair of his own. Ingenium. A harried nurse materialized behind him. "Sir, you're not allowed to be moving about on your own yet." "I just wanted to make sure my brother hadn't forgotten me," Ingenium said with a winning smile. It was roughly about that moment that Izuku felt like his heart was about to explode because holy woe, the Ingenium sat right in front of him. I could never forget you," Ida said fervently, his eyes shining with tears. "Brother, I must apologize. I thought I was avenging you, but in reality I merely let my anger overwhelm me. I'm so sorry, brother, I have failed to uphold the ideals of heroism that you taught me." Ida was crying in earnest now, but he jolted when his brother placed a comforting hand atop his head. "You acted rashly, Tenya, that's true. But I know you, and you will learn from this and become a better hero than I ever was. You will make Ingenium a hero to look up to." "Thank you, brother, I won't let you down again," Ida said, wiping at his tears. "I know you won't," Ingenium said warmly before his eyes came to rest on Izuku. "And I'm assuming you're the person I have to thank for keeping my brother alive." "Oh, I didn't do much, really. But it's an honor to meet you, Ingenium, sir. I've looked up to you for." Izuku was pulled from what could potentially the most embarrassing mutter storm of his life when an irritated voice called, "Tensai, I won't bring you to your checkups with your surgeon if you're never where you're supposed to be." Ingenium wheeled around enough to look at the speaker. But Shota, I was popping in on my darling little brother and his new friend." Izuku swallowed as none other than Aizawa strolled into view, displeasure clear on his face. "I didn't think I'd get the opportunity to lecture you two so soon. You were both reckless and stupid. Ida, I expect you to learn from this, and learn well. You're only alive because Midoriya is a trained EMT, and a good one at that. I trust that you'll rein in your emotions in the future." "Of course, Mr. Aizawa. You have my sincerest apologies. Don't expect the government to take it easy on you. You used your quirk illegally, and there will be a penalty," Aizawa warned. "You were being a vigilante in every sense of the word." Ida hung his head. "I am aware." "And you," Aizawa said, his glare sharpening on Izuku. "I'm sure Tsukochi covered most things already, problem child, but I've spoken with Gunhead and Valiant about methods of countering various types of weapons. The next time I hear that you've taken a sword to the thigh, I'm going to make you wish that the villain had finished the job. I'll be more careful, Izuku said, furiously nodding. 𝐎𝐸𝐽𝐸's mouth curled even further upwards. I didn't know you knew the hero of the hour, Shota. I know him well enough to know that Midoriya didn't stumble across Stain by accident, Aizawa said, his eyes boring into the depths of Izuku's soul. But I also know he's one of the most capable problem children I've ever come across. I swear, when I find whatever fool of a pro-hero told him he couldn't be one of us, I'm going to hang them upside down with my capture weapon. That is the highest praise I have ever heard from Aizawa Shota. Take heart, Midoriya, that means that you're doing something incredibly right. Thank you for saving my little brother. I may no longer be able to be a hero, but I can rest easy knowing that I'm leaving the world in the hands of you too, Tensai said with a bittersweet smile. Now we need to get going. If Shota isn't back by a certain time, his cats will riot and I will be hearing about it for months. Izuku wasn't sure what to feel as he watched 𝐸𝐸𝐽𝐸 and Aizawa leave. He was still not completely present, thanks to his pain medication and the poor sleep afforded by hospital beds. He thought about nothing and everything at the same time as he was wheeled back to his hospital room, where he would sit aside Ida for days, making a lifelong friend and ally. In those few days, Izuku was able to pretend he was just a teenager with Ida, as if neither of their pictures were broadcasted across every news channel while millions of strangers formulated opinions of each of them. Each boy was blissfully unaware that the happenings of that fateful night was already changing their nation as it stood, potentially even the world. The specifics and their faces would be widely forgotten, but the emotions behind it all never would. However, the details were not forgotten by all. Many eyes now rested on Midoriya Izuku, for better or for worse. I can see you've been keeping up with your therapy even though Recovery Girl healed you, Aizawa said as he and Izuku circled one another, each waiting for the other to strike first. That's good, you're probably stronger than you were before. Izuku did his best to regulate his breathing, ignoring the sweat sticking his shirt to his body. I have a lot of people who care about my well-being for once, I would hate to let them down. If you recognize that much, you'll do us all a favor and stop taking swords to the thigh. But it's true that you've got an army of people making sure that you reach your full potential, Aizawa said, one of his unsettling smiles spreading across his face. Speaking of that, I showed 𝐒𝐸𝐽𝐸 your analysis of me, and he's intrigued. You did what? In that millisecond of Izuku's surprise, Aizawa struck. After a flurry of motion, Izuku ended up with his face pressed into the practice mat. I think you know what I'm going to say, problem child. Never let my guard down, Izuku groaned, the words muffled. Aizawa let off, even offering a hand to help him up. But I was serious about 𝐒𝐸𝐽𝐸. He was already curious about you, but your analysis left him fascinated. Izuku swallowed thickly. He had come to know that the attention of 𝐸𝐸𝐻's principal was by no means a good thing. So what does that mean? It means we're done for today, Aizawa said, rolling his shoulders. If you're up to it, 𝐒𝐸𝐽𝐸 has invited you for tea just about now. It's up to you whether or not to accept the invitation, but I would remind you that 𝐒𝐸𝐻 has been gracious enough to allow you the use of 𝐸𝐸𝐻 property. As terrifying as the prospect was, Izuku couldn't deny his curiosity. Which way to his office? The principal's office was impressive, but simple as 𝐸𝐸𝐻 in general seemed to be. The principal of Indeterminate Species glanced up from his paperwork when the door opened. Ah, Mr. Midoriya. I was wondering whether or not you would accept my offer. At the very least I should thank you for allowing me to train on school property with school staff even though I am not one of your students, Izuku said, trying not to sound as flustered as he felt. I've been curious about you ever since I was approached about training you by not only Recovery Girl, but Eraserhead as well, 𝐒𝐸𝐻 said, motioning for Izuku to sit down. Naturally, I had also been informed about the new Provisional Police Badge program that currently has exactly one participant, and Dr. Meiji has been bragging about the pupil he snagged out from under my nose. Imagine my surprise when I learned that all of these monumental achievements belong to the same 15-year-old. I can't express how right Meiji is. It really is a shame that I wasn't able to welcome you as one of our students. But no matter, it appears you're being trained properly on multiple accounts. As I'm sure Aizawa told you, I've seen your analysis of him, and I'm fascinated. Would you care for a conversation over tea? I'd be delighted, Izuku said cautiously, waiting for the other shoe to drop. He'd heard too many stories about the principal for there not to be another shoe. I've heard about you from many people, Midoriya. You've been taken on by a number of pro-heroes that wish to train you, even outside of Eraserhead and Recovery Girl, and you've taken down the hero killer stain yourself. Why not try to become a hero? Nezu asked. When I was younger I wanted nothing more, Izuku admitted. But there's no way that you don't know that I'm quirkless, Principal Nezu. And there's no way that you don't know by now that you easily could have become a hero without a quirk, Nezu countered. You've easily proven yourself more capable than some of our own hero corps students. I have that confidence now, but when I needed it, there were lines of people telling me that becoming a hero wasn't a possibility, including heroes, Izuku said with a bittersweet smile. But I like the path I'm on. As much as I would love it, I know I can't change your mind, Nezu said. Just as I know that you're Mage's protégé. But I would like to ask a favor of you, Midoriya. Yes. I'd like to get to know you better. I understand you're a busy man, so all that I ask is that you make time to have tea with me once a month. I already find myself invested in your future. Oh, of course. I would love to. The longer the conversation went on, the more Izuku found himself relaxing. He had heard plenty of stories about the unsettling feeling that came with the attention of Nezu, but Izuku felt no such discomfort. Nezu was wildly intelligent, yes, but he was perfectly kind and polite to Izuku. Meanwhile, Nezu was becoming more and more intrigued by this child every minute. He was beginning to see the full scope of the true tragedy of UA, never teaching Midoriya Izuku, at least not in any way they could officially take credit for. After all, it was for someone precisely like Midoriya that Nezu had allowed quirkless children apply to the hero course. When the time came, Nezu reluctantly let the boy go. He was already formulating subtle topics of conversation for next month to learn more about the boy. Midoriya was bright and genuine, and he had a rare strength of character. He was completely selfless in his longing to help people. Indeed, on more than one occasion Aizawa had muttered about the boy getting himself killed. But Nezu knew how quirkless people were treated, especially the ones who refused to stay in the shadows. Nezu felt a strange kinship with Midoriya Izuku, he supposed. The boy bore so many of those signs of someone used and abused by humans, many of those signs that Nezu himself once bore. How the boy was so free of hatred and anger was a mystery, though. If such a creature did exist, surely it deserved better than this world. A knock sounded at the open office door where Aizawa and Chiyo stood. You called for us. Ah, yes. Come in, please. Come in, Nezu said brightly. As you two know him best, tell me a bit about Midoriya Izuku. Meanwhile, Izuku sneezed on his walk home. Bless you. Thank Yohei. Shinsu. I haven't seen you for a while. The purple-haired boy looked just as exhausted as ever, but he half smiled. If you would stop sacrificing limbs to stop serial killers, then maybe we could find time to hang out. It was only one time, and I had limited options, Izuku said defensively. You people act like I have a secret quirk that causes me injuries. I'm just screwing with you, Midoriya. Really though, I haven't seen you for a while with your gimpy leg and whatnot. Izuku scratched the back of his head. Recovery Girl took pity on me and healed me, but she also made me promise to go through physical therapy before I was allowed to spar again. Today was my first day back with Aizawa, and I'm going back to the dojo on Monday. I would say it sounds like you've had some spare time lately, but I know you've just overachieved as usual. I wouldn't call it overachieving, what? Shinsu asked, amusement clear in his eyes. You only added another 30 pages to your analysis of Eraserhead, and then you finished high school just because. I still have a term and a half left of high school, Izuku muttered. And I analyzed a lot of people, not just Eraserhead. So you took it easy, Shinsu said, completely deadpan. Midoriya, it pains me to say this, but you need to get out more, have some fun. I have fun. Izuku protested. Just last week we had a birthday party for Officer Kondo at the station. I mean fun that doesn't involve people a decade older than us. But Mori is only no, Midoriya. First of all, he hates you. Besides, if anything Mori is anti-fun. Izuku thought before grumbling, okay then, what do you suggest I do for fun? Shinso had the audacity to shrug without looking up from his phone. Don't ask me, I haven't had fun in years. Well then it sounds like you need to go and have fun just as much as I do. What do your friends do for fun? Bold of you to assume I have friends. Well, I know Ojiro trains, and Ida also trains, Izuku said slowly. I'm assuming that training isn't counting as fun. Nope. Isn't the mall supposed to be fun? People seem to go there a lot. Shinsu wrinkled his nose. The mall. Where hundreds of troglodytes that think themselves superior to you and me flock. Surely this is not the mall that you speak of. You're being dramatic. Tomorrow if you're free, we can go to the mall for a while, and when we get bored, we can go play video games at your house. The two stared one another down before Izuku added, if the mall is awful, I'll pay for lunch. A slow smile spread across Shinsu's face. I believe we have a deal, Midoriya. No super expensive sushi. The two parted with plans to meet the next morning. Izuku was absurdly excited. He had no idea what to do at the mall. He had only been a handful of times with his mom, and that usually consisted of her shoving various clearance clothes at him in a desperate attempt to get him to wear something other than his t-shirt shirts. He doubted this would be like that, but he was going to the mall with a friend. This was even more exciting than the time he'd gone to the arcade with Ojiro. When he got there, Izuku barreled right into his house, and upon finding 𝐒𝐽𝐽 asked, can I get a themel with Shinsu tomorrow? 𝐒𝐽𝐽 blinked. Say that one more time, slower. Can I go to the mall with Shinsu tomorrow? She began blinking again, but this time it was blinking tears from her eyes. Of course you can. My baby. Going to the mall with a friend. There were quite a few tears shared between the mother and son, and later that night Izuku could hardly sleep for excitement. For a day he was going to be a normal teenager at the mall with a friend. That said, Izuku woke up absurdly early Saturday morning. He knew Shinsu would never stand for being woken up at this time, and the mall wasn't even open yet, so Izuku found himself running to the police station. He could say hi to whoever happened to be on duty. Smiling at the thought, Izuku slowed to a jog and then a walk when he got to the front entrance into the station. He would need to shower once he got home, and then he could it's the golden child. Of course you just get up and go for a run at the crack of dawn, because Midoriya actually has his life together. Well you listen here, you little twerp. People only like you because they feel bad for you. Stain probably Mori was cut off when Soma slapped a hand over his mouth. Don't pay attention to him, Midoriya. He's a little bitter about having the graveyard shift, and sleep deprivation brings out a different side of him. It makes him honest. At least he's finally off meter-maid duty, Izuku said, moving to the water cooler for a drink. Saito's got a betting pool on how long that lasts, Tamakawa said, emerging from the staff room. I'm giving him a week. Mori wrenched Soma's hand from his mouth. Why are you even here, kid? I swear you're here more often than I am, and I'm paid to be here. It's pathetic. Don't you have friends? Soma tensed, ready to send Mori to the corner, but Izuku just laughed. I'm actually going to hang out with a friend later. Today, I just woke up early and had time to kill. Besides, I love being here, don't you? The more Izuku spoke, the more Mori looked like he was about to explode. I need either more sleep or more caffeine to deal with this brat. While Mori sat in his corner of his own volition, Izuku enjoyed tea and donuts with the other officers. Saito brought donuts to the station at least weekly to keep up their image. Izuku stayed like that even after Soma and Mori finished their shift. He simply made more tea and enjoyed it with Sasaki and Kondo when they came in, and later 𝐒𝐭𝐴. Sasaki fought 𝐒𝐭𝐴 for the last of the fritters before asking, so little Midoriya, how's the police academy treating you? Oh, I'm learning tons. Izuku said excitedly, eyes shining. And since the stain incident, the other students have been leaving me alone. Kondo paused. her teacup halfway to her lips. Her eyes were extra frosty as she asked, "They've been messing with you?" "Oh, nothing as bad as middle school was," Izuku said blithely. "Mostly they would just ignore me, but a few people claimed that I was too young and a waste of resources. One of them found out that I was involved in multiple cases that made the news and tried to convince people that I just wanted to be famous or something." "Why didn't you tell anyone about this before?" Sasaki demanded, her wings fluttering anxiously. "It's no big deal," Izuku said quickly. "Really, it's nothing. I was used to dealing with worse in middle school. Their teasing means nothing if it gets me to my goal. Besides, now I've got all of you guys standing behind me, along with real friends. I couldn't possibly complain about any of that." Izuku stayed and chatted until it was almost time to meet Shinsu. He waved goodbye before racing out the door. If he hurried, he would have just enough time to shower. Once Midoriya was definitely out of earshot, Kondo made eye contact with each of her co-workers. "We're going to drop in on some of those police academy trainings, aren't we?" "Right after we shut down his middle school for neglect," Tsukochi said, already scribbling notes. "Midoriya is too stubborn to name names, but I'm sure I can find something." While those people at the police station began plotting, Izuku was practically skipping home. It had already started off as a wonderful day, and now he was going to the mall with a friend. What could go wrong? Somehow Shinsu looked even more exhausted than usual when he opened the front door. Violet eyes landed on the excited face of Izuku briefly before the door almost immediately closed on his face. Izuku blinked, but before he could really question what had just happened, Shinsu reappeared with sunglasses in place. "Now I can handle your smile. Let's go, sunshine child." "I can't wait," Izuku said, practically bouncing along the pavement. "Are you going taser shopping? You'd probably get some free stuff. A new self-defense store opened in the mall, and they say that you're the reason business is booming. They even sell those awful fanny packs that you love so much," Shinsu said, eyeing the offensive article in question. "It was a gift," he said, adjusting the Save My Fanny pack. He preferred that name, especially when he was wearing it with one of his labeled t-shirts. It fit with the puns on them. He just had to be careful to call it the Don't Arpa Me kit in front of Saito and Sasaki. "It looks like a bruised banana fused onto your waist," Shinsu deadpanned. "What was that? You want one for Christmas?" "Midoriya, you wouldn't," Shinsu said in a warning voice. Izuku said nothing, only walking faster. Worried, Shinsu also picked up the pace. "Midoriya, get your broccoli but back here." Breaking into a run, Izuku sprinted through the mall entrance, expertly dodging the hordes of people. But Shinsu wasn't far behind. Dashing around the mall courtyard, he turned back to taunt, "I think lime green would really make your eyes pop." "Midoriya, I swear I'm going to wait, watch out." Just as Shinsu called out, Izuku felt, or rather, didn't feel his foot strike the ground. Stairs. He had survived the sludge villain, a kidnapper, and even the hero killer, but he was going to meet his end via stairs. Izuku readied himself for the fall that would break a bone and finally make the police station get him a protective bubble, but it never came. He hadn't realized he closed his eyes until he opened them back up. He felt odd, weightless, and standing in front of him was "Sorry, I just used my quirk like that," said Uraraka. "I figured you wouldn't want to fall." "Oh, I know you. Hi Midoriya." Izuku easily got his feet under him once more and she released her quirk, returning Izuku's world back to normal. "Thanks for the save. Your quirk really is amazing." Izuku gushed, hoping his face wasn't as red as it felt. "I mean, I already knew that, but hey, Midoriya," Ojiro interrupted, sensing that he was about to get lost in a more embarrassing tangent than usual. "What brings you to the mall?" Izuku cleared his throat, thankful for the direction in conversation. "Oh, nothing in particular, I just had free time for once, so I convinced Shinsu to come with me." He trailed off awkwardly, suddenly noticing the palpable tension between the WhatIf students and Shinsu. The boy in question didn't bother to take off his sunglasses, he just lazily glanced at them over the frames. "At ease, 1A. I'm not here to fight you. Besides, Midoriya is a bit of a stickler for following quirk laws. I suppose your class is here to get ready for your mysterious summer camp." He had recognized a few students from 1A, but seeing the majority of the class there made Izuku's mouth go dry. Oh, you must be waiting for your other classmates, then. Just Ashido and Tokoyami, Ojiro said. Bakugo and Todoroki aren't coming. A redhead with remarkably sharp teeth broke into the conversation before anyone but Ojiro and Shinsu could pick up on Izuku's relief. Midoriya. You're the guy that took down Stain, aren't you? That's super manly, bro. How do you know Ojiro and Uraraka? He was one of the EMTs after the USJ incident. He was super nice. 𝐎𝐩𝐼𝐾 said, startling a few people around her. Midoriya goes to the same dojo as me, Ojiro said in his calm manner. And he helped train me at my internship, Uraraka said brightly. Oh wow, you must be really good then, said a blonde standing just a tad too close to the earphone jack girl. Duh, he took down Stain, she said, her jacks forming a cross to ward him off. As the class fawned over Midoriya, Okako stood back and observed. The boy seemed more confident than the last time she'd seen him, but she felt the need to thank him. Even more, she felt the need to know him, to be his friend. It was strange and rare, but unexplainable. Tenya watched Uraraka watching Midoriya and felt duty-bound to give Midoriya the opportunity to at least talk to the girl alone, yet in an appropriate setting such as this. When there was a lull in the conversation, he broke in, hand chopping the air with each syllable. Midoriya, you and Uraraka should take this opportunity to get to know one another outside of a professional capacity, as you have been able to with Ojiro and myself. This appears to be extremely fortuitous timing. Ooh, like a date? Ashido asked, appearing out of nowhere and startling Izuku. Who's the green bean? Biba, but I came here with Shinsu, Izuku said in a panicked mutter, his arms contorting into crazy shapes as he sought to hide his red face. I can't just leave him alone. Shinsu could accompany me while I seek out more durable glasses frames. I would rather die. Or we could all meet up afterwards, perhaps to get a healthy smoothie. Ida said proudly, ignoring Shinsu's comment altogether. Smoothies sound good. Kirishima said. Ashido looked around helplessly. Seriously, who is Midoriya? How does everyone know this kid but me? Izuku and Shinsu parted ways with 1A, much to their relief. Izuku knew exactly what Ida was trying to do, and while he appreciated it, it was bad for his heart. He just knew if they stayed any longer he would make a complete fool of himself. At least Ida hadn't attempted to whisper anything to him. Shinsu was just glad to get away from Class 1A. The two wandered the mall, looking at anything that intrigued either of them, which translates to anything that interested Midoriya. It wasn't the worst thing in the world, but Shinsu made it no secret that Midoriya would be buying him lunch. When Shinsu still showed complete apathy an hour or so later, Midoriya looked a bit like a kicked puppy. He'd stopped teasing Shinsu about buying him a Save My Fanny pack. He really still couldn't say don't 𝐴𝐴 kit without blushing. But now Midoriya looked like he was about to cry, and Shinsu didn't know if he was emotionally equipped to deal with that. I'm sorry I made you come with me. I just thought we should do something fun while we both had time. I'll text Ida and tell him we had to leave early and hey, it's fine, Midoriya, Shinsu said, cutting off the other boy's mumbling. I'm actually enjoying this more than I thought I would. I just don't know how to deal with people. Or emotions. It's a miracle I haven't scared you off yet. Izuku sniffed. You promise you're not just saying that? Nah, I wouldn't lie to you. Hey, we should go into that shop. I can get something for that blonde JRK from 1A. Just made sure it's not traceable, Izuku said, feeling a bit better as they made their way towards the joke shop in question. I would hate to have to solve your murder. Shinsu squinted at him. You seem to be very well informed on Mr. Compensates with explosions. Ooh, look, they've got Chinese finger traps on sale. Izuku said brightly. Apparently these are specially made to withstand minor strength enhancement quirks. Nice subject change. Hand me that powder that apparently makes everything you eat taste like radishes by your hand. The two spent quite some time in the joke shop until Izuku noticed the food court rapidly filling up. Shinsu, I'm going to buy my stuff and go get a table for us. I'll meet you there. Fine, go make sure everything is perfect for your date, he replied. Though are you really buying 20 Chinese finger traps? It's not a date, Izuku muttered, red staining his cheeks. Semantics. Go make Space Girl proud. Still blushing, Izuku scuttled away, clutching his purchases close to his body. He likely would have skipped through the mall if there had been less of a crowd. As it stood, he was jostled back and forth, and he worried about finding a table until he saw there was a pocket in the food court that was practically uninhabited. He just had to claim it. He had to hustle, but Izuku made it to the largest table the area offered before anyone else could. He grinned happily. It would be fun to have smoothies with his friends at the mall. Part of him almost didn't believe that any of this day was happening. It had seemed like maybe he would never get to experience these normal teenager things. There was some time before everyone would get there, so Izuku pulled out his phone. Dr. Meiji had had some feedback on his last analysis, and he hadn't gotten the chance to read it yet. He was so absorbed in reading it that Izuku didn't realize anyone was near until that person sat directly next to him and rasped, "Wow, I recognize you. You're that kid from the news, the quirkless boy who stopped Stain." Izuku's head jerked up, his eyes meeting the man's red ones framed by pale blue hair. He couldn't help but notice how dry and cracked the man's lips were, which was somehow his most distinguishing characteristic. An uneasy feeling settled into Izuku's gut, but he took care to breathe steadily and deeply even as the man slung an arm over his shoulders. That was quite the accomplishment, taking down Stain with nothing but your little pack. It was all the media could talk about for weeks. It must be so frustrating for you. They still talk about him, but you've been forgotten or mocked by the public, along with the other things that happened in Hosu that night. Drawing as far away from the man as he could, Izuku slowly asked, "You mean those Nomu things that attacked the city that night?" The man had some nervous tics, and one of them seemed to be playing with the neck of his hoodie, fingers curled like he wanted to scratch at his neck. The neck of his hoodie was frayed, and no, the edge of the fabric wasn't frayed. The fabric was flaking away in a pattern that he had only seen once before. Images of Aizawa's destroyed elbow flashed through his mind. This was not good. "Oh, you remember at least. Tell me, quirkless boy, you've been pretty mistreated, haven't you? Even after you were the one to take down Stain, he gets all of the attention and praise. Doesn't it just piss you off?" Reaching for his fanny pack was too noticeable, too obvious, and as 4 fingers came to rest on his throat, Izuku swallowed heavily. He couldn't make or cause any abrupt movements, not without losing his esophagus. Aizawa had been happy to explain this particular quirk to him. "It definitely sizz me off," the man continued, despite Izuku's failure to respond. "But we could fix that for you. Are you trying to reform society or something?" Izuku asked, his fingers silently snaking into his bag. "Well, yes, but I was talking about your quirklessness," he said as if it meant nothing. "I should introduce myself. I do want us to be comrades, after all. I'm Shigaraki Tomura, leader of the League of Villains," Izuku interrupted. "So you've heard of me," Shigaraki said with a grin that showed too many teeth. "I've taken an interest in you, Midoriya. Do you know why that is?" Izuku found what he wanted in the bag, holding it steady in the hand that wasn't in Shigaraki's direct line of sight. He had one shot at this. If he screwed up, he was definitely dead, and it would inevitably endanger countless civilians as well. Trying to sound normal, he asked, "No, why are you interested in me?" "Because we're the same, Midoriya," he rasped. "Abused, overlooked, neglected by heroes. So what are you proposing?" Izuku asked, his voice deceptively calm and confident. "Join us. Join us and you'll have the power and the quirk to get back at everyone, even the heroes that have failed you." In his passion, Shigaraki's grip on Izuku's throat loosened. Time seemed to slow down, each of Izuku's heartbeats pounding through his body. He struggled to keep his mind calm, taking a few deep breaths before he struck. Moving as quickly as his body allowed, one hand wrenched back the finger that wasn't resting on Izuku's neck while the other hand jammed a Chinese finger trap onto that finger. While the man yelled in surprise, Izuku's hand darted out and snatched the first finger he could on Shigaraki's other hand, brutally shoving it into the other end of the trap. "What do you think you're doing, brat?" I can. Before Shigaraki could even really threaten Izuku, he shoved a second Chinese finger trap onto the man, cementing Izuku's temporary safety. Fury lit Shigaraki's eyes, a feral fury that made Izuku shake in his seat. I'll kill you, Midoriya. I'll find everything and everyone. Yo, who are you, some crusty creep that likes to prey on young boys? A new voice broke in. How dare you, 𝐒𝐽𝐽, step away from Midoriya and shut up, Shinsu commanded in a flat voice. When Shigaraki did as commanded with a vacant stare, Izuku put as much distance between the two as possible, breathing deeply, trying to keep his tears from falling. What did he do, Midoriya? He was trying to recruit me, Izuku said. I need to call Tsukochi. Is that the leader of the League of Villains? Ida hissed in a whisper, which meant that only people within a 10-foot radius heard. The members of 1A that had just gotten to the table gasped and began asking questions all at once as Midoriya began babbling into the phone. Their noise only grew, and Shinsu felt his eye twitch a few times. All of you, shut up. Ojiro, you know Midoriya best, comfort him. Class president, go get more security, Shinsu commanded before prying the phone out of Izuku's hand. Detective, this is Shinsu Hitoshi. Shinsu, what's going on? A frantic Tsukochi demanded over the phone. I couldn't make out what Midoriya was trying to tell me. Hey, Pikachu, don't you dare touch the crusty dude, Shinsu hissed at Kaminari, who was curiously sidling a little too close to Shigaraki. Detective, you should probably get to the mall as quickly as possibly. It appears that Midoriya has caught the leader of the League of Villains in a Chinese finger trap. By the time Shinsu had explained all he could and hung up, Ojiro had Izuku calmed down and Ida was coming back with 2 mall cops in tow. A handful of the 1A students had actually made themselves useful and begun herding people away from the area. Midoriya, should I release my quirk to avoid legal ramifications, or command him to come along peacefully? Technically, any unauthorized public quirk use is illegal. I would let it go and we'll all just conveniently forget that it ever happened, Izuku said, meeting eyes with the various members of 1A. Ojiro watched, fascinated as Shigaraki immediately transformed into a screaming, flailing child. As the mall cops descended, Ojiro said, I have to apologize, Shinsu. I see now that I judged you and your quirk on my own ideas of being a hero. You're just doing the best you can, just like the rest of us. I'm glad Midoriya could see past that when I couldn't. Please don't start crying, Shinsu said. But I judged you a little too harshly too. Thanks for helping Midoriya. Izuku glanced between the two with shining eyes until Shinsu deadpanned. We're not going to hug it, that's what you were waiting for. I don't know if we should be more concerned for little Midoriya when he gets here or the detective, Saito said as she filed papers. Tamakawa looked up from polishing his bell collar. Why should we be worried about the detective? Saito glanced around, lowering her voice to a whisper. Nakamura told me she found a receipt for like 12 bottles of antacids. You didn't hear this from me, but Tsukochi might be on his way to another ulcer. But he hasn't had one since, but the cat-headed officer was. Interrupted by the door opening to reveal the smiling face of Midoriya Izuku. Good morning, Saito, Tamakawa. How are you two today? Little Midoriya. We're Chinese finger traps. Tsukochi roared, emerging from his office. You nearly died at the hand of the leader of the League of Villains, and you bet your life on Chinese finger traps. Yes. Izuku squeaked. Let's calm down, detective, Tamakawa said gently. It was actually brilliant on Midoriya's part. Brilliance doesn't do anything if it sizz off someone enough to kill you, Tsukachi said, shaking Izuku by the shoulders. It wouldn't matter if we had kept him in custody, but he never even made it to police custody. He disappeared before anyone could arrive on the scene. A woman Izuku had never met before appeared from Tsukochi's office, smacking the man. That wasn't the kid's fault, he did more than his part. Just tell the kid he did a good job. I have every right to worry, I don't know what I'd do if Naomasa, shut up, the woman said, menacingly adjusting her incredibly thick lens glasses. I know exactly how you feel, it's called being a parent. But you're turning into a helicopter parent, which is not healthy. Now tell the kid he did well. Izuku frantically waved his arms. Oh, that's not necessary. Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 is right, I can be reckless and Midoriya, it was well done, I just can't help but worry about you, 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 interrupted, gently placing a hand on his shoulder once more. The boy stared at the detective a few moments before promptly bursting into tears. Saito told me the kid was a crier, but I didn't expect it to be this bad, the woman said. Anyway, it's nice to meet you. Midoriya. I'm Detective Kimura. I specialize in investigating homicides, but I'm currently away on maternity leave. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 just wanted a second opinion on a case, though I'm glad I got to meet you. You've heard of me? Izuku asked, eyes still watering. Oh, I feel like I already know you. Everyone has told me so much about you. All of it good except what Mori says. But I've never liked him anyway. You too, Kimura. Seriously. Mori called from his corner. Anyway, I look forward to working together. I've got to go, and Naomasa has some things to talk to you about, Kimura said with a kind smile. Saito, you can accompany me to my car and clean up the Vaseline you smeared under the door handles. How did you know? Saito demanded. I'm a mother. I see all. While Saito squabbled with Kimura, 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 waved Izuku into his office. Once inside, 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 ran a hand through his hair. Kimura is right. You did incredibly well at the mall considering the circumstances. It just bothers me that it happened at all. You shouldn't constantly be in danger like this. But I need to learn to accept that it will only get worse from here. Izuku bit his lip, worries he'd pushed down coming to the surface. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲. When Shigaraki was talking to me, he said some things I didn't say in my report. Oh. The detective straightened, his eyes serious. I'm sure you had good reason. It was just a feeling, Izuku said hesitantly, and Naomasa was instantly concerned. In his time with the boy, he'd been happy to see how confident he'd grown. It had been obvious, in the beginning, that this strange, wonderful boy had been hurt beyond what he should have been able to handle. And in that one sentence, they were back to square one. I trust your judgment, Naomasa said firmly. He bit his lip before nodding. Shigaraki said we were the same, we were both looked down on by society and forgotten by heroes. He wanted me to join him, and he offered me power and a quirk. I know that's not possible, but for a minute it sounded really good. 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 felt his heart stutter at the boy's words. It couldn't be no. They weren't sure that All for One was alive, it was just a suspicion because of those Nomu things, and he refused to entertain the idea that All for One was so close to Midoriya. For a moment. I wanted it, Izuku confessed, tears overflowing. I wanted to show everyone that I wasn't just a useless Deku, prove it to my classmates and teachers, and even the heroes that told me I could never be one of them. He was crying in earnest now, and the detective didn't know what to do other than to embrace the boy. Now more than ever he wanted to take away Izuku's pain, make the people who had hurt him realize the full extent of what they'd done. But he couldn't do anything about that now. I don't know everything about your past, Midoriya, but anyone would have felt that way. But I know you would never do anything like that. Midoriya, you more than anyone are motivated by the simple longing to help people. You're already more of a hero than everyone who told you these things. The boy's tears had already soaked through Naomasa's shirt, but it was of no consequence. They stayed like that until Izuku was composed again. He pulled back, discreetly wiping his eyes. What did you need to tell me, 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲? So this is sudden, but Tsuragami has decided on your next training placement. He wants you to get a more holistic view of police work, so he's sending you to a rural station on Monday. We've already gotten permission from your mother, by the way. How rural are we talking? Like, do I need to finish all of my assignments before I go because I won't have internet? Not quite that rural. Besides, they're going to start training you to properly shoot a gun, so please actually sleep, don't stay up all night doing homework. But the area is just rural enough to pack carefully, because you won't be finding any stores close by. Their crime rate is nearly zero, which means you only have a 50% chance of getting involved in villain activity, 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 said, only half joking. So is there anything special I need to bring? Definitely the fanny pack, but just bring the normal stuff. Izuku raised an eyebrow. So you won't take a stance on the whole don't ARP me kit versus the save my fanny pack controversy? I think save my fanny pack is incredibly clever, but I also have a healthy fear of Saito. Fair enough. If that's all you have to tell me about, why don't you fill me in on Detective Kimura? I've only heard stories from Saito and Sasaki, but she didn't seem as intense as they made her out to be. Tsukochi paused, surreptitiously glancing around his office. It didn't appear that Kimura had bugged the room again in her short time there, but he better choose his words carefully regardless. Kimura is quite possibly Japan's best homicide detective, and unlike me she doesn't have a quirk that helps an investigation. When she officially comes back, you should definitely ask her about her quirk. You'll love it. But I'm getting sidetracked. She already likes you, which is good, because she'll be able to teach you some of the most valuable things you'll ever learn about police work. Just never, and I repeat never get in between her and Saito during one of their prank wars. They will team up and then we'll never hear from you again. Izuku swallowed, slowly nodding. The two chatted for a while longer, but the boy's news still weighed heavily on the detective. When the boy left, he was smiling again, saying, I better get home now. We're having Kirimi and her mother over for dinner tonight. Naomasa watched him go before lowering his head into his hands. He stayed like that for a few minutes, processing, until he finally picked up his phone. It only rang a few times before the other person picked up. What can I do for you, Naomasa? Toshinori, we need to meet somewhere discreet, I have some important information. As in, state secret type of information. Toshinori asked hesitantly. That would be the type. Let's meet at the school. The only person that might overhear is Nezu. When Tsukochi left his office walking with a clear purpose, even Mori knew not to question him. To work at their station meant a quiet acceptance that Tsukochi knew things and people he never talked about. It wasn't very common, but the man was known to rush to random places with little to no warning. It worried his subordinates. They had gleaned a bit of information over the past few years, and it was just enough for them to worry about whether or not the detective would come back alive. Naomasa had similar feelings about Toshinori. He desperately wanted to yell at the man, force him to be at least marginally less reckless. But if he did that, he knew Toshi would simply shut him out, just as he'd done to Gran Torino and Sir Night-Eye. His friendship with Toshi was one of his most treasured relationships, but it wasn't an easy one. Naomasa internally acknowledged this as he waited at UA's gates for someone to let him in. A few minutes passed, and then none other than the number one hero walked up, his emaciated face serious. What is so urgent, Naomasa? What have you found? The detective ushered Toshi forward. He refused to have this conversation anywhere there was even a chance of being overheard. Toshinori understood the concept of a state secret, but his life consisted of them. Besides, years of being the most powerful had made him somewhat lax, or perhaps overconfident. The hero didn't tell him everything, but it was obvious to the detective that All Might needed to find a successor sooner rather than later. They found themselves in something not dissimilar to an interrogation room. It felt a little odd to sit across from Toshinori in such a setting, but there was no time to dwell on that. His back, and his active, Naomasa said point blank. The League is almost definitely affiliated with All for One. What makes you so sure? What have you found? We've managed to keep it out of the news, but when your students were at the mall, so was Shigaraki Tomura. Before you ask, no, he didn't target or harm any of them. Instead he targeted Midoriya Izuku, the boy who took down Stain. Toshinori's hands clenched into fists. Is the boy all right? What happened? Midoriya is fine. He's got immense amounts of luck and intelligence. He actually captured Shigaraki, but the villain escaped from mall custody. I'm more concerned about the fact that Midoriya says that Shigaraki was trying to recruit him, and he even went so far as to offer the boy a quirk. Toshinori gasped. Do you think the boy would join them? He made such an impact in taking down Stain. If the boy joined the League of Villains, public opinion of heroes would take a hit. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 felt an unusual spark of anger at his friend's question. His mind flashed to an injured Midoriya babbling about people telling him he could never be a hero. I am more likely to join the League of Villains than Midoriya ever would be. But you need to get serious, Toshinori. Your time as the symbol of peace may not be gone, but it's winding down. You need to find a successor soon enough that you can train them before it's too late. 𝐒𝐽𝐫, I trust your instincts. I won't try to tell you who to choose as your successor, but right now, All For One and Shigaraki are doing whatever they please. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 paused, a small smile gracing his face as he thought of Midoriya, the joy and energy that he brought to the station. He knew the kind of life All Might led. He had once seen it as inspiring, but now he saw the overwhelming loneliness his friend had trapped himself in. When you do find that person, Toshi, do me a favor and let them in. I've only realized just how lonely I was, and how much a better person I've become from having someone really close to me. Besides, the chances are that they need you almost as much as you need them. Early Monday morning, Officer Soma arrived at the Midoriya household to pick up Izuku for this week's assigned post. He was kind of excited for the trip. It would be a nice break from the chaos of the last few months. Maybe the smaller, slower-paced station would be just what Izuku needed. He didn't know Officer Soma very well, but the man had always been kind to Izuku. He imagined that his relationship with Soma was similar to what most people experienced with their grandparents. That said, after a few awkwardly silent minutes, Soma was able to get Izuku talking. In true grandfather form, he was able to get Izuku to talk about his hopes, his dreams, his interests, even some things that Izuku had never told his mother. When he got started in on quirk analysis, it was clear that he had lost the man, but Soma still made an effort to understand, which warmed Izuku beyond anything he'd ever felt before. In turn, Izuku asked about Soma. He had been at the station the longest actually. He had started his career at that very station. His quirk was called Icy Gale, meaning he could summon frigid gusts of wind. He credited his quirk for being the reason he met his wife. It had been a particularly hot summer day and she had feigned interest in him to have access to the cold air. He had been fully aware that she was using him, and he let it happen, bargaining for at least one date out of the exchange. Now they had 3 kids and 7 grandkids. By the end of the car ride, Soma was ready to adopt Izuku. He admired the boy's resilience, and swore that one day he would find who had hurt the boy so deeply and give them a firm talking to before turning them over to 𝐒𝐽𝐫. Izuku's greeting at the new station was underwhelming. All 4 of their officers were working that day to meet him: Chief Urushihara, a portly Officer Hanazawa, and the married couple, Officer Zabino. He learned that he would be staying at the chief's home through the duration of his stay. Urushihara began talking about all the different things that they would do with and teach to Izuku as Soma bid him farewell, telling him that Tamakawa would be here to pick him up Friday afternoon. Excitement built in Izuku along with his nervousness as he waved Soma goodbye. He filed in after the Abinos, the 2 tripping over themselves to question him about his exploits thus far. They listened to him intently as he told his story, and Hanazawa feigned disinterest, occasionally sniffing in disdain. When he finished talking, Izuku found himself nervously adjusting his fanny pack. He'd brought it on Tsukochi's recommendation, but he rarely went anywhere without it. For some reason he'd found himself bringing his replacement medical pack, but it gave him some comfort having it near. So what are we doing today? Urushihara settled himself into a chair that was perfectly molded to him. It was hard to distinguish where Urushihara began and the chair ended. You've already had plenty of excitement today, so we're going to take it easy. Come on Midoriya, put your feet up. My wife will be here shortly with lunch. Izuku glanced around, surveying the goings-on. One of the Abinos was yelling at Hanazawa to finish his paperwork from 2 months ago while the other organized a file cabinet. His excitement diminished considerably as he realized just how this particular station was run. The chief went on some tangent about the sacred duties and responsibilities of a police officer before settling in further to begin reading the newspaper. It was clear the station was only running because of the Abinos. Izuku had thought that this particular placement had been to get him away from villain activity for a while, but Tsuragami might have had some ulterior motives in addition to that. This station was a disaster. At one point, the 𝐒𝐵 asked if they could take Izuku to the shooting range to get him started on training, but 𝐎𝐻𝐼𝐲 just waved a hand. Don't overwhelm the boy, he's already had a big day. He needs time to adjust. We'll start his gun training on Wednesday. The 𝐒𝐵 left a few hours later because they had taken the night shift, and Izuku was left with nothing to do, no direction whatsoever. In fact, he ended up spending the entire day working on his latest analysis. Minutes before Izuku and the chief were meant to leave, the station phone rang. Hanazawa made no effort to pick it up, and 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲 just waved a hand. It'll be my wife. Just tell her we're about to leave. Hesitantly, Izuku picked up the phone, fairly certain that it should be an actually police officer taking the call. Hello, this is police, right? A frantic voice asked. This is Pro Hero Mandalay of the Wild Wild Pussycats. There's been an accident. My nephew fell from a tall wall. He passed out from either shock or pain, and I don't dare move him. Ambulances won't come out this far, and we're supervising a class of hero students, so we can't just leave. Izuku could clearly hear the panic in her voice, so he interrupted. I understand. We'll be out shortly. We have a licensed field medic on hand. Just give me your location. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲 and Hanazawa stared at him as he got what information he could and hung up. Kid, I know you're used to those big fancy city stations, but we don't have any field medics here. Now call them back and tell them to call a first responder or something. Oh, they don't have any at 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 station either, but I just passed the test. I was trained by Recovery Girl herself. Now let's go. The chief was the one who ended up driving Izuku. He seemed irritated, of all things, as well as pretty hesitant. Izuku was fairly sure he heard the chief mutter a few times about cleaning up heroes' messes. Luckily the training camp was only a few miles away. Izuku was quickly finding himself more and more irritated at the chief's attitude. After all of this, he would definitely talk to Tsuragami about this particular station. The training camp was deep in the forest, and the road was winding and steep. Izuku's excitement at meeting the Wild Wild Pussycats was tempered by possible injuries the child could have sustained. The phone call was not long enough to give Izuku many details about the kids' well-being. Pixie Bob waited for them, ushering them forward so aggressively that Izuku almost didn't have time to grab his replacement med pack. They were led inside where a little boy was splayed out on a couch. He was unconscious while Mandalay hovered around, unsure of what to do. We have a place to bathe here, and there was a wall separating the boys from the girls. We heard that one of the boys could be inappropriate, so we stationed Kuta at the top of the wall to stop any mischief, Mandalay explained frantically. We only know he fell. The few students that have come to explain what happened all told slightly different stories. Izuku took his time examining the boy, checking vitals, observing everything he could while everyone in the room watched with bated breath. Pixie Bob was doing her best to console Mandalay while they waited for the verdict. Your nephew is very lucky, Izuku finally said. It seems that he's only unconscious due to shock, probably the shock of falling. It looks like someone caught him just before he hit the ground. You can see the bruise from their hand here, and it looks like the force of it all dislocated his shoulder. Aside from that, he may have whiplash or a minor concussion, but I'd need to observe him a little longer to be sure. Oh, can you? We have a spare room for you if you would stay here, Mandalay said. Yeah, and we're hosting 19 hero students right now, Pixie Bob added. One of them is bound to get injured during this training. Chief 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲 looked annoyed. Aren't you 4 rescue heroes? Shouldn't you know basic first aid? Izuku, meanwhile, was already on the phone with Tsuragami. Hi Chief, it's me. Yeah, there's a training camp out here for hero students and they need a medic. No, not a thing, I doubt that's even going to happen. Okay, I'll look forward to that too. Thanks. Once more all eyes were trained on him as he hung up the phone, slipping it once more in his pocket. Chief Tsuragami says I can stay, so I'll need my bags out of your car, Chief 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲. Send my regrets to your wife. It annoyed 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲 that in those 2 sentences Midoriya had been able to casually muster more authority than he had in the entirety of his life. The brat didn't even deign to look at him again as he firmly grasped Kuta's upper arm, guiding the bone back into the correct place. Izuku felt bad about causing the boy even more pain, But it didn't wake the boy up, so he told himself it was better this way. Mandalay couldn't stop thanking him, explaining, "We should have stationed one of us up there instead." When no one could agree on what happened, I panicked, especially when he didn't wake up. He hasn't even really been able to enjoy his life yet, find his place in this world. "I take it his life hasn't been the easiest," Izuku said, gazing sadly at the small boy. "He's already lost everything once," Mandalay said softly. "His parents were heroes, and they died on the same job. Kuta was too young to understand, and since then he's hated heroes. He tolerates us, but he doesn't really have anyone to be close to." A question was at the tip of Izuku's lips when the door opened to Aizawa dragging the kid with the weird purple hair. "Mineta is here to explain exactly what went on." The student looked like he had seen the face of death, and Izuku was finding it hard to feel any sympathy for him. When Aizawa shoved the boy towards Mandalay, his eyes landed on him. He sighed, a bone-weary sound. "Just what are you doing here, problem child?" "I'm your school nurse for the time being," Izuku deadpanned before the implications of Aizawa's presence sank in. "It's your class here for training. Your co-workers didn't happen to come as well, did they?" Panic gripped Izuku. He couldn't see All Might. He might actually break down if he did. "Oh please, he couldn't have this dream destroyed too, just me, and then tomorrow Vlad King will get here," Aizawa said, interrupting Izuku's catastrophizing. "I told Nezu we would likely need a medical professional, but this isn't exactly what I had in mind." "Oh, Nezu didn't send me," Izuku said, doing his best to disguise how shaky his voice was. "I'm actually temporarily assigned to the nearest police station. I was the one that answered Mandalay's call." "Of course you were. And why are you here without an officer?" "He kind of left me here." "Really? Chief Arushihara isn't the most attentive." "I'm going to have words with Tsuragami. That station is save it for later," Aizawa said. "While you're here, just don't do anything that could potentially kill you." "I'm here as medical help. How am I supposed to do my job if I need medical help?" Izuku huffed. "My point exactly, remember that, problem child," Aizawa said, beginning to stride away. "Wait. Are you going to introduce me to your class?" Izuku asked, thinking of one particular student. "Along with Class 1B, we'll need to explain your presence. But I'll do it at breakfast tomorrow. Some of my students are already in bed." "Ken, I've been meaning to ask you about this for a while. Can you tell them I'm just some field medic? And everyone else. I know you're an underground hero, and since the whole stain thing I've been getting some notoriety. It's not common, but some people recognize me on the street and I wouldn't want you to get a reputation as the guy who helped train the quirkless kid. Don't think I'm not grateful, I am. I just don't want your Midoriya, breathe. If it's what you want, as far as anyone knows, this is the second time we've met," Aizawa said. "Now shoo, go find someone to play with while the pussycats get a room ready for you." Izuku nodded, slipping out of the door unaware of the teacher's fond expression as he left. Outside of the house were areas that were clearly training grounds and an outdoor kitchen. Only a handful of students milled around, too exhausted to do much other than sit and talk. "I wonder how that kid is doing," said the boy Izuku remembered as Kirishima. "It was a pretty long way to fall. We're lucky that Shoji was manly enough to catch him." "There was a police car here earlier," someone else said. "So something must have been done. Maybe Mineta got arrested." Someone snorted. "The police wouldn't do anything that useful. Honestly, at this point we should just do away with the police, they're just a waste of public funds." Izuku decided he didn't like whoever that was. But his heart warmed when Ojiro said, "The police force does more than you know. They deserve our respect just as much as heroes do." Staring at the group of students, he found himself biting his lip, hesitating to join the group of students. Doubts and fears breathed down his neck until a voice exclaimed, "Midoriya, how are you here?" "Hagakure, you must be practicing stealth. I didn't sense you at all," Izuku said, placing a hand over his racing heart. "I'm here for medical support." "Awesome. Hey look everyone, it's Midoriya," she gushed, hauling him forward. "What?" Uraraka screeched, lurching to her feet. "Hey man, What are you doing here? 𝐻𝐸𝐲 asked. I'm essentially the camp nurse, Izuku said with a weak laugh. Oh man, I wish Bakugo hadn't already gone to bed, he hasn't met you yet. Kirishima said brightly. It's so manly how you help everyone mid. Are you nerds talking about me? A voice growled as a figure emerged from the shadows. I told you all before, don't. Bakugo broke off, face contorting in wordless fury when his red eyes came to rest on Izuku. He, on the other hand, felt his blood freeze in his veins, every fiber of his being screaming for him to leave. Instead, in direct opposition to Aizawa's request to stay away from things that might kill him, Izuku raised a hand. Hi Kaken. Deku. Izuku felt his life flash before his eyes as Bakugo Katsuki rushed him, murder in those familiar crimson eyes as every expletive known to man poured from his mouth. This was it. This was how Izuku was going to die. His entire life had trained Izuku to fear this moment, to submit in hopes of coming out of this encounter alive. But he had never been good at listening to his common sense. Even though he was faced with the culmination of all of Kaken's anger, Izuku found himself oddly calm. He knew Kaken, and his fighting style. Izuku noticed immediately when he started pulling back his right arm before Kaken was even anywhere near his target. He had a killer right hook, but only if it connected. With a move he'd practiced again and again with 𝐻𝐸𝐲, milliseconds before Kaken's fist connected, Izuku sidestepped and latched onto his arm, fingers digging in before judo flipping him over his shoulder. There was the smallest audible grunt when Kaken's back hit the ground. It was this noise that brought Izuku to reality, confronting Izuku with the fact that Bakugo Katsuki was most definitely going to kill him now. His mind had shut down his emotions and his body had simply reacted, thanks to Valiant's merciless drilling. Izuku scrambled away as Kaken lunged to his feet, practically feeling the other boy breathing down his neck. His heart pounded in his chest. He didn't dare look back, he already knew that Kaken loomed. A strangled cry forced its way out of him when he felt a hand grip the collar of his shirt, pulling back harshly. He raised his arms to shield the back of his head, hoping to at least lessen the injuries from the coming explosion. Izuku struggled to get away still, knowing how futile it was. 𝐻𝐸𝐲 would have just made Kaken that more amazing, which meant then the pull on his shirt was gone with a resounding smack. And Izuku collapsed to the ground, coughing from the sudden release of pressure on his windpipe. When he struggled to his feet, Izuku turned to find 𝐻𝐸𝐲 standing between them, his normal smile strangely absent. There was a dangerous edge to his normally calm temperament, and Bakugo had stumbled back a few steps, wheezing. I don't know why you would attack Midoriya, but I would leave him alone, 𝐻𝐸𝐲 said in a measured voice. I'll kill you if you ever attack me from behind like that again. Tail. Get out of the way, this is between me and Deku, Bakugo growled, his eyes never leaving Izuku. What do you think you're doing here, you useless nerd? Think you're better than me? Huh. Izuku couldn't help but notice how dazed Bakugo seemed, his red eyes hazy with pain. Against his better judgment, he pushed past 𝐻𝐸𝐲. Are you okay, Kaken? It seems like you've been training really hard, and those hits wouldn't be very good for you. I can go get my medical pack if shut up. I don't need you or your stupid help. The forest itself seemed silent as Bakugo grasped the front of Izuku's shirt in both hands, the taller boy breathing heavily. When he spoke again, it was a low, deadly growl. You think you're so much better than me, Deku, just like you always have. Well, you're not. I don't care that you just disappeared, or that you took down Stain. You may have found some people that pity you enough to make you think you're good at something, but don't fool yourself. You're still the same useless, quirkless kid I grew up with. You're still Deku. Izuku's heart dropped as Kaken's hands began to smoke. He was well and truly frozen by fear now, trained by years of pain and torment, and those words. Useless. Quirkless. Deku. He visibly sank into himself. Things really hadn't changed, just like Kaken said. Without realizing, Izuku lowered his eyes and began muttering. I don't think I'm better than you, Kaken. I've always known. I've never been. A flurry of footsteps interrupted Izuku and a fist blocked his sight for a moment before the tension and heat from Kaken were gone, followed by a loud thud. He was almost afraid to look, but he found Kaken splayed out on the ground while Uraraka stood over him, breathing heavily with her hand still clenched in a fist. "I don't know why he was acting that way," she said quietly, but with intensity, "but there's no good reason to be mean like that." He could only stare at the vision of beauty before him, slightly open-mouthed. He stammered out what he hoped was an acceptable response when Izawa appeared seemingly out of nowhere. He glanced at the unconscious Bakugo impassively. "I don't want to know. Go to bed. Tomorrow the real work begins." There were a chorus of groans before the students bid Izuku good night. They departed, Kirishima with the unconscious Bakugo in tow. As he watched Uraraka leave, Izuku felt his heart beat erratically in his chest. Uraraka was here. After the mall fiasco, he didn't ever think he would have the chance to see her, or even the courage to text her again. But she had saved him. With that in mind, for all he knew, Izuku floated back to his room. While he was here, he might be able to talk to her briefly. He could ask her to lunch after the training camp, or even the movies. After a few dates, they might even hold hands. The thought was too much. Izuku felt himself blushing at this own forwardness. After checking on Kuta one last time, Izuku had some trouble falling asleep that night, his mind racing far too much. He woke up early the next morning, collecting his medical pack to go check on the boy again. Mandalay waited for him, explaining that the students would be finished with making breakfast soon, and Eraserhead had requested he join them. Kuta was already awake, glaring at him the moment he entered the room. "Who are you, a dumb hero student with a dumb healing quirk?" "No, I'm a field medic, actually." "Can you sit up, Kuta? I want to make sure you don't have a concussion." Thankfully Kuta complied with Izuku's requests, begrudgingly following directions. Mandalay was relieved to hear that the boy was fine, and she accompanied him to the dining area. There was already a clamor, the students busily eating and chatting. He suspected now would be the only part of the day that they would have the energy to do so. Unfortunately, Bakugo was the first person to spot him. His shout of Deku broke across the group. Everyone fell silent, a few people visibly tensing, readying themselves for whatever may come. "Good, you know each other. This is Midoriya Izuku, a field medic on loan to us from the nearest police station. Treat him well, he's your only source of pain reliever," Izawa said flatly. "That little kitten is going to come sit by me," Pixie Bob asserted, grabbing Izuku by the arm. Kuta trailed behind, all but pushing Tiger out of the way when he almost sat on Izuku's other side. "So tell me, kitten, what's your story? How did you come to be so accomplished at such a young age?" Pixie Bob gushed, sliding just a bit closer to him. "Yeah, why not become a hero with all your talent?" Ragdoll asked. "I wanted to when I was younger," Izuku explained. "But I don't have a quirk. I was determined to find a way to be a hero without a quirk, but then the hero I looked up to most told me it was impossible. I had to set my sights on something else." Tiger looked enraged. What manner of hero would say such a thing to a child? "Tell me now and I'll give him a talking to." Izawa settled into one of the nearby seats with no food, only a cup of black coffee. "It's no use, the problem child refuses to tell anyone who told him such a thing." Izuku became acutely aware of Kuta staring up at him, a variety of thoughts clearly cycling through his mind. They finished the remainder of breakfast with some idle chatter, and afterwards Izuku and Kuta went back into the building, both for Izuku to keep observing Kuta and for them to keep one another company. Silence prevailed in the hero's absence until Kuta huffed. "I don't need a babysitter." "Well, it's a good thing that I'm not a babysitter, then. I'm Midoriya Izuku, by the way. I don't know if we got introduced earlier. It's nice to meet you, Kuta." Kuta was still slightly glaring at Izuku. "You're kind of young to be a field medic, aren't you? Are you some kind of SCK up?" "Oh no, I just want to be able to help people, so I took some medical classes. I'm also the first person to participate in the Provisional Police Academy program," Izuku said with a hint of pride. The boy snorted, a sharpness coming into his gaze. "It figures, you couldn't be a hero, so you decided the next best thing was to be a cop." "No, not really," Izuku said, determined not to be offended by the boy's brash personality. He had a theory of who his parents were, which would explain a lot. "I mean, maybe at first. But heroes are too deeply tied with the entertainment industry. Yeah, they save people, but they also go to press conferences and compete with hero rankings. Police officers are kind of looked down on, but they are authorized to deal with villains just like heroes are. Plus they do all kinds of important little stuff. Imagine if there was no one enforcing the speed limit or other driving rules. The streets would be really dangerous. They keep everyone safe in the most basic ways. As he spoke, he couldn't help but think of Kimiko, who had become like a little cousin to him. She and her mother had essentially been adopted by 𝐒𝐽𝐽, and the four had dinner together at least once a month. The heroes had given up on her after the first day or so, but the police never did. I probably rambled there, but yeah. I don't think being a police officer is any better or worse than being a hero. They serve the same purpose in different ways. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 stared a while longer. So you don't have a quirk, but you're already trying to be like a police officer. Kind of, Izuku nodded. Do you have any cool stories? With a smile, Izuku animatedly told whatever stories he could think of, and this continued until nearly lunchtime. He occasionally went out to check on the hero students. He couldn't help most of them, because he had nothing to combat exhaustion, especially quirk exhaustion. He gave 𝐒𝐽𝐽 some honey tea for his throat and brought 𝐸𝐽𝐽 orange juice by the gallon, but that appeared to be the extent of his current usefulness. Bakugo was struggling with his wrists because of his quirk's recoil. It would have been simple for Izuku to wrap his wrists for him, but he would never ask for help, especially from Izuku. Just before lunch, however, the dekuwhatif boy brought Izuku a shivering Todoroki. His skin was completely covered by a thin layer of frost, his lips a concerning shade of blue. Thanks, I'll take care of him, Izuku said, already bustling. Just lay him down there. Hey, that's my spot, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 protested. You were just punching that dummy, you're fine, Izuku said. Hand me that blanket. Todoroki was well on his way to frostbite at the very least, and hypothermia was only a few snowflakes away. But as with most of the world, quirks changed the treatment. When either of these things were caused by a quirk, particularly by the patient's own quirk, there was a slightly different process to follow. It was a good thing Recovery Girl had drilled it into him. I'm fine, Todoroki said, barely managing to keep his jaw from chattering. You can just leave me alone. When you can walk out of here at a normal speed, I'll believe you, Izuku said. Now just sit still. It was clear that Todoroki had some natural resistance to the cold, but it should have helped him more than this. One side of his body was distinctly warmer than the other, and that combined with his unusual hair most likely placed him in a rare category of quirks, which meant your quirk has a second part, doesn't it? Izuku asked. Something that counters the cold, probably similar to your father's flames. If possible, Todoroki's eyes grew even icier. You don't know what you're talking about. I could give you a 20-page quirk analysis about the probability of there being another component to your quirk, but I don't have a spare hour. I don't know why you're not using it, but I would suggest no, he said flatly. I'm going to be a hero without his quirk. I won't give him the satisfaction. Izuku paused. At the USJ he had seen signs of things being rapidly frozen and then thawed, and Todoroki hadn't been in danger of frostbite back then. Something had gotten worse between then and now. The more that Izuku learned of Endeavor, the less he liked the man. The man was legitimately talented, but he was a nightmare to work with, according to Kondo. He was petty enough to try and defame Izuku, which was absurd. He could only imagine what it might be like to be the man's son. It's not his quirk, not really, Izuku said before he could stop himself. Just based on what I can observe, your flames would manifest slightly differently. Although, even if your quirk was a carbon copy of his, it would still be your quirk to use however you decide. You just can't decide to turn into a popsicle whenever a fight drags on for too long. It will cost you lives. Izuku felt the full weight of Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes resting on him. You don't know anything. You can keep saying that, but I know that if you want to be a hero you probably want to save people. I understand that, but it's not fair to your classmates or the people you'll save one day for you not to give your all. A spark of rage flared in the usually cool eyes. You don't know why I won't, why I can't know, I don't know. But I do know if you're this amazing with half of your power, if your heart is in the right place, with both parts of your quirk you'll be unstoppable. And because life isn't kind, there will be a day where you will have to decide whether or not to use your quirk. On that day, it probably won't be you paying the price for your actions. When the other boy said nothing, Izuku continued, I understand you've probably gone through things I can't even fathom, but for everyone's sake, especially yours, I hope you work things out. You should be good to go back to training now. As Izuku moved to stand up, a hand that was slightly colder than average stopped him, resting on his forearm. How? For the first time, Izuku saw that Todoroki wasn't aloof and mysterious, he was an unsure teenager. How do you work things out? Doing his best to bring out his inner 𝐒𝐭𝐲 𝐔𝐻𝐝 said, it just depends on what you think you need. For a lot of people, the first step is talking to someone about what's going on. Todoroki sighed. Midoriya, have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Excerpts from Izuku's analysis name, Tsukochi Naomasa age, 36 height, 180 centimeters occupation, police detective physical description, a very average, nondescript man. He is an average height with black hair and black eyes, usually wearing a nondescript suit with a tan overcoat and a tan hat. He claims that his plainness only aids him in his work, as he is not particularly remarkable in a crowd. Personality. Seen as earnest, hardworking, and trustworthy by all that are close to him. He can also be overprotective to those who are closest to him. Quirk. Human lie detector. This quirk is always active. Tsukochi simply knows instinctively whether someone is lying. To a degree he can also tell what the intentions behind a lie are. See further notes for full details. Notes. See accounts of 1. The Tanaka kidnapping, 2. The USJ incident, 3. The Hosu incident. Todoroki, I'm so sorry, Izuku breathed. The boy's face was nearly emotionless, merely the slightest bit quizzical. I feel strange. Sharing my story doesn't fix anything, but somehow I feel lighter. We'll see if something can be fixed, Izuku thought to himself, ideas already rampaging through his mind. But Todoroki was expecting an answer, so Izuku handed a paper with his phone number to Todoroki and said, I'm glad you shared. If I can ever do anything to help you, or if you ever need someone to listen to you, you know how to find me. Todoroki nodded before slowly rising from the couch. I still don't intend to use the other half of my quirk. I figured as much. It takes time, but I hope you know that this won't last forever. Someday, somehow you won't have to worry about Endeavor anymore. That was the closest that Izuku dared to promise that he would get Todoroki out of the whole situation. He already had a dozen half-baked plans to liberate the boy, and twice that if he was willing to resort to less than legal methods. Despite that, the haunted look in the boy's eyes felt like a punch to the gut. Todoroki rose, walking to the door. Just before he left, he paused. He didn't meet Izuku's eyes as he said, I appreciate the sentiment, but this world doesn't have anyone to save us from the heroes. Izuku could only watch Todoroki leave, his heart breaking a bit more with every step. Kota was fuming as well. Is that stupid hero going to get away with this? He demanded. Not if I can help it, Izuku said, clenching a fist. I knew heroes were dumb, Kota sneered. But he still wants to be one like an idiot. Besides, he was here forever. It was just 20 minutes, Izuku scoffed, flicking the bill of the boy's hat. Besides, he needed to let his quirk rest. The boy scoffed, but it didn't have quite the same venom that it had that morning. Kota and Izuku spent the rest of the day like that, playing however Kota felt. At first it had been hard to believe that Kota was only 5 years old, even younger than Kimiko. But it started showing the longer Izuku was there, like when he pouted a bit whenever another student was sent to Izuku. After Monoma from 1B was sent to him for the 3rd time with heat slide from his costume, Kota threw a bucket of ice on the teenager. Overall, throughout the training portion of the day there weren't any disasters. Everyone made it out alive, they just looked dead. Izuku felt a little bad seeing how much they struggled making dinner. He decided to blame it on their exhaustion. Surely Ida had peeled a potato before. He spent a few minutes before the meal doling out painkillers like they were candy on Halloween. Kaken didn't ask for any, though, and Izuku didn't offer. Uraraka brightened from where she saw him. Midoriya. Do you want to sit with Pixie Bob seemingly materialized, slinging an arm around Izuku's shoulders. It's my favorite kitten. Once the food is done, you're sitting with us. It's too bad you missed out on yesterday's food. Let's just hope the students made something palatable. Regrettably, Izuku didn't get a chance to talk to Uraraka that night. Whenever he thought he saw the chance, Pixie Bob would whisk him away, or Ragdoll would call him over to get his opinion on training for individual students. Unbeknownst to him, each time this happened, the most entertaining emotions would play over Uraraka's face, emotions that the girl herself wasn't ready to name. Izuku wondered why Pixie Bob and Ragdoll kept snickering to themselves, but after enough thought, he realized he wanted no part in it, whatever it was. All in all, the night came and went without incident. The next day was much of the same. Thought at this point the students looked positively haggard, particularly the ones going through the remedial lessons as well. Monoma barely had the energy to even insult the other class. Halfway through the day, though, Izuku couldn't help the feeling that something was off. He was restless enough that he couldn't finish his latest analysis, and opted instead to go for a walk with Kota. The boy was happy to show off his secret hideout. Apparently Izuku was the first person to ever be allowed to see it. He appreciated the trust that Kota clearly had in him, and the walk did help for a bit. He couldn't be gone for long, though. He was expected to be available for medical assistance, after all. So he paced and found small tasks for himself, growing more anxious by the minute. Despite his better judgment, Izuku found himself with his phone pressed to his ear, waiting for the voice he wanted to hear most in the world at that moment. Musutafu Police Department, Detective Tsukochi speaking. Just the sound of his voice quelled Izuku's anxiety more than anything else had that day. He had to swallow before he felt ready to respond. Hey Tsukochi, it's Izuku. Midoriya. The man exclaimed, collapsing into his chair. How are you? Is your training going well? You're probably a crack shot with a pistol already. Oh, Tsuragami didn't tell you. He's probably been busy. I'm not at the police station. They kind of loaned me out to a summer camp for hero students. They what? Tsukochi demanded. In the background a slight mumbling could be heard, and Tsukochi said, just go sit down, Toshinori. This is an important phone call. You can hang up if you're busy, Izuku said, guilt immediately replacing some of his anxiety. Don't worry about it, Midoriya. It's just my old friend Yagi Toshinori. We were just about to go to dinner. He's got the day off, so he can afford to wait for me. Now why exactly aren't you at the police station? Still feeling guilty, Izuku shortened and downplayed the story as much as possible, but Tsukochi was having none of it. He dragged each and every detail out of Izuku. That station is a disgrace to Japan's police force, Tsukochi said when Izuku was finished. Rest assured that Tsuragami and I will be paying them a visit very soon. But it sounds like you're safe, happy, and gaining experience on top of that. If anyone can make a good thing out of a situation like this, it's you, Midoriya. Unexpectedly, who was he kidding? Izuku found himself fighting back tears. Thanks, detective. I needed to hear that. You sound a little nervous, but I meant what I said. If anything does happen, just trust your instincts as long as they're not telling you to stab yourself with a sword. Tsukochi chuckled at Izuku's groan. And don't be afraid to have fun. I won't. Thanks, Tsukochi. Anytime, Midoriya. Just before Tsukochi hung up, Saito was clearly audible from the other room. Wait, you're talking to little Midoriya. Tell him to. Izuku pondered what her message could have been, but to this day it remains one of life's great mysteries. Dinner rolled around once more, and the food got even worse, somehow. In some cases it seemed that Class 1B was determined to get in one's way, which led to some truly tragic treatment of the food. Class 1B was an interesting study for Izuku. His personal experiences with people his own age were horribly skewed, and Class 1A were the only other hero students he had ever met. They were the same age, and in theory on the same level as Class 1A, but markedly different. In some cases there was a clear feeling of inferiority, though there was no need to name names. They had much of the same ambition and drive as the other class, but many of them lacked the same confidence and experience. Class 1B was closer than any of the classes Izuku had ever been a part of himself, but Class 1A was quickly becoming a family. He observed the classes and their reactions when it was announced that there would be a test of courage. However, the excitement and instant plotting of how to apply their quirks instantly soured Kota's mood. The kid had been doing well that day, but it was clear that 39 hero students talking excitedly about using their quirks was too much for the boy. He stood up abruptly, storming. "Away! I'm going to go talk with him," Izuku whispered to Mandalay, slipping away. As he expected, Kota was sulking in his hideout. Izuku cleared his throat more to announce his presence before collapsing on the ground next to the boy. "I know the food isn't great, but you still need to eat. You're going to be really hungry if you leave every meal like that." The boy hesitated before turning his eyes to Izuku, anger still blazing in them. "Why did you ever want to be one of those idiots? They think they're so great with their quirks, but they're just going to get themselves killed one day." Izuku contemplated a moment. "Kota, your parents were the water hose duo, weren't they?" "No, Mandalay didn't tell me," he said, cutting the boy off. "I'm sure you loved them, and they loved you more than anything. If they loved me so much, why did they leave? It's dumb. All of it is dumb," Kota said viciously. "They were heroes because they wanted to stop other people from being separated from their families just like you were," Izuku said, blinking back tears. "And it's not fair that this was how they were repaid. It's okay to be angry, Kota, but one day you have to let something else in. What do you know, you just wish you had a quirk," Kota spat, almost feral. "I used to, yeah," Izuku admitted. "I still think they're cool, but I wanted to use it to save people. I just found different ways to do that based on my own abilities. One day you'll understand why heroes do what they do." "I know it." "Really?" Kota asked, torn between emotions. "Don't hold your breath, kid," a gruff, unfamiliar voice interjected. "I still don't understand why heroes do anything they do." Izuku froze at the sight of the hulking figure approaching. All of his apprehension form earlier in the day flared up right then. He stepped in front of Kota, one hand coming to rest on the Save My fanny pack. "This is private property. Can I help you? Offer directions, perhaps?" Izuku said, proud that his voice didn't waver. The man scrutinized Izuku for a few moments before pulling off his mask. "I'm new, so I get the second-rate equipment. You weren't on the list, so I won't kill you or the kid unless you get in my way. Deal?" "I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave the property," Izuku said, inching the fanny pack zipper open. The man's face was familiar, with blonde hair and an eye that was clearly prosthetic, though Izuku couldn't quite place muscular, Kota breathed from behind him. "That's who you are, isn't it?" Izuku froze as the man laughed. "Oh, so you've heard of me. So convince your brother to pretend he never saw me so you both can make it out alive." "I don't have a brother," Kota hissed, dodging around Izuku. "And I don't have parents now because of you." "Oh, this must be fate then. I can send you to be with your dear old mom and dad," Muscular said, flexing an absurdly large arm. "Either that or you walk away and pretend this never happened. Your choice, kid." "I have a question first," Izuku interrupted desperately. "Please." Muscular turned to meet eyes with Izuku and leaned down the slightest bit, clearly entertained. "And what is that?" "Your prosthetic eye, is it as sensitive as your original one?" "What?" Muscular demanded, clearly thrown off by the question. He was so baffled that he leaned down further towards Izuku. "Why would you?" The man cut off in a roar of pain when Izuku emptied the canister of pepper spray directly into Muscular's face, his finger pressing down so hard it broke the trigger. Blinded, Muscular reeled backwards, wildly swinging his fists. Izuku hooked one arm around Kota, hoisting the boy into his arms and sprinting as quickly and quietly as was physically possible through the forest. "What did you just do? He's going to catch us," Kota hissed. "His eyes are one of his only weak spots," Izuku said as quietly as possible while leaping over a fallen log. "Your parents figured that out. I just used pepper spray. He won't be able to see clearly at least long enough for us to get reinforcements." In the distance, Muscular could be heard crashing through the trees, but it was the sound of Mandalay's voice in his mind was what almost made him trip. When the message finished, Kota's grip on Izuku tightened. "What does this all mean?" he asked, scared. "It means that Muscular wasn't alone, and we need to be careful," Izuku said. "It also means that I'm going to be giving my all to protect you." Excerpts from Izuku's analysis: name, Saito Kirimi, age, 28, height, 190 cm, 6 feet 3 inches, occupation, police officer, physical description, an obscenely tall, thin woman with a loud laugh, long magenta hair and golden eyes. She is most frequently seen in her police uniform, though her casual clothes generally consist of jeans and t-shirts with a bright red leather jacket that clashes with her hair. She reportedly wears the jacket because she has had people tell her she shouldn't. Personality: fun-loving and quick-witted. I didn't know the full implications of the word Spitfire until I met Saito. However, she is also incredibly loyal and protective. Stay on her good side at all costs. Quirk: enhanced senses. This quirk, like 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲, is always active. It's nothing that Saito can control, she merely has the ability to see, hear, smell, taste, and touch things beyond the normal human's capacity. She can sense more with the presence of intense emotions, but the full scope of her quirk is hitherto untested. Notes: for the reader's own safety, Note 1: never stand between Saito and Detective Kimura. Either you will be caught in the middle of a prank war that could be deadly, or become the subject of the prank. 2. Never assume that anything you say or do is unnoticed. Saito sees all. Saito knows all. All was not good in the woods. The longer Izuku ran, the more evident it became that they were in trouble. In the distance, Izuku saw smoke rising above the trees with the faint sounds of battle. Kota was squirming slightly in Izuku's arms, but Izuku didn't dare pause to readjust or move the boy to his back. He ran faster than he ever had before, grateful for all of the times he'd pushed himself beyond his limits. A part of his mind was telling him that his efforts were going to be futile without a quirk, and that part of his mind sounded suspiciously like All Might. But the weight of Kota in his arms was grounding, giving him both the motivation to go on and validation of his efforts. It wasn't too long before Izuku spotted a figure in the distance, a mercifully, beautifully familiar figure. Impossibly, Izuku's feet sped up. "Mr. Aizawa. You're okay?" "Midoriya. What happened? Are you hurt?" the teacher demanded. "I'm fine. The villain Muscular is somewhere out there, though. I had some pepper spray, so we got away in one piece. Now if you'll take Kota, I'll hold up. Midoriya, you're not going anywhere. You're my responsibility, and I'm ordering you into the house to tend to any injuries. Technically I'm here under the authority of the legal police station, and as a trainee and a field medic I can act as I see fit. Legally you can't stop me, and I also can't be accused of vigilantism. I hate to pull that card, but I promise I'll do my best to stay safe," Izuku said, turning away. "Wait," Aizawa said, looking like he already regretted his next words. "I clearly can't stop you, so give Mandalay a message from me. Tell her to tell the students I authorize them to fight, otherwise they might not make it out alive. I'll deal with the repercussions." "Are you sure?" Izuku asked, gently setting Kota next to the man. "As much as I hate it, yes, I'm sure. Be safe, Midoriya." Izuku saluted the teacher before jogging towards where he thought Mandalay was likely to be. Luckily earlier in the day Kota had shown him the path that the test of courage was supposed to take. With a vague idea of where he would find people, Izuku stood a better chance at actually being useful. He came to find himself in a clearing filled with the sounds of fighting. No one had noticed him, so he took a moment to observe. He immediately recognized Magna, a notorious villain that had managed to elude Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 for some months now, along with roughly half of Japan's police force. Tiger was busy with Magna while Mandalay was holding her own against a reptilian villain with the most absurd sword he had ever seen. However, Izuku was most concerned by Pixie Bob, who lay unconscious in a pool of her own blood. She didn't look good at all. Almost against his will, Izuku found his feet moving towards the fallen hero as quietly as possible. He was cursing himself for not bringing his medical pack with him, and his movements were heavy with the knowledge that literally every important adult figure in his life would want him away from this entire situation. If he got another sword to the 𝐒𝐬𝐽 𝐸𝐽 would never let it go. He would be forced to live in a protective bubble. He had just gotten to Pixie Bob's side to assess her wounds when he was thrown wildly off balance, lurching towards Magna. "Oh look, a little mouse has found its way here. I don't recognize this one, though. You weren't on the list. I guess that makes it okay to crush it." Izuku did his best to shield his head from the incoming impact with the giant magnet, but in a flash of green, the reptilian villain stepped in, hefting his conglomeration of blades so it was drawn to the magnet instead of Izuku. Magna had no choice but to throw herself away from the magnet and the blades as some of them broke free. Her hold on Izuku promptly vanished, and Magna was dumbfounded by the intervention. "What gives, Spinner? You could have really hurt me." "I'm sorry Big Sis Mag, but you almost made a huge mistake. This is Midoriya Izuku, the child who was acknowledged both by Stain and Shigaraki. I can't let you harm someone that Stain has declared a true hero. We should change our focus to capturing this boy." Izuku felt his blood freeze in his veins as Magna surveyed him. "This is that kid. He's scrawnier than I expected. But what's he doing here?" His hand inched towards his fanny pack, but there was no need. Magna and Spinner had both discarded their weapons, and the brief distraction had been plenty of time for Tiger and Mandalay to descend in a flurry of violence. In the meantime, Izuku rushed to Pixie Bob. He did the best he could to stabilize her, primarily using his shirt as bandages. As he worked, he called, "I have a message from Eraserhead. Tell the students from Class A and Class B that they have his permission to fight." "Are you sure that's what he said?" "That's pretty drastic," Mandalay asked, worried. "It's what he told me to tell you. By the way, Kota is safe with him," Izuku said as he finished, picking himself up to charge down the path before they could stop him. He ignored the calls of the pussycats behind him. With a shaking hand, he retrieved his cell phone. The dial tone sounded harsh and too loud in his ear. "Musutafu Police Station, this is Officer Saito speaking." Izuku bit back a strangled laugh. Of course Saito was there when the world was falling apart. "Hey, it's Izuku. Little Midoriya. How are you? Why are you calling so late? You sound out of breath." "I don't have much time," Izuku interrupted. "Villains just infiltrated the camp I'm staying at and I don't know what's going to happen. Trace the location of my phone and send all the reinforcements you can. Do you have any heroes you want there?" Saito asked tersely. "Not Endeavor. People who work well in forested areas." "Saito, I need to go, Izuku had to force the last words out. "If I don't make it, tell everyone thank you. And tell my mom I love her. Little Midoriya, whatever you're thinking about, don't you dare." "I'm sorry Saito," he whispered before hanging up. He found himself running faster if only to blame his watering eyes on the wind whipping his face. Every tree branch that brushed him felt like a grasping hand, every dark silhouette a waiting foe. That was why when he tripped over something, he didn't immediately realize it was a severed arm. That section of the forest was eerily silent, and Izuku tried his best to trade carefully, making as little sound as possible. He nearly screamed when he saw the looming figure approach him. But he was relieved to see it was merely 𝐒𝐲𝐽, the Dupli-Arm's hero student. "I saw your arm, are you okay?" Izuku whispered. "I'm fine, but Dark Shadow is on a rampage," he whispered back. "Dark Shadow is weak to light, right? Who was in front of you two in the test of courage?" "Todoroki and Bakugo." "I was hoping for AMR, but those two work too. I know you don't really know me, but will you trust me 𝐒𝐲𝐽?" Years later, 𝐒𝐲𝐽 Mizo would still wonder what made him trust Midoriya Izuku, a boy he hardly knew. It was a plan where death was not merely a possibility, but a probability, a plan that rolled out the welcome mat for the Grim Reaper. But 𝐒𝐲𝐽 always recalled the feeling that drove him to agreeing, and he knew he would never have chosen differently. He had a chance, however brief, to not only save a friend but to bring Tokoyami back to himself. He had that chance because of Midoriya, and he would never give that up. It worked out more neatly than even Midoriya could have planned, with Dark Shadow easily taking care of the villain Bakugo, and Todoroki had been fighting, and then Bakugo was able to keep Dark Shadow in check. With everything in order, Bakugo rounded on Izuku with anger burning in his eyes. "Do everyone a favor and get out of the way, Deku. I'm not explaining to Auntie that you died because you put your useless, quirkless but where it didn't belong. You're wasting time, Kaken. I promise if I die Mom won't blame you. We need to feed as many students as possible. If they're seriously injured, I'm currently their best chance at not dying." Izuku didn't wait for him any longer, forging forward on the path. When he heard a scream he started running, tailed by his entourage of UA students. His hand grasped the first thing he touched in the fanny pack as he burst into the clearing. Asui was pinned to a tree by her hair, and her facial expression put Izuku on high alert. But at the sight of Uraraka pinned under a blonde who had clearly lost touch with reality, his mind went blank and his vision turned red. He rushed forward with a shout of rage, brandishing the knife from his fanny pack. Toga Himiko took a single look at the boy soaked in someone else's BLD, brandishing a knife, and she was smitten. It wasn't as easy as she expected to avoid the swing of his blade, but interest sparkled in her eyes. "More friends," she said, delightedly clapping her hands. "But do I look okay? There's a cute boy here." "We don't have time for this," Izuku said, slightly calmer as he unconsciously moved in front of Uraraka. "I need to make sure none of the students get too hurt." The maniacal girl's golden eyes fixated on him, her grin impossibly growing. "You're the boy who took down Stain, aren't you, Izuku?" She darted forward, swinging her blade in a wide arc, but Izuku caught it with his own knife, sparks raining down. "Todoroki." Thankfully the boy intuitively understood Izuku's intentions, freezing the girl in place. "There's no telling how long this will last. I didn't want you to give her hypothermia." "That just means we can't stay too long," Izuku said. "But first, are you two okay, Uraraka?" "Asui. It was just a little scratch, rib bit. I'm fine." "Good, let's go," Izuku said. Uraraka couldn't help the blush that crawled across her cheeks. She'd seen several sides to Midoriya, but he'd never been so authoritative before. He just kept getting more impressive. Okako shook herself, slapping her cheeks. Now was not the time to get impressed by Midoriya. They forged on ahead, eyes and ears searching for any signs of other students. These villains were capable, and they clearly had no qualms or orders against harming literal children. It stood to reason that they had a goal for all of this, likely capturing a specific student. Izuku had suspicions about which student they were here for, and who had sent them. After all, to get into camp undetected they would have had to use a teleportation or warp quirk. Those were rare, especially ones that were powerful enough to allow as many people as their group had. "Let's split up," Izuku decided after they walked a bit longer. "Go in pairs and search for injured students. I'll go back to camp and wait with my med pack." "Are you sure, Midoriya?" Uraraka asked. "Zu and I can go with you." "No, there's a lot of ground to cover. You can be the difference between your classmates living and dying. Round up as many people as possible and take them there." It would distract them from his actions, yes, but it was a legitimate plan. Emergency responders were bound to arrive at any minute. Saito likely got every ambulance, hero, and police unit within an hour's drive headed their way. Herding the students to a safe place was the best course of action. "Go, people might be dying out there." Izuku snapped. He watched the students depart in pairs, but Uraraka lingered just a few moments longer than the others, her brown eyes resting on his face. "Be careful, Midoriya. You still owe me a smoothie." Despite himself, Izuku felt a smile spread across his face. "I've kept you waiting long enough that I probably owe you lunch too." And then the students were gone, and Izuku turned, setting his course away from the camp, likely where the villains were meeting up. He didn't have to walk long before he heard voices filtering through the trees. "Where's Muscular?" Probably still crashing through the trees. "He got bested by a brat with pepper spray. And moonfish. Mustard. Who cares? Let's just leave them." "But we don't have that Bakugo kid. We can't go back to Shigaraki empty-handed." So I was right on both accounts. Never fear, came a voice from the trees. I just found him and the ice user wandering around. It's time to bring this act to a close. It was a man in a top hat and a trench coat brandishing a pair of marbles, presumably containing 𝐭𝐻𝐿 and 𝐻�10. He wished he had time for a last phone call, but this was why he had left messages with 𝐈𝐳. Neither his legs nor his voice shook as he strolled into the clearing. I have a proposal for you all instead. And what's a small fry like you doing here? A man in a black and white suit demanded twice. In a deeper voice he declared, you had best walk away. A dark-haired man with patchwork scars observed Izuku. I recognize you. You're the quirkless brat that took down Stain. Don't tell me you're trying to protect these so-called heroes. And you're trying to what? Abduct some of these students. Izuku said, some feral beast arising from the depths of his soul. Can we bring him too? Toga asked, arriving in her still frosty clothes. He's just my type. You want 𝐒𝐲 because Shigaraki commanded it, right? Well, he didn't know I would be here, and I'm a much more valuable captive, Izuku said. What's to stop us from just taking you? The dark-haired one asked. I took down Stain and Muscular, Izuku said with false bravado. There's no way that's a fluke. I might not be able to take all of you down, but I would be able to reduce your numbers. Severely. So what are you suggesting? Let them go, and I'll go with you without a fight. If I struggle at all, you can kill me. If you don't set Bakugo and Todoroki free, though, I will fight until I can't fight anymore, and I get the impression that Shigaraki wouldn't be pleased. The man's bright eyes were unreadable as he stared Izuku down. It felt like centuries as the two kept tense eye contact, never blinking. Then he shrugged. Fine. We're spending too much time here. Compress, let those two go. Sighing, Mr. Compress threw the two marbles some distance away, and then Bakugo and Todoroki were back, looking highly disoriented. Todoroki came to a little faster, eyes focusing on Izuku. Midoriya, what are you doing? You're supposed to be back at the camp. Tears stung the back of Izuku's throat. Tell Mr. Aizawa I'm sorry. He shouldn't blame himself. Deku. What the he Bakugo was cut off when he had to leap back from a burst of flame that put Endeavor to shame. There was more to Derby than it initially seemed, Izuku realized. He traded himself for you, brat. It was a waste in my opinion, but the deal is made, Derby said. This is goodbye. A scarred hand wrapped around Izuku's throat and he was guided through the warp gate, getting a last glimpse of Todoroki and 𝐭𝐻𝐿 rushing the group. He shook his head as he sank into the warp gate. Stay back. Protect yourselves. And then the world was dark. Excerpts from Izuku's analysis. Name, Nakamura Kuronosuke. Age, 42. Height, 173 cm 5 feet 8 inches. Occupation, police officer. Official Saito Tama aka her partner. Physical description. Nakamura looks fairly average in most aspects. Average height, average facial features, average in everything except his hair. Nakamura refuses to cut his hair, instead wearing it like the samurai of old. He insists it's a matter of pride, but it's really because his wife bet that he would never let it grow longer than chin length. Personality. Nakamura is a serious police officer, fully conscious of the gravity of his job. He takes pride in what he does and attempts to keep the other police officers in line. He is the only person other than Detective Tsukochi that can halfway talk Saito out of bad ideas. Outwardly he disapproves of her antics, but I suspect he actually enjoys them. Quirk. Precision. He can hit anything within a reasonable distance with absurd accuracy with any manner of projectile. This quirk doesn't supersede his physical abilities, i.e. he can't hit something out of throwing distance. Notes. While Nakamura appears to be the perfect candidate to teach me to shoot a gun, he is actually a terrible teacher. His intuitive ability means that aiming comes to him just as easily as breathing. Apparently he was the one to initially train Saito to use a gun, and she was only allowed to use a taser for months afterwards, for the safety of herself and others. Naomasa had been in a flurry of motion since Saito had called. She had been tasked with organizing people to send to the training camp, which meant he was free to go check on things himself. The location he was given was an hour's drive, but with his lights and sirens and some reckless driving, That time was cut in half. The camp was a mess when he arrived. People were everywhere, students being evaluated and interviewed, while others were being whisked away in ambulances. 𝐒𝐈 checked every ambulance, every group of people he saw, and even a few trees, but Midoriya wasn't there. Had he been hurt so badly he'd been rushed to the hospital? How was 𝐒𝐈 going to tell 𝐭𝐽? His anxiety eased a fraction when he spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Vlad King, I'm glad you're okay. Do you know where Midoriya is? The hero looked hesitant. Midoriya, the EMT kid. The quirkless one. An unexpected flare of irritation flashed through 𝐒𝐈, but he pushed it down. He's a field medic, actually. Where is he? Was he in one of the ambulances that already left? Midoriya is the only reason all of our students are safe, Eraserhead interjected, looking dead on his feet even as he approached them. From what we can gather, the problem child traded himself off to the League of Villains so they would leave before they really hurt anyone. 𝐒𝐈's BLD ran cold. No, it can't be. Detective, a familiar voice called. Mori and Soma had arrived finally after driving a slightly more legal speed. Is everything okay? He felt his jaw clench. I need statements from everyone that was here, now. Throw my name around. Throw Tsuragame's name around. Do whatever it takes. 𝐒𝐈, Soma said quietly, placing a hand on the detective's shoulder. Is everything okay? The League of Villains has Midoriya, he said, feeling like the words were choking him. They took Izuku. Mori snorted. Midoriya is like a cockroach. We can't get rid of him that easily. While it was true that Mori had been sent to their particular police station to refine him and make use of his potential, currently 𝐒𝐈 saw none. He wanted nothing more than to fire the man, or better yet demote him to meter maid duty and litter patrol for the rest of his life. I need those statements now, 𝐒𝐈 said. Frigidly. You can start getting them from the same kids you did at the USJ incident. Starting with the kid with the electricity quirk, Mori. Mori clearly wanted to protest, knowing that Kaminari had likely overused his quirk again. But even he was perceptive enough to know that now was not the time. Soma slipped away, dragging his younger partner behind him, likely to give Mori the talking to of his life. Things were spiraling out of control. He felt sick just thinking about Midoriya in the hands of villains, but there was no time for that. 𝐒𝐈 rested a hand on Aizawa's shoulder. Your job is to take care of the students. I'll let you know what happens as the plan progresses, but Midoriya is my responsibility now. The underground hero was unreadable as ever, but 𝐒𝐈 had a good idea of what he was feeling. Eraserhead nodded slowly. I need to inform my students of what's happened. So far only Bakugo and Todoroki know. Do you have any objections? Just tell them to keep it quiet. There's no need for this to go public. Midoriya is a minor, and if he wants to be a detective, publicity like this would do him no favors. Aizawa nodded, disappearing into the night. 𝐒𝐈 sighed, calling Saito yet again. Detective. How is little Midoriya? Did he get stabbed again? She asked immediately. The villains kidnapped him, 𝐒𝐈 said tersely. I need you to try and track his cell phone. I doubt these villains would be stupid enough not to check for one. But wait, she screeched. Just a minute. What followed was the sound of hurried footsteps and what 𝐒𝐈 would have thought someone ransacking a house would have sounded like. Then came a strangled cry of excitement. He could picture her sprinting to the phone and in a slightly too loud voice she said, I found it. Tsukochi, I found it. Found what? Kimura and I did it as a joke, mostly to conveniently pop in on little Midoriya when he was on a date. That is if he ever got up the courage to Saito. What is it? The detective demanded. We put a tracking device in the Don't RPE Me kit. They probably took it from little Midoriya, but I doubt they would have taken it to a different location. Saito, I have never been so happy for your utter disregard for personal boundaries. We're going to get all the information we can hear, and in the meantime to start gathering information about where he is, what's happening in that area, anything you can find. Then call in as many units and heroes as you can. We'll finish as soon as possible over here, and then we'll head back to make a strategy and move out. Come back soon, detective. Do you? Do you want me to call Mrs. Midoriya? 𝐒𝐽𝐫 closed his eyes. Thank you, Saito, but I think we both know it needs to be me. Get that location and call as many pro heroes up as you can. His hands shook as he hung up on Saito and dialed the next number. It was even worse as the phone rang and rang until 𝐒𝐽𝐫's soft voice answered. Sorry I missed your call, please leave a message. When the beep sounded, it seemed to do so with a sense of finality, and it took 𝐒𝐽𝐫 a moment to find his voice. Mrs. Midoriya, it's Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲. It's about Izuku. Call me as soon as you can. He hung up feeling empty and numb, but he had a job to do. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 hated using his connections for his personal gain, but he would sell his soul if that was what it took to retrieve Midoriya safely. At first he doubted his call would be answered, but after what felt like an eternity, the other person picked up. Sorry I took so long to answer, 𝐒𝐽𝐫. I was busy making lesson plans, and then Toshinori, there's a situation, the detective interrupted, voice cracking with emotion. Across the camp Aizawa's eyes were burning. The fire quirk user in conjunction with his dry eye was wreaking havoc on him. He definitely was not about to cry. He had assembled the members of his class that hadn't been seriously injured, everyone but Jiru, Hagakure, Yororozu, and Shoji. Mr. Aizawa. Is everyone going to be okay? Tsuyu asked hesitantly. Everyone in Class A and Class B will make a full recovery, the teacher said slowly. But Midoriya was taken by the League of Villains. There are already plans to retrieve him, but the powers that be have decided that you should all be informed. You aren't allowed to tell anyone outside of the class. This is being kept confidential. Okiko stared at her teacher, not fully comprehending the words he was saying. Midoriya was gone. The same boy who had just been joking about taking her on a date was stolen, taken from the grasp of heroes. You all need to be checked out by health professionals, so once you have given your statement to the police, get on an ambulance, Aizawa said before briskly walking away. He couldn't let them see the emotions that were raging within him. He was stopped by a small hand tugging on his sleeve. You're one of those heroes, right? You're a good one. Kota stood there, hands desperately clutching something. Even though he didn't feel like it was the truth anymore, Aizawa nodded. You'll save Midoriya, won't you? I don't want to lose him too. Oh, that was right. Kota would be the son of the water hose duo, and Midoriya was the first person he had really had any attachment to since that whole fiasco. Shota had known he'd been missing something. He crouched down, doubtful that he could give the child any comfort at all, but he said, I promise there are a lot of people doing everything they can to help Midoriya. I won't promise you that he'll be safe, but I will do my very best to make sure he is. Kota nodded before hesitantly offering up what he had been clutching, a notebook. I found this. Will you keep it safe for him? He said it was important. Aizawa nodded, and when he accepted the notebook, he couldn't help the slightest bit of curiosity that made him open the book. A pencil had been left between the most recent pages Midoriya had worked on, and Aizawa was confronted with a sketch of him, with a mess of scribbles around it. He snapped the notebook closed as soon as he realized what it was. This was NTMT, no one saw inside his notebooks, not even Tsukochi or Meiji. If you were lucky, Midoriya would read your entry to you, but that was the closest anyone ever got. But this wouldn't be his last entry. Shota would make sure of that. At that very moment, miles and miles away, one Midoriya Izuku stared down his captors. They milled around as the weight of the chains hung on him. That he barely noticed, instead focusing on the familiar shock of pale blue hair that framed red eyes. You're really going to want to let me go, Izuku said for what felt like the 50th time that night. No, I think this is the perfect opportunity to convince you to join our cause, Shigaraki said gleefully. I'll help open your eyes to how faulty these heroes are. Really, it's best for everyone if you let me go. You don't understand. And what don't I understand? Shigaraki asked, somewhat amused. That keeping me is more trouble than it's worth. I'm not going to join you, and there are people that are probably already planning a full-scale attack. I give them 12 hours before they storm the place, possibly less. Especially if Saito put a tracker in the fanny pack like I assumed, Izuku thought. If you kill me, They will hunt you down. You may be confident in your abilities, but if I die, they will pick apart your every flaw and weakness until you don't have a leg to stand on. Izuku was shocked to find that he fully believed every word he spoke. In fact, he was certain that at this very moment 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was assembling a squad to retrieve him. And you want us to what? Send you on your way? I'll give you 8 hours, Izuku said, staring into Shigaraki's eyes. 8 hours for what? 8 hours to try to convince me to join you, ask me questions, things like that. If by the end of the 8 hours I'm not convinced, you take everything of value and leave. The police will find an empty bar with me chained up in it. I won't know anything about where you went. And why would we take such an offer? Mr. Compress said before Shigaraki could say anything. You've got some momentum going right now, Izuku explained. People are scared and doubting the heroes a bit. Right now the public doesn't know you kidnapped me. You haven't gotten any notifications on your phones, don't even ask. It's common sense that you all would have it set to notify you whenever you were mentioned in the news. There are people that will keep this quiet as long as I'm retrieved in the next 24 hours. But if you keep me long enough to be found out though, perceptions of the League will be changed. People aren't going to be impressed you took the 𝐈𝐵 who brought down Stain. They're going to see me as a defenseless, quirkless child, and you'll be seen as no better than a school bully. If you're so sure about all of this, why aren't you just waiting us out? You could just sit here and wait to be saved, Darby said lazily. Izuku slowly met eyes with the League member he'd intentionally been not thinking about, the scarred man. He had eyes like endeavors, but instead of burning with anger, they were numb to the pain and suffering still left in the world. When he did speak, he chose his words carefully. In a way we are similar, all of us. We've all been hurt or neglected by heroes, we just given different opportunities. Frankly, the hero society needs to be reformed, though I don't agree with your methods. Izuku thought for a heartbeat before he added, and I believe in second chances. He was acutely aware of every eye on him until Shigaraki walked over to a screen mounted on the wall. What should I do, MSTR? A voice that felt ancient to Izuku crackled over the speakers. It's still your game, Tomura. You can do as you choose, although we've been presented with a unique opportunity. All Might has yet to find a successor, and there's an intriguing case study right before us. If you agree, I think it would be wise to observe the progress of young Midoriya and his devotion to heroes. In the meantime, our symbol of peace will weaken by the day. Izuku's mind was working in overdrive as the League members huddled together, discussing potential means of recruiting him. He hadn't had a clear view of the screen, but the voice was unlike anything he'd ever heard before. Just his voice was embedded with power and depth that Izuku had never even dreamed of existing. Thinking of the actual man was terrifying. We already have Ragdoll, so we can shake the faith in heroes that way, Kurogiri intoned. The wild pussycats are popular enough that having one of their quirks taken away will shake the hero society. We could begin a different plan. He found his mind screeching to a halt. Kaken hadn't been the only target. Ragdoll didn't have her quirk anymore because of his negligence. How did he not notice? The more he thought, the more he realized he was in over his head. Excerpts from Izuku's analysis name, Sasaki Sakura age, 27 height, 158 centimeters 5 feet 2 inches occupation. Police officer, partners with Officer Kondo physical description. Sasaki is referred to as the darling of the police out of her hearing range. Due to her short stature and large, violet eyes, she is often mistaken for a teenager, or even a child. She has long blonde hair that is usually kept in a braid, and fluffy lavender wings. Personality. Sasaki is an innately kind individual, truly one of the most generous people on this earth. However, she does have a scheming side to her, generally when she is around Saito, but she is much less dangerous than Saito in that regard. However, if you insult her height or threaten her loved ones in any way, there will be no way to stop her. Quirk, Angel, a mutation-type quirk that grants Sasaki her lavender wings. They are surprisingly dexterous, and she can fly, though only for a few meters at a time. Notes: never call Sasaki short. The recordings of such encounters have since been destroyed for the safety of those involved in the skirmishes. Izuku felt the sweat bead on his forehead. intermingling with the BLD that was drying on his face. The cuts really did sting, but he had to concentrate. This moment was crucial. I need another card. You can't just disintegrate the cards you don't like, Magna complained. No one said that was a rule, Shigaraki said petulantly. But I do need another card. With a sigh, Kurogiri handed another card to Shigaraki before feeding Toga another bite of sushi. She had been chained up in Izuku's place after she had rushed him with her knife, decorating him with a wound that was still bleeding profusely, despite Kurogiri's best efforts. Izuku was fairly sure it would need stitches, but for now he had to make do with the butterfly bandages they had on hand. Remember, if we win this hand you stay with us forever, Toga said, eyes hyper-fixated on the BLD still framing Izuku's face. I never actually agreed to that, but let's see what you've got, Izuku said. He watched intently as they each laid down their hand before breathing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're all terrible at poker. I've got a royal flush. That's no fair. Twice whined, pointing at Izuku. Teach me your ways. How is an upstanding teenager like yourself so familiar with poker? Mr. Compress asked. We play it at the police station on break. You have to get good at it or you'll be cleaning toilets for weeks. The police officers are ruthless, Izuku explained. Spinner was clearly thinking deeply. From what you tell us, it appears that your police officers stand up to Stain's heroic ideals, yet they are scorned by the public. Interesting. Can you turn this way a little bit, Izuku? I can't see the dried BLD very well since you moved, Toga asked. A wide grin spread across her face even though she was still chained to the board. But now that we're lovers, can I give you a nickname? No, everyone else in the room said in perfect sync, and twice added, but you can call me whatever you want, babe. So since I won, what do I get? Izuku asked, mainly to break the silence. What would you want? Kurogiri asked. Information. When he saw the uneasy looks the League members traded, he backpedaled. Not about your plans or anything. I can't know very much about your organization or the detective will know I'm not telling the whole truth. I just like analyzing quirks, and you all have interesting abilities. Why not? Shigaraki mused. We still have an hour before we agreed to leave. Does anyone have a pen and paper? In a different part of the city, Naomasa had a veritable army assembled and they were coming up with a plan. So we bust down the walls and grabbed the kid. Death Arm shrugged. They haven't sent any kind of ransom, and it's not like a quirkless kid would be worth anything else to them. You make a point, Tsukochi said, feeling his ulcer in full force. It's an incorrect point, but if that's the case, then your services won't be needed. Thank you for your time. I just meant there is a missing child. He's probably scared and hurt, and he deserves just as much diligence and respect as anyone else in his position does, Tsukochi said sharply. Midoriya Izuku has people who love and worry for him. If anyone else has any issues or they would like to make light of this situation because the victim is quirkless, now is the time to leave. Silence stretched over the room and Tsukochi took a deep breath. Good. Now we have 2 different locations we're going to strike. The main object of this is to recover Midoriya and Ragdoll, but we can also use this as an opportunity to strike at the League of Villains. Very soon a plan began to unfold. They had almost no information on T location from the tracker that had been planted on the Nomu. They were gathering what they could, but the student who had created the tracker had only recently woken up and informed them of its existence. The other location, however, seemed much more important. A while ago Sangza had received a report of a suspicious individual walking into the bar outside of business hours, an individual whose physical description matched that of a man who had definitely been at the camp. It was simple. Normally they would have waited for the cover of nightfall, but there was an urgency Naomasa didn't quite understand. He reasoned that the villains would be least expecting them to strike now. Just in case, though, they had to have enough manpower to handle a full-out war. We're going to concentrate our heavy hitters where the majority of our villains are going to be All Might, Endeavor, Edgeshot and Kamu Woods are going with me there, along with 1/3 of the assembled police officers. The rest of the heroes will go to the second location with another 1/3 of the police force. The remaining police will see to the safety of surrounding citizens, setting up barricades and evacuating people as necessary. There were a few questions, but 𝐒𝐭𝐴 answered them quickly, dissuading others by saying, "You've all been broken into squads. Squad leaders will have in-depth information on your specific roles. We move out the second we're prepared." A new hero who went by Freeze Point snorted. Death Arms was right. We're going through all of this effort to save an old, washed-up hero and a quirkless kid who won't contribute anything to society. No one heard him except the hero standing next to him, who snickered, and a particular pair of police officers who happened to be passing by. Saito opened her mouth to scream at the heroes, but Sasaki's wings snapped open, clipping Freeze Point in the back of the head. "Sorry, it felt a little drafty," Sasaki said with absolutely zero remorse or even emotion in her voice. "Aren't you both so worried for the missing kid? I hear he saved some of the hero students' lives. And even if he hadn't, he still has people who care about him. And we're also women in a largely male field, so we've heard everything you're saying about Ragdoll before. It's really a testament to what a great hero she is. So maybe you two should stop gossiping like old women and actually do your job." The frigid look in Sasak's eyes would have put Kondo to shame, and Saito had never been more proud. Little Midoriya had made quite the impact on all of them, and everyone from their station would doubtlessly fight tooth and nail to retrieve him except maybe Mori. His willingness to contribute to the cause remained to be seen. Toshinori didn't know very much about this quirkless child, but Naomasa cared deeply about him, so he would do whatever he could to bring this Midoriya home safely. He'd also heard that this child had saved a few of his students at the training camp. If that was true, Toshinori would have to commend the boy, perhaps give him an autograph. He felt the slightest bit nervous when it was time to move out, but that was absurd. He was the symbol of peace. This was what he did. All Might strode forward, heedless of who noticed him. By the time the League saw them, it would be too late to do anything, and the heroes would once more prevail. As was the plan, 𝐎𝐸𝐲 and a number of police officers went to the door while All Might went to the back. He waited for his cue. He was rather proud of it too. He'd assisted in coming up with this particular portion of the plan. When he heard the telltale knock and call of, "Pizza do I?" all that was heard from inside was the faint rustle of chains. At least, that was all that was heard before All Might punched the wall in, bellowing a mighty smash. The dust cleared, and All Might found himself alone in a room with a kid who was chained to some board-like structure. He was in rough shape with bruises forming under the dried blood on his face. "Never fear, citizen, because I am here," All Might dramatically declared. "Now point me to the dastardly villains who have mistreated you so, I shall make them pay." "What about Ragdoll?" the boy asked desperately. He had shrunk into himself, so All Might couldn't see the boy's face very clearly. "Have you found Ragdoll yet? Is she safe?" The front door opened and 𝐎𝐸𝐲 calmly walked in. "We've checked everywhere, All Might. The villains are nowhere to be found. We'll take care of things over here. You go see if they need assistance at the other location." All Might nodded, and in one might bound he was gone, out of sight. Izuku felt his heartbeat return to normal, but he twisted and looked at 𝐎𝐸𝐲. "Is Ragdoll okay? Have you found her?" 𝐎𝐸𝐲 carefully unwound the chains around the kid. "We haven't retrieved her as of yet, but I promise we've got our best people on the job. Sorry about that. All Might has good intentions, he just isn't the most gentle man by nature." Izuku felt like he could attest to that. Just seeing All Might had brought back the memory of their first encounter in excruciating, throbbing detail. His body was also throbbing from the rubble that had hit him during the #1 hero's grand entrance, but his heart hurt more. Did All Might recognize him? He was so caught in his mind that he couldn't even ask for 𝐎𝐸𝐲's autograph, who was potentially one of the coolest heroes to exist. Anxiety compounded with lack of sleep, and even more anxiety muddled his mind. He wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. It was now that he was safe and the villains were gone, that he was completely falling apart. Someone was yelling and there was too much motion and noise, and All Might saw him. All Might would reprimand him again for getting caught, and this dream would die too, and a pair of arms slipped around Izuku and someone was holding him tight, murmuring, "We have you, little Midoriya. You're safe now." Hearing the words little Midoriya made Izuku feel like he could breathe again. His own arms snaked around Officer Saito even as she said into her radio, We've got little Midoriya. He's safe now. He wasn't quite sure how it all happened, but Izuku was ushered into an ambulance, and then into a hospital, an army of police officers following. He gave statements and answered questions for what seemed like an eternity. He vaguely registered some of the things that he was told, like the fact that he was in the same hospital the US students who were injured were sent to. Other things would have to be told to him again, but any number of people would be happy to do so. It was getting harder and harder for Izuku to concentrate on any one thing until the door opened and a woman with familiar green eyes walked in, twisting her hands together nervously. "Mom." Izuku sobbed as he bolted out of bed and rushed forward to her despite the protests of the nearby nurse. They hugged each other fiercely, both crying more than should be strictly physically possible. Mother and son stood there for a few moments, simply knowing that the other was there, safe and alive. 𝐒𝐽 pulled away, even though it was the last thing she wanted to do. "You need to get back into bed just like the nurse says. I want them to make sure you're okay." She ran her fingers through his hair, briefly brushing the newly stitched cut on his forehead. "Does it hurt?" "Not really. It only needed stitches because it was on my head, and they numbed me well," Izuku said, clambering back into the hospital bed. "I was so worried, Izuku," 𝐒𝐽 said, her hand finding his. "I don't know what I would do without you. I'm so glad you're safe." They both looked up when knocks sounded at the door. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything." Izuku smiled, sitting up a little straighter. "Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲. You're here." Sure enough, it was the detective, his clothes as equally rumpled as he was. "Hello Midoriyas, it's wonderful seeing you both safe. Why don't you join us, detective? I can get you tea if don't worry yourself, Mrs. Midoriya." I needed to see that Izuku was safe firsthand. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 passed a hand over his face, breathing in deeply. "I also have some important things to discuss with both of you." "This sounds serious," 𝐒𝐽 said, straightening in her chair. "I would have waited to have this conversation, but I was told to address this as soon as possible. We need to discuss the provisional police program," 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 said, taking a deep breath. "The police force is considering shutting it down." "No," Izuku protested. "Just hear me out, little Midoriya. We still think you're one of the most promising candidates we've ever had, but we put your safety first. You've already been involved in more serious incidents than most rookies see in their first year, and you haven't even finished the academy yet. I think that this could still be good for you, and for the public perception of the police, but we won't continue without your express permission. It comes down to what you say, Mrs. Midoriya." "But wait, it wasn't hush, little Midoriya, let her think. If we do shut down the program, there's nothing stopping you from joining us once you're an adult." Izuku turned to his mother, eyes pleading. In a trembling voice, 𝐒𝐽 said, "I want nothing more than to tell you to shut it all down and have my baby safe for at least a few more years. But I can't." The boy and detective watched 𝐒𝐽 intently, hanging off her every word. "I was terrified when you told me that Izuku was gone, absolutely terrified. I didn't know how I would survive without him if anything happened. But that's exactly how Kirimi's mother felt, and Kota's aunt, also I'm told. I know how that hero student's mother felt, learning that her son could have died at the hands of Stain. Izuku gave those parents the same relief that you gave me today, detective, and for that I thank you." 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 was struck speechless watching this heroic mother, but now 𝐒𝐽 was crying in earnest. "I just can't take this away from Izuku. He's already had one dream taken away from him, and I had a hand in that. Being told he couldn't be a hero nearly destroyed my boy, and I can never forgive myself for that. So really, thank you, Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲. You brought my son a purpose again, and you brought him back to me." Apparently tears were contagious, because 𝐒𝐽𝐫's eyes felt suspiciously wet at the moment. He managed to hold out, but the Midoriya cryfest was only interrupted by 𝐒𝐽's cell phone. She jumped at the sound before excusing herself from the room, leaving Izuku and 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 alone. The detective sighed. "Words cannot describe how happy I am that your mother is allowing us to continue. That also means I'm still your superior, so I'm allowed to ask, what on earth did you think you were doing? How did you think that trading yourself to the League of Villains was an acceptable strategy?" "I'm sorry." It was the only thing I could think of, Dad. Izuku cut off, his cheeks blooming bright red as he realized what he'd said. I'm sorry, don't worry about it, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said, his cheeks equally red. But Saito can never hear of this. In the hallway, one Todoroki Shoto pet his head at what he had accidentally overheard. He had been dragged to the hospital to visit his injured classmates. On his way to the bathroom he had gotten horribly lost, but he happened to stumble across Midoriya. He was pleased to find that the boy wasn't dead, and he resolved to pass the information along to his classmates. However, there was one fact that Shoto was keeping to himself. He'd already had his suspicions, but this confirmed it. Midoriya was the detective's secret love child. Excerpts from Izuku's analysis: name, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐻, 36 height, 178 centimeters 5 feet 10 inches occupation. Police officer partners with Sasaki physical description. Average height, slender build, long, straight black hair. 𝐭𝐚𝐲's most striking feature is her eyes. They're ice blue, and she is known to stop criminals with a single look. People who are subject to her gaze are reportedly frozen in place due to the weight of her eyes. It's not her quirk. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 is just a terrifying individual when she chooses to be. Personality. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 is coldly analytical, especially when on a case. She seems sharp and intimidating at first, and sometimes more so once you get to know her. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 expects a lot of people that she respects, but earning her approval will keep someone happy for weeks. However, when she is disappointed in you, the look will haunt you for even longer. Quirk. Blade arms. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 rarely uses her quirk, but it has the ability to harden and sharpen her arms along the side of her forearm. She claims it's not a very useful quirk, despite my objections and attempts to convince her otherwise. Notes: she always seems reluctant to play poker at the station, but it's all a ruse. If you actually fall for her show of disapproval, before you know it you'll be stuck with 𝐭𝐚𝐲's cleaning duties for weeks. Izuku, Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 just got here. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 called up the stairs. He popped his head out the door in surprise. Really? Why is the detective here? I thought I was still grounded. He says that he needs you to fill something out at the station, 𝐭𝐽𝐽 said. I also need to come in case there's any parental permission issues, so put on your breathes and come on. After the incidents at the training camp, Izuku had been strictly forced to relax. All of the adults in his life had banded together, removing any and all things in his life that seemed like work. He wasn't allowed anywhere near a police station, Valiant's training hall, or anything that could be misconstrued as analyzing a quirk. It was torture. It had been all of 3 days, and Izuku felt like he was going insane. He had done all of the laundry, washed all of the dishes, broken a few dishes. There just wasn't enough to occupy him, and all of his attempts to do anything else were quickly thwarted. This meant that he jumped at the chance to go to the police station. He missed the officers and the sense of community that came with them. Even if he spent the entire time filling out paperwork, or heck, even scrubbing toilets, Izuku wasn't going to waste the chance. Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was waiting in their living room when Izuku came spilling out of his room and down the stairs. He smiled at the sight, dipping his head. Midoriya, you're looking eager. He's been a bit twitchy the past 48 hours, 𝐭𝐽𝐽 confided. I caught him chanting the various quirk classes and subclasses to himself in his sleep. Mom, Izuku whined, feeling his cheeks flush. I'm sure the detective doesn't want to hear about that. Let's just go. Little Midoriya is right, we're on a tight schedule today, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said, opening the door. After you, Mrs. Midoriya. The drive over to the station was short, but pleasant. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was happy to hear about what Izuku had been doing in his free time, much of which had been dedicated to assuring 𝐭𝐽𝐽 that the cut through his eyebrow did not need to be rebandaged or seen by a doctor again. When he wasn't washing dishes and doing laundry, that was. He briefly noticed the unusual number of cars outside the police station, but before he could comment on them, Izuku was ushered inside. Mori was sulking at the front desk, probably taking over for 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐲 after losing the last round of poker. When Izuku waved, the man simply looked away, pretending not to see him. As per usual, Mori was the pinnacle of maturity. We don't want to disrupt the normal flow of the station, so I'll have you take care of this in the back room. Go ahead of me, I'll be there in a moment. You as well, Mrs. Midoriya. The mother and son made their way to the room, Izuku practically bouncing in excitement. Maybe he could get his hands on a case file or two to solve. He found himself opening the door of the dark room with a sort of reverence, nearly falling over when he was greeted with a deafening shout. Surprise! A light flicked on, and the sheer mass of people inside was a bit overwhelming. They were all people he knew, and they were all people he loved. All of the police officers aside from Mori were there, radios ready lest a call come in, but they were there. Mixed among them were police officers from other stations, Kimiko and her mother, a variety of pro-heroes, and a scattering of students his age. He barely registered Shinsu sliding his sunglasses over his eyes, mouthing, "Too bright." Along with the people, the room was packed with decorations, with tattered paper streamers stretching across the ceiling, along with birthday balloons, get-well-soon balloons, and even a few hero balloons. "What's going on?" Izuku squeaked, already dangerously close to tears. 𝐤𝐭𝐞𝐲 wormed his way in until finally the crowd parted, allowing him to stand next to none other than Tsuragami. The police chief was standing as straight as ever, but his mouth was turned up in as much of a smile as his physiology would allow. "Midoriya Izuku, I'm proud to announce that you are pup no longer. As representative of Japan's police force, I welcome you as our newest official member." Izuku made a strangled noise, which the police chief politely ignored. "I have no doubt in my mind that you will become one of the finest police officers that this country has ever seen. You have already consistently put your life on the line to protect this nation's citizens. However, I do feel the need to remind you that it is not a requirement to get injured on every case we work with. In fact, we discourage it if possible." Tsuragami paused to let the laughter die down before continuing. "This police station in particular holds some of the finest role models and examples to you for your future. Look to them, learn from them as you consistently change the world for the better. Midoriya Izuku, I offer my sincerest congratulations as I present to you your police badge." As he spoke, he withdrew a badge from his coat, carefully depositing it into Izuku's hands. Izuku had held out valiantly, but at the sight and weight of the badge, Izuku promptly burst into tears, joining 𝐒𝐽𝐽, who had been crying since everyone had yelled, "Surprise!" 𝐒𝐽𝐽 looked surprised, leaning over to 𝐤𝐭𝐞𝐲. "I can't believe Tsuragami made it through the only speech without any real dog puns." "Thank you," Izuku blubbered. I can't, just accept it and be happy, little Midoriya," Saito said, looping an arm around his shoulders. "You've earned it. So celebrate with us. We got you a cake and everything." Through his tears, Izuku glanced over to the card table with food set out. On it rested a store-bought cake, still in its packaging with a discount tag clearly visible. In frosting was written, "Happy Retirement." Defying his physiological limits, Izuku cried even harder. "I love it. Thank you all so much, I love it." Amongst the chaos, Ojiro slipped between people until he stood near enough Izuku to press a package of tissues into his hand. This made 𝐒𝐽𝐽 cry harder, hugging the boy and thanking him for being in Izuku's life. The blonde blushed ever so slightly, his tail wagging almost imperceptibly. "Oh, I enjoy it. Midoriya is one of my best friends, and I'm glad he's getting the recognition he deserves." After that, Ojiro had both Midoriyas clutching him as they sobbed violently. He remained uneasily like that until Nakamura extricated him, fearful of the hero in training being drowned. Sasaki timidly asked, "Why are you crying so hard, 𝐒𝐽𝐽? You helped us plan this." "I'm just so proud of my baby. I can't believe that he's so grown up," she sobbed. Eventually their tears did stop, and then the party was able to begin in earnest. Izuku tried to make his way through all of the guests, but there were two complications to that plan. As he moved through the room, he was hindered by Kimiko on one leg and Kota on the other. "Hey Shinsu, thanks for coming," Izuku said casually. Shinsu, still wearing his sunglasses, glanced briefly at the children. "I thought you and your mom were bright enough. I think I may die from overexposure. But seriously, congratulations Midoriya. You deserve this. It's 𝐒𝐿𝐴 he's the best." Kimiko said proudly from his right leg. "I do agree. But I should take my leave, I'll see you around, Midoriya," Shinsu said, slipping out the door. As Izuku watched his friend leave, Valiant approached him. "We need to convince that boy to join the dojo. He's got some real potential, especially after the seeds that Eraserhead planted. One of these days, maybe. I know Shinsu would do well," Izuku said with a slight smile. "Thank you for coming, MSTR. Does this mean that I'm allowed to start coming to training again?" "As long as you promise not to get kidnapped again," the man said sternly, only half joking. "I promise I will do everything in my power to avoid getting kidnapped again," Izuku said. "That's all I ask. Now if you'll excuse me, I must go speak with Gunhead about his latest technique," Valiant said, strolling away. "Get off of Izuku, he's my big brother," Kimiko said, tightening her grip on his leg. "He is not your big brother, you're just saying that. And he saved me from a scary villain, so I get to stay," Kota said stubbornly. "He saved me first." Izuku leaned down as best he could. "Hey guys, I think they're cutting into the cake." When they scrambled away, it almost felt like his legs were too light, and he nearly tipped over on the spot. He stumbled a few steps, righting himself just before he crashed into some distracted guests. Oh! He was standing right in front of the wild pussycats. It made sense that they were there. Someone had to have brought Kota after all. Izuku had simply been mentally blocking out that truth, because he wasn't ready to confront the reality of the whole situation, or Ragdoll, for that matter. The group were significantly more sedated than their normal behavior. They were more quiet, and Ragdoll in particular seemed more withdrawn and so tired. He bowed low once their focus was on him. "I'm so sorry. I couldn't. While I was held captive, I should have done more to help you, Ragdoll. I could have talked to them, convinced them. I could have saved your quirk, maybe. I'm so sorry." The guilt that had been gnawing at him since he'd learned of the loss of the woman's quirk was even worse now, and Izuku found that he couldn't look her in the eye, he couldn't look any of them in the eye. He'd failed them, and now Ragdoll was suffering. Part of him even considered giving the badge back to Tsuragami, because clearly he wasn't ready for such responsibility. "Hey, look at us, kitten," Pixie Bob said, gently raising his chin. "You did more for us than you can ever know. We don't blame you." "We actually came to thank you," Mandalay interjected, smiling softly. "You saved a lot of people, especially Kota. You didn't just save his life, you gave him a purpose again. He won't stop talking about you, you know. One day he's determined to be a police officer just like you." "You've got the fighting spirit," Tiger said, slapping Izuku on the back hard enough that he lurched forward a few inches. "Make good use of it. Will you three go get us something to eat and drink?" Ragdoll asked, her smile so frail. She stared down the other three heroes, a silent understanding passing between them before all but Ragdoll nodded and disappeared, effectively leaving Izuku and Ragdoll alone. "I can see the apology coming, but it's not necessary. You couldn't have known that they took me as well, Midoriya. You did all that you could, just like I did. I felt the same way when I learned that they had taken you as well," Ragdoll said. "But they took so much from you," Izuku whispered. "Yes, my quirk is a large part of my life that I'll miss. But it's not who I am. Humans were perfectly functional before quirks appeared, and you're a living testament that they're not necessary. It's sad, but I'll just have to find a way to save people without a quirk, a lot like you have," Ragdoll said, a ghost of her former enthusiasm lighting up her face. "I know you're set on becoming a detective, but for what it's worth, you've got what it takes to be a hero, Midoriya. You've got the heart and passion, and I'm sorry that it took so long for people to realize it. The Pussycats and I will be watching you, and supporting you in whatever you may do. I know it's going to be great." Tears burned Izuku's eyes, but somehow he was able to talk past them. "You four have also been an inspiration to me. Thank you, for being heroes that I could look up to when I needed it most." Ragdoll sniffed, close to tears herself. "Well, that's just not fair. Now I deserve a hug." He stepped forward, shutting his eyes tight as he embraced the fragile hero. She was warm and comforting, and his heart sang with the knowledge that she supported him. He stood there for a moment, relishing the warmth until someone whined, "No fair, I want to hug the kitten too." Izuku stepped back, cheeks burning as he watched Pixie Bob approaching. Thank you all for coming. I should probably go see. No way, kitten. You hugged Ragdoll, not you have to hug me. It's a rule, Pixie Bob said, reeling him in. We get to hug little Midoriya now. Excellent. An all too familiar voice crowed. Saito materialized, snatching the boy away from Pixie Bob and pulling him in close. Izuku's already red face blazed crimson, as the considerable height difference between him and Saito left his face smothered in her chest. It stayed like this until 𝐒𝐭 took pity on her son and extricated him from the police officer's grasp, giving Saito a light scolding. Izuku took the opportunity to escape and watch the party from afar for a few moments. There were a formidable number of people present, and the diversity was astounding. Kimiko was still commanding Kota to do various things while Valiant was discussing the pros and cons of certain techniques with Eraserhead, and Kondo was putting up a fairly good fight against Tiger in an arm wrestling match. You know, when I first met you, I thought, this kid is insane. Who just grabs a kidnapped child and runs from the kidnapper? Izuku started before he realized that it was Detective Tsukochi who had sidled up next to him. And then you kept coming back, and you kept doing insane things. Before long I knew that if we could keep you alive long enough, you would become the best detective this country has ever seen. This is your day, Midoriya. Let's go enjoy it. Excerpts from Izuku's analysis. Name: Mori Akito, age 21, height 180 cm, 5 feet 11 inches, occupation police officer. Physical description: Mori is as close as one can come to looking like a delinquent while still being a police officer. He's got long black hair that he puts in a man bun unless Tsukochi tells him to take it out, and black eyes to match. He also insists on keeping his mustache, but Saito frequently claims that it looks like he taped a comb to his upper lip. He's on the tall side, but not comparable to the likes of Saito or Soma, and he's more lean than muscular. Personality: Mori is sullen. He feels the need to be the center of attention, and the need to be the best. He can tend to treat his cases with some levity, but when the case involves children in any degree, he is a completely different officer. He can be irresponsible and a bit conceited, but I'm sure there's a side to him that I haven't seen yet. Maybe one day he won't hate me anymore. Quirk: Megaphone. Mori's quirk operates as a less powerful version of present MIC's quirk. He can't do much in the way of directing his voice, and he doesn't have very much skill in terms of controlling or moderating his voice, but it is useful when trying to make announcements at the station or on a crime scene. Notes: Mori graduated from the police academy at the top of his class, and he was put with Tsukochi's station specifically because he has potential, but he needs to see past himself to unleash it. If we're viewing the station as a family, Mori is the sulky teenage son. Monday morning dawned, and Izuku hadn't slept a wink. Just the knowledge that he was going to start the next day as an actual police officer was enough to keep him staring at the ceiling, hoping it wasn't all a dream. But the dryness in his eyes was a testament to reality. The excitement would wear off one day and he would be able to sleep again. Eventually. Probably. Maybe he needed to go see Recovery Girl. Anyway, now it was at least a socially acceptable time to be awake barely. Hoping to take care of some of his nerves, Izuku went for an extra long run that morning. He may have looped around the police station a few times, but no one would be able to prove a thing. But he was back in plenty of time to shower. At that point Izuku couldn't resist any longer. Once the party was over, Tsukochi had handed a uniform, which he hadn't allowed himself to try on until this very moment. Putting it on was almost a spiritual experience, carefully buttoning the freshly pressed shirt. Somehow his red sneakers even worked with the whole ensemble. He was still an hour early when he came downstairs. Regardless, his mother was waiting with a warm breakfast. The second she saw him in his uniform, she promptly burst into tears. This led to Izuku bursting into tears as well as the two clutched one another. "I'm so proud of you, Izuku," 𝐒𝐭 sobbed. "You've grown up to be such a great man, and I can't believe you're already all grown up." "I love you, Mom," Izuku said through his own tears. "Thank you for supporting me." 𝐒𝐭 sniffed, finally pulling away. "The food is going to get cold." Nodding, Izuku sat down, picking up his chopsticks. It was a nice meal, relatively tearless, and as always, delicious. But soon enough they both had to leave for work, something that thrilled Izuku. 𝐒𝐽 offered to drive him to the police station, but he declined. He knew he needed to have some alone time to sort out his thoughts before he got there. As he made his way to the station, he couldn't help but recall the first time he had set food in the place, Kimiko in tow and a madman on his tail. It had been an awakening for him. He was still able to help people, just like he'd always dreamed of. Apparently Kimiko and Kota had a playdate next week. Sasaki had started referring to them as the littlest Midoriyas, and Izuku couldn't find it in him to protest. "Excuse me, young man, just what do you think you're doing?" a stern voice demanded, cutting through the silence. Izuku startled before turning to face the intimidating suited man. He looked familiar for some reason, but Izuku couldn't quite place him. "Can I help you, sir?" He was a tall, daunting figure with everything from his hair to his shoelaces immaculately in place. The eyes behind his glasses were completely unimpressed as he surveyed Izuku. "This look of yours could almost be comical if it weren't illegal." It was beginning to bother Izuku how familiar the man looked, but at the moment he was too. Well, he couldn't quite put a name to the emotions running through him. Regardless, they kept him from identifying the man. "There must be some kind of misunderstanding, sir. I'm an officer at the nearest police station. I'm actually headed to work right now. If that's all you need, I wish you a good day." A thin hand snaked forward, clasping Izuku's shirt collar in an iron grasp. "This was hardly amusing at the start of your charade, but now it's a serious breach of the law. Come with me, young man. You are going to understand the gravity of your actions by the end of the day." Fighting to get the man to let go, Izuku snapped, "I appreciate your dedication to preserving the sanctity of being a police officer, but at the very least you could let me go. I'm on my way to the police station. Here is my badge, because I am an officer." His eyes flicked down to the proffered badge, still completely unimpressed. The man let go of the shirt collar, only to clasp Izuku's forearm in a death grip. "I'm assuming you have some kind of illusionary quirk. Luckily for me, I was headed to the police station as we speak, so we can kill two birds with one stone. Once we're done, I doubt you'll ever impersonate someone in a position of authority again." The stranger was too tall, and he kept his stride long and quick, which meant that Izuku couldn't effectively keep up, instead stumbling behind the man while his face burned in embarrassment. The rest of the walk to the station felt even longer than normal, and Izuku had lost any and all pride in himself. When the man dragged him into the station, he almost cried to have all of his role models see him humiliated like this. Kondo rose from behind the desk, dwarfed by the man but matching him in spirit. "Just what are you doing to the boy, sir?" "This boy is obviously passing as a police officer," the man said. "I'm sure you understand the gravity of his actions. I'm sure you want to let go of Officer Midoriya before I tase you for assaulting an officer," Saito spat, fury blazing in her eyes. At that the crushing grip finally relented, and Izuku flexed his fingers as feeling returned to them. Once he stepped away from the man, recognition finally dawned on him. "Oh, you're Sir Nightai, All Might's previous sidekick. I would say it's a pleasure to meet you, but Detective Tsukochi is expecting me. I'm actually here to speak with the detective as well, and I'm short on time. My apologies for the whole situation, but do you have an appointment?" Kondo asked. "No, but the matter is urgent. You'll wait," Nakamura commanded. "Midoriya has important police business. You may be a hero, but our work doesn't pause or wait for you. If you would let us know when you're coming, we could accommodate your schedule. As it stands, the detective is in an important conference call and is currently unable to speak to either of you." Sangza idled up to Izuku, looking regretful. "I hate to ask this of you, but it's been a hectic morning, Midoriya. Can you take Sir Nightai to the waiting room and see that he stays there? If he stays in here too much longer, Saito might punch him in the face, and we don't need to fill out paperwork explaining why it happened again." Izuku nodded. "Yeah, I can do that, Sangza. Do we have any coffee to offer him? Mori brewed it today. I would be hesitant." "Note taken. No coffee unless I decide to enact vigilante justice and poison the man," Izuku said with a small smile. "Remember, Midoriya, you earned your spot here. You are fully capable and certified police officer, and you deserve to be recognized as such." That means that you work adjacent to heroes, even Sir Night-Eye. Hold your head up and be rightfully proud of what you've accomplished. A real smile found its way to Izuku's face as he looked up at the cat officer. Thanks, 𝐤𝐵. You're the best. Thanks for helping me put out a few fires, Officer Midoriya, 𝐤𝐵 said, ruffling Izuku's hair. Hearing those words made Izuku feel the same excitement he'd woken up with that morning. He could handle Sir Night-Eye for a few minutes for the sake of the station and Saito's career. Izuku came into the room at exactly the right time, interrupting a heated debate between Sir Night-Eye and Saito. The officer looked about to strangle the hero, and Nakamura was doing his best to restrain his partner, hissing, "He's not worth it. Who's going to prank Kimura when she's back if you're in jail?" "Sir Night-Eye, I'll show you to our waiting room while the detective is still busy with this call," Izuku said, in his approximation of a customer service voice. At least, he'd been told that working with the general public the way that police officers and EMTs do is not dissimilar to working in retail or food service. Often you have to deal with the worst in people. The man wordlessly followed, eyes bright and analytical. "So tell me, how did you come to be an officer at such a young age?" "Well, it was just this year that the police force started the provisional police program, and I was the first participant. It hasn't been well publicized because I want to operate like the rest of the police force, kind of working in the shadow of the heroes so I can help people more effectively. We can't all be All Might, after all," Izuku said with a bitter smile. "Would you like some tea?" "No. Indeed we can't all be All Might. Yes on the tea, though," Sir Night-Eye said, staring at Izuku with an intensity that made him shift in his seat. "How did you come to be the first participant in this program? Why would they choose you? And why did you choose to become a police officer in the first place?" "Well, I originally wanted to be a hero," Izuku said, trying not to wither under the man's gaze. "But I'm quirkless, and I've been informed by several reliable sources that that isn't an option. I would probably have to say that Detective Tsukochi noticed me the same time I realized I wanted to become a police officer. There was a little girl who had been kidnapped named Kimiko. He told the story as quickly as possible, ending with, and that's how I got to be noticed by Detective Tsukochi." Sir stared at the boy like he was trying to figure something out when it finally clicked into place. "You were the boy that took down Stain, weren't you?" "Yes," Izuku said, fiddling with something he had pulled from his pocket. He didn't know how to react to Sir Night-Eye. The hero was unpredictable. "You've already had a fairly illustrious career. I must you insist on playing with that? What is that?" "Sorry," Izuku squeaked, holding the object up for scrutiny. "I do this when I get nervous sometimes. It stops me from muttering. It's a Chinese finger trap. I always have one handy after I incapacitated Shigaraki with one a while ago." The hero choked on his tea. "You did what? Are you talking about Shigaraki Tomura, leader of the League of Villains?" "Yes." Izuku squeaked again, the pitch even higher this time. "I was at the mall with some friends, and he was there and threatened to kill a lot of people, but I had just gotten these at a joke shop and his quirk is activated through touching something with all 5 of his fingers, so Izuku had to forcibly clamp his mouth shut, ending the deluge of information, terrified to meet the eyes of the hero that was just staring at him. He'd royally screwed things up this time. Now Sir Night-Eye would probably begin proclaiming to the masses that the police force was incapable, that they should have never begun the provisional police program to begin with. After a few moments of staring at the currently panicking police officer, Sir Night-Eye laughed. It was a hearty laugh from the belly, and he was in no hurry to stop laughing. Izuku was petrified as he watched the man laugh enough to bring tears to his eyes. Between guffaws, Sir asked, How did you get the finger traps on him?" "He was trying to get me to join him and gesturing kind of wildly, so I just slipped it on. And then a second one so he couldn't disintegrate the first one." This only brought more laughter, which was only interrupted by an alarmed 𝐤𝐵 stepping into the room. "Is everything okay in here, Midoriya?" "I think so." The other officer surreptitiously glanced at the hero whose laughter was only now dying down. "Well, the detective is ready to see you, Midoriya. Shortly afterwards he'll talk with you, Sir Night-Eye." Izuku rose, glad for the opportunity to escape. Thanks, 𝐒𝐭𝐲. Once in the familiar office, he immediately felt calmer. Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 looked up from his paperwork, already smiling. Welcome to your first day on the force, Officer Midoriya. With that single sentence, Izuku felt the excitement that had kept him up all night return in full force. Reporting for duty, Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲. Sit down, we need to discuss the plan. Obviously, right now you are a rookie, but your training was a bit unconventional. There are areas that you're knowledgeable and skilled in already that usually takes years to gain proficiency, but at the same time, there were things in your training that were forgotten or put off, so we have some things to take care of. First order of business, this. Opening a drawer, the detective carefully laid a holstered handgun onto the desk. This is yours once 𝐒𝐭𝐲 trains you well enough that we're sure you won't shoot your foot off, or anything or anyone you don't mean to. We also have this for you. The next item to be added to the table was a belt with a multitude of compartments. While the fanny pack is great for when you're off duty, we do have a certain dress standard that's expected of us. This was the more professional option. Saito is still trying to come up with a name for the belt. Please don't encourage her. It has all the standard police equipment, with a few empty compartments for you to do whatever you deem necessary with. A small smile spread over Izuku's face, his hands already itching to see what equipment they had found for him this time. We also wanted your opinion on something, Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 continued. Izuku's eyes snapped to the detective's face. Yes. Your situation is unusual. We both know this, 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 said slowly. Publicly, the only thing you've done is defeat Stain. You're young, and very few people take notice of their local police officers. We have a unique opportunity for you to consistently go on undercover missions without jeopardizing your cover. Are you serious? Izuku asked excitedly. We need to talk it over with your mother, obviously, but 𝐼𝐴 and I were discussing the benefits of having you develop an underground persona. This might not be for a few years, but we think you would be the perfect person for the job. And if you're going to make an impact, you need to be remembered. Rolling his chair back, Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 produced a long, sleek katana that was all too familiar to Izuku. 𝐼𝐴 has decided that this would be a sort of proof of your legitimacy. You will not touch this until you have trained extensively with Valiant and he okays you using it. If you get hurt by this sword again, I swear I will have it melted down and made into a helmet for you. Is that Stain's sword? I get Stain's sword? Izuku asked reverently, ignoring the reminder of Izuku's last interaction with this particular sword. It wasn't my idea at all, but yes Midoriya, you get Stain's sword, 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 said, looking exhausted at the thought. Take this and go find 𝐒𝐿𝐽, your firearm training starts today. 𝐒𝐽𝐫 watched Izuku scurry from the room clutching the gun with far too much enthusiasm. He had the utmost respect for the boy, and he was extremely grateful for the day that he had wandered into 𝐒𝐽𝐫's admittedly dull life. But as much as he saw the boy's potential, he worried for Izuku's well-being. He would just have to hope that they had trained Izuku well enough. His office door opening pulled 𝐒𝐽𝐫 from such thoughts, and he found himself meeting eyes with a person he hadn't seen for quite a while. Sir Nightai, it's been a while. Where did you find Midoriya? He's one of the singularly most remarkable children I've ever met, Sir said, taking a seat. Midoriya found us, 𝐒𝐽𝐫 said a bit hesitantly. How can I help you, Sir Nightai? On to business, I suppose. You may have already caught wind of this, 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲, but I'm currently leading the efforts against a specific sect of the Yakuza, a sect led by a man named Overhaul, Nightai said. I've come to enlist your help. I assume Toshinori isn't among your force, the detective speculated. I'm willing to hear you out, but I need more information than that. How much information do you have? What exactly do you need from me? This was my initial plan, Sir said, sliding a folder of papers to 𝐒𝐽𝐫. Look over them as you will, it's got all of the details and facts that I have. I initially wanted to simply request you and a handful of your officers for reinforcements, but my request has changed a bit. At those words, Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 had to resist reaching for the bottle of antacids in his desk drawer. He could feel the ulcer already. And how has your request changed? I want Midoriya undercover. A heartbeat passes with the two men staring one another down, until 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 firmly said, "No. Hear me out, if we had Midoriya his 15, I said no. I'm not sending him into the heart of the Yakuza as his first mission. He's the same age as the hero students we consistently put into danger," 𝐒𝐽𝐈 argued. "I haven't looked into what the results would be with Midoriya on our side, but I can feel it in my bones that he's a vital piece of this." Naomasa clenched his hands into fists under his desk, refraining from speaking for a few moments. "Tell me how Midoriya would modify your plans. I will think about it, and after discussing with him and his mother, I will give you my answer." Excerpts from Izuku's analysis. Name: Soma Yukio. Age: 59. Height: 183 cm. 6. Occupation: police officer. Partners with Mori. Physical description: Officer Soma is exactly what you picture when you think of a kindly grandfather. He has salt and pepper hair, although it is admittedly more white than black anymore. His body is in great shape for his age, even though he may have a bit of a belly from his wife's cooking. Personality: Soma is very kind and calm. He's always willing to lend a hand, though he's not afraid to reprimand people when it is absolutely necessary. This may be why he was paired with Mori. Quirk: Icy Gale. Soma can summon, not generate, cold bursts of wind. The limit to his quirk seems less to have to do with how strong the gusts of wind are, and more with the temperature of the wind. More tests to follow. Notes: Soma is known as the station grandpa, but he also loves talking about his grandchildren as well. He will show them off at every opportunity, and bring them to the station whenever there's a hint of a reason. For some reason he started keeping a picture of me in his wallet along with them. I've attempted to ask him about it, and he just replied, "Well, I have to show you off too," before changing the subject. Izuku took to police work almost seamlessly indeed. It was so easy that the police officers, 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 in particular, couldn't help but feel suspicious. Things never went this smoothly, especially if Izuku was involved. No one had been injured in the process of his firearm training, or his sword training with Valiant aside from a few bruises. In fact, the boy showed an innate talent for both. This should have comforted Naomasa, but somehow it made things worse. He couldn't forget his conversation with 𝐒𝐽𝐈. It haunted him more often than he would like to admit. Sir had petitioned Tsuragami for the aid of Izuku, and they would be hearing back on the decision by week's end. A storm was brewing, and Naomasa prayed Midoriya wouldn't fall victim to it. But the boy deserved to know what was going on, and that was why he ended up calling Midoriya into his office that fateful morning. He smiled at the detective, but Midoriya was clearly apprehensive. "You called for me, detective." "Sit down, Midoriya. You're not in trouble, I promise. We just have some serious matters to discuss." The boy sagged in relief. "Oh, thank goodness. Mori told me, but of course it isn't true. You would have. Are you with me, Midoriya?" "Why, yes, sir." "Good," Naomasa said, making a mental note to interrogate Mori later. "Midoriya, how do you feel about becoming an undercover cop?" The boy ped his head. "It intrigues me, and I am curious about potentially having an underground persona. I think it will help a lot of our investigations once I've had enough training. Midoriya, you deserve to know this. As of right now, you are the top candidate to go undercover for a mission dealing with the Yakuza. Nothing has been officially decided, but there's a high possibility you'll be asked to do this. Talk it over with your mother. By no means do you have to say yes. You have a few weeks, if not a month, before you'll have to make a decision. I just want you to have time to think it over." Izuku was stunned. "Why would they choose me? I'm just a rookie. You've impressed the hero leading the whole operation. Besides, you would be perfect for this particular job for a variety of reasons. Legally, I can't go into those details until you're formally being informed of the job, though," 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 said. "I understand." Naomasa took a deep breath, leaning back in his chair. "So tell me, Midoriya, how are things going?" "We haven't had the chance to." Before 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 could finish his statement, Nakamura burst into the room, breathless. The officer cut off the detective's protest with, "I'm sorry, sir, but we have a code 303. "A 303? Who would bring a—" "No, sir, not that you know," Nakamura said, staring at 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 intently. "A 303. The detective paled visibly over a matter of seconds. Nakamura, hold her off as long as possible. Midoriya, hide under my desk and no matter what happens, don't come out until I give you the all clear. What? Why? Izuku protested while Nakamura scurried away. There's no time, I promise I'll explain later, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 said, dragging Izuku behind his desk. But get down and stay quiet. You'll understand later, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 said frantically. Just stay quiet. Confused, Izuku did sink down to the ground, hugging his knees to his chest as he burrowed underneath the desk. He waited with bated breath, and before too long the door opened. 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐫, a syrupy voice gushed. Even without seeing the speaker, Izuku could sense the layers of calculation in her voice. How's my favorite big brother? I'm at work, Makoto. Today especially I don't have time to answer your questions. If you want to talk to me then you'll have to see me after work, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 said in the flattest voice Izuku had ever heard from the man. And then you'll tell me what it's like having your good friend All Might in the same city as you, she said, her voice even sweeter than before. It was almost sweet enough to make Izuku nauseous. You know what my answer will be, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 said a bit coldly. Now go, I have important work to do. Fine, I can always interview your little officers. I'm sure they've had some interesting cases lately, the girl said airily. Besides, Saito always has something fun to tell me about you and what's going on at the station. They also have work. Why are you even in Musutafu? Weren't you just telling me how much they need you at work in Tokyo? My boss thought I was the right person to interview All Might and some of his students. Isn't that such a great career opportunity? Then why are you here instead of interviewing them? 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 asked. Well, we didn't exactly secure an interview with him, that's part of the job. But since my big brother knows All Might, so no. 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐫, I don't think you heard me. I said no, Makoto. You know that I cannot and will not disclose anything about this. And trying to throw my name around won't help a thing, so don't even try. If you get an interview with All Might, it will be through your efforts, the detective said firmly. Izuku's legs were getting cramped under the desk. He couldn't help but be curious about this Makoto, apparently the detective's sister. But based on 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲's reaction, he couldn't help but feel a healthy fear for her as well. She seemed truly formidable. He hadn't even met the woman, but the thought of her combining forces with Saito and Sasaki was enough to make him feel nauseous. Or maybe he was nauseous from all the talk of All Might. Was the detective friends with the hero? It would make sense. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 did get put on a lot of high-profile cases. He was bound to have worked with the hero a time or two. Besides, he had listened to All Might. He had gone into law enforcement. That knowledge didn't dispel the slight bitterness he felt towards the hero, or the fear that this dream would also be crushed. But 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐫, we both have work, Makoto. If you start asking now, you might be able to get an interview with him by the end of summer. The woman huffed. Fine, be a stick in the mud as per usual, 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐫. By the way, I'm crashing at your place this week. As soon as the door closed behind his sister, the detective sprang into action. He pulled Izuku to his feet, wincing sympathetically when the boy hissed from the feeling returning to his legs that had been asleep. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I swear I will explain everything later, but for now I need you to. The door burst open, cutting off 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲. I knew it. You were talking to All Might, or your secret lover. Or Makoto broke off, her eyes zeroing in on Izuku. Who is this? 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐫. Your secret love child. You're going to break Mom's heart. I'm not. No, Makoto. No. Well, someone better start explaining why we have a junior officer in here that's just as plain looking as my dear brother, Makoto said, crossing her arms. How old are you, kid? 12. You may look cute playing dress up, but you're not going to get many girls like that. I'm almost 16. Izuku squawked indignantly. Midoriya is our newest police officer via the new provisional police program. And no, you can't interview him. Izuku found himself being scrutinized intensely by the girl's green eyes. A police officer at 12 years old, interesting. She stared at him a bit longer before blurting, I need him. What? No. Makoto batted her eyelashes. This would have made the news if you had wanted it to be public knowledge. I can always make it public knowledge. I can always arrest you. You know you wouldn't, Naomasa. Hear me out. You let Midoriya come with me to request an interview with All Might and a few of his students. I stay out of your hair, Midoriya makes sure I don't do anything illegal, and I get to know my secret nephew, Makoto wheedled. Come on, it's a win for everyone. Makoto, she placed her hands on his desk, eyes boring into his. Just think of all the things I could get into and investigate without supervision. Silence hung in the air, taut between the siblings. A few tense moments passed before Detective Tsukochi sighed, a long, weary sigh. Midoriya, you'll be accompanying my sister from today until she leaves the city. I would suggest going plainclothes, take the fanny pack. Don't let her do anything illegal, and don't let her corrupt you. Or, I knew you cared. Makoto gushed. If you corrupt that child, I'm going to tell Mom about the incident, Tsukochi threatened. Opening one of the desk drawers, he offered Izuku a pair of HNDCFFS. Midoriya, if she doesn't listen to you, feel free to arrest her. I love you too, Naomasa, Makoto said, blowing a kiss. I'll wait in the lobby for you, nephew. I'm not, and she's gone. Detective. What just happened? Izuku asked. She played me to get what she wants, just like she always does. I just hope she doesn't introduce you to her college friends. There's something about them I just don't trust. Be careful, Midoriya, and vigilant. But also enjoy yourself. You might even get to meet All Might. Izuku paled at the thought, but managed to keep the smile on his face. We'll just have to see what happens, I guess. His mind raced as he walked to the locker room, mechanically changing into the spare set of clothes he kept at the station. He shrugged on the t-shirt that read polo shirt and a pair of cargo shorts. He hoped that Makoto was more tolerant of his fashion than the female officers were. Saito often threatened to overhaul his entire wardrobe. But any thoughts like this were mainly to drown out the sheer panic at the thought of meeting All Might again. It would be fine. Once Makoto secured her interview with the man, he could escape. Maybe Ojiro or Shinsu would have free time. He hadn't gotten to see much of either boy since Yu decided to implement the dorm system. He would just have to take care to avoid Kaken, but at this point Izuku was almost MSTR at that. But All Might. The thought of the hero did make Izuku a bit nauseous, and he felt the absurd need to hide from the man. It was ridiculous, really. Even his bitterness towards the man was fading as his life was consumed with police work. He had found the place that he belonged. But Izuku felt the absurd need to stay away from the hero until he had proven himself and become the youngest detective in history. Avoiding All Might would just have to be the plan for now. If the students were busy, Izuku was sure Nezu would let him camp out in his office without asking too many questions. Maybe he could even catch a nap in Aizawa's sleeping BA. Scratch that, Izuku valued his life. If all else failed, Yua was bound to have a broom closet to sequester himself in. Whatever happens, happens, Izuku told himself as he buckled the fanny pack. The familiar weight was comforting, and he found that he was able to breathe normally again. Everything would work out one way or another. No fair. Little Midoriya gets to accompany you. I have to do paperwork. Saito complained. If you don't do your paperwork, you'll be as bad as the station that let Midoriya get kidnapped, Sangza said, warning in his voice. Besides, Kimura will be back any day now. Do you really want to explain to her why you haven't finished your paperwork? That's low, Saito said, but it clearly worked, based on the way she attacked the stack of papers with vigor. We're off to interview heroes. Makoto said, saluting the room full of officers. I'll bring the kid back before curfew. Don't let him get hurt, please, Nakamura said in passing, carrying a crate full of files. Your brother will kill you. I'll be fine, Nakamura. I promise. But we should probably leave soon, Izuku said, subtly nudging her. Toward the door. Good point, I want to interview everyone I can. I'll see you all later. Upon exiting the station, they walked the first few blocks in silence. Izuku found himself fiddling with the zippers of the fanny pack, unsure of what to do or say. He hadn't felt this awkward for a while, and he wasn't quite sure what to do about it. He was caught off guard by the woman seizing his forearm. Be real with me, kid. Are you my nephew? You actually thought that? Izuku squeaked. He blushed, and clearing his throat, he continued in a deeper voice. No, Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 is just someone I admire a lot. She withdrew her hands, looking disappointed. I figured 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫 was too straight-laced to have a secret love child, but I kind of hoped. Never mind, it's not your problem, kid. They walked on in a heavy silence until Izuku said, the first time I met him, the detective seemed a bit lonely. I was worried about him. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫 wasn't built to be alone, Makoto said sadly. He takes everything so seriously, and he needs someone to take care of him. I wouldn't say that, Izuku countered. I see where you're coming from, but since I've gotten to know him, I've seen firsthand that the station is just as much the detective's family as it is mine. One day he'll find someone to share his life with, but in the meantime you don't need to worry, we'll take care of your brother. We all care about him, even Mori, believe it or not. Makoto stared at him for a few moments before smiling. I don't need my quirk to know that you actually mean that. I'm going to hold you to that, kid. I can see why 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫 likes you so much. Maybe we'll work on a story together one day. Izuku glanced at her from the side. You're a journalist, aren't you? What kind of journalism do you usually do? Investigative journalist is my title, but my work usually centers on heroes. So you're good at uncovering information about heroes, right? Makoto gave him a sly look. I have a feeling I'm going to like you. From the way you're talking, it sounds like we're going to be doing something my brother is going to hate. Izuku bit his lip, seriously debating with himself. You can keep a secret, right? Little Midoriya, while I enjoy getting published, I live for finding answers. A fierce debate was raging through Izuku's mind. Could he trust Makoto? He didn't get any suspicious vibes from her, just ambitious ones. Besides, he didn't know if an opportunity like this would ever present itself again. Closing his eyes, he asked, how much do you know about Endeavor? Excerpts from Izuku's analysis name. Kimura Yuki age, 28 height, 182 centimeters 6 feet 11 inches. 5 inch 2 centimeters taller than Mori. Occupation. Police detective. Physical description. Kimura has long, straight blue-black hair and ice blue eyes. She is tall and slim, and I definitely did not write that because she almost killed Mori for commenting about the baby weight she hasn't lost yet. Personality. Detective Kimura has a wicked sense of humor. She will start a prank war at the tip of a hat, especially if Saito is involved in any way. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 and her husband are the only known means of keeping her in check. However, Kimura is one of the most gifted homicide detectives in the entire country. She takes her job seriously and loves her family dearly. Quirk, Medusa stare while looking at a person. Kimura can induce partial or full body paralysis, although, much like Eraserhead, the effect stops when Kimura blinks. Kimura, however, does not suffer from dry eye, nor do her eyes change color while her quirk is being used. She seems to have a limit of using it for roughly 10 minutes a day. Notes: Kimura is getting back from maternity leave next week, and from the stories I've heard, she's someone to watch out for. I just need to find a way to get on her good side. I kind of know her at this point from the few times she stopped into the station, but it usually ended abruptly via her husband dragging her away, telling her she was on leave. I hesitantly look forward to getting to know Kimura better. I just have to avoid coming between her and Saito for any reason.